What is going on, everybody? See, look at this. No technical difficulties this time. We are starting hot. Talking about a huge Bears win as the Bears move to 3-7 on their season. They also improve their draft position, going from what is that? They go from like second in the NFL to first all of a sudden in the NFL. The Kyler Murray Cardinals are a real thing, and that's awesome. Honestly, like, that's film that I would love to watch at some point, but we're not there today. We're talking Chicago Bears. We're talking maybe a little bit of Detroit Lions when we get to the end of the season here, or when we get to the end of what's going on here. I think I'm going to flip the schedule because I see everybody in the chat really excited to talk about this Bears team, and I gotta tell you guys, if we're going to talk positives, we pretty much have to talk about the defense because, man, oh man, Squishy, just to use you as an example, and then I'll go through, say hey to everybody else. The Bears' offensive tape is pretty tough to watch, to be honest with you. Like, I think one of the weirdest pieces about this Bears season so far has been that some of the individual players are working out. Like, I love what we're seeing from Darnell Wright. We get a rough one today from Tevin Jenkins. Braxton Jones pops. We see a lot of really solid Darnell Mooney, DJ Moore. A lot of the defensive players actually have pretty solid games on this specific spot. But we're slowly watching Tyson Bagent develop all of the bad habits that we thought were unique to Justin Fields, and it only gets worse, as in this game, he looks outrageously nervous, he being Tyson Bagent. And I find that pretty frustrating, to be honest with you. Like, I know, like, it is as Chicago Bears fan as it comes to point and say, the Bears should change coaches, but seriously, I keep watching this coaching staff and I continue to end up so disappointed. And I mean, there are so many coaching staffs all across the league. Look, I love the Bears. Your guy here. I love the Bears. Eric, thank you so much. I am going to count that. So I'm keeping a running tally. So let me update because one thing, so we learned this, and I will put my career, so to speak, on the line for you guys in the most goofy way possible. So let me explain. The draft film, right? Let's go draft stream for next Thursday night. Thank you, Eric. I really can't appreciate that enough. Absolutely every scrap of this goes just to continuing to support my football addiction and therefore by proxy your football addiction. But so getting back to brass tacks here, draft film. Look, the Bears are collecting very quickly a treasure trove of draft assets, which rules. Don't we love that? Right? And as they do, what they do at the top of the draft is only going to make a bigger impact as we go. Lenny, how you doing? And so we found out last year that the NCAA is cracking down on draft film, but that's it. That's if they catch you, and they'll just block you. And with a brand new channel, as much as I love the new channel setup, I will absolutely go rogue for you guys to show you what it is that we're looking at, because I personally think that whether we're talking quarterbacks with guys like Drake May, Caleb Williams, and Justin Fields, hey, we can even look at some Justin Fields film so that you could compare what Justin Fields actually looked like as a prospect to what we're seeing from Williams and May, and some early opinions there. We could look at receivers. I personally think, just a quick hot sports opinion here, let's while we jam to the Super Bowl shuffle. Thank you again, Eric, third time. I can't help but think that at receiver, Marvin Harrison Jr. is phenomenal. You won't catch me saying a bad word about Marvin Harrison Jr. But if Marvin Harrison Jr. did not exist, if all of us got the Men in Black flash and we were white, he was wiped from our existence, right? Thank you so much, Drex. I appreciate you. So if Marvin Harrison was wiped for existence, Malik Neighbors, Keon Coleman, Rome Odunze, like, there are some of these guys in this draft class that are like legit wide receiver one types that, because MHJ looks like a wide receiver zero Because Marvin Harrison Jr. looks like a one-man offense, we are quickly underrating some really phenomenal receivers in this class. And hey, I get it. If Tristan Wirfs is there, then a guy like Darnell Wright is going to look much less exciting by comparison. But this is these are franchise-changing players in many cases. Like, I hear you, Jordan. I know you're joking, by the way, but it's funny looking at this from a draft board perspective, because while I completely understand all the hype around Marvin Harrison, and it's deserved, right? The guy's going to probably go at number 3. I mean, we're going to get quarterback, then we're going to get quarterback, then we're going to get wide receiver 3. Let's put it this way. There are a lot of Bears fans that are saying, hang on, Ben. The difference between wide 2. So you're saying the difference between wide receiver 2 and wide receiver 3 to wide receiver 1 is less than May Williams is to Fields. Actually, okay, Ben, I thought you were going to twist me up. Pretty much. Yeah. Like, in my opinion, the other piece to this, Ben, is that while Marvin Harrison Jr. is amazing, you've got this beautiful pick your poison with Malik Neighbors. Okay, so I'm talking really, really, really early impressions. We're going to get to Bears film. I know we're doing draft stuff, and I know it's gone on for a little too long. Michael, I will get that added. Thank you so much. Yes, let's fund it. But so the Malik, just to give you some water cooler comps to talk about, okay? Because it's not the same, and I've watched like 2 games of both guys in depth, but Keon Coleman is a potential A.J. Brown meets Jerry Jeudy, in my opinion. You're talking obvious size. I think anybody who's ever heard of Keon Coleman at this point knows that he's just this huge person, right? He's 6'4", like somebody else you know. He's 215 pounds. He has these feisty moments when he hits people, not unlike George Pickens from back when he was at Georgia. And oh my gosh, he is just a savant when the ball is in the air. Like, he is physical at times, like Mike Evans, A.J. Brown, etc. Like, so to me, Jordan, what I look at when I say A.J. Brown meets Jeudy is that you get the physicality of A.J. Brown, but what's really popped to me about Keon Coleman has been his foot frequency. We don't see a ton of speed. It's not some crazy amount of speed, but I am surprised the man that big can take quick steps and translate what speed he has into stop start. Let's say, for instance, let's use an example. Let's say that we've got, thank you, Michael. Love the shuffle. Let's say that we've got gears, right? So that's gears 1. Let's go 2, 3, 4, 5, and then some people have the all like everybody loves the 6th gear, right? Chances are Keon's really only got like gears 1 through 4, but he can gear shift from 2 to 4 back down to 1 very nicely. So you've got speed control in a receiver that size, which I think is pretty exceptional stuff. Malik Neighbors, on the other hand, Malik Neighbors, he goes from gears 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I mean, the guy can just rip from 2 up to probably 5.5, right? Like, I don't think he's quite a 6-gear guy, but holy smokes, Malik Neighbors is uncovering like a maniac. Honestly, he looks not unlike number 2 in Chicago does, in my opinion. So you've got a Malik Neighbors who's a little more of a DJ Moore like. You see shades of your like fast movers like Stephon Diggs, etc. He's not Tyreek Hill fast, but he's got dynamic feet. He can make a bunch of moves back to back. He can turn a double move into a triple move within the same route stem. Like, he's got good hands, maybe not amazing. I don't know. Like, when I say hands, I'm talking about the ability to catch a ball in like serious traffic, and you definitely see examples of it, but it's that ability to separate with his feet that really stands out. On the other hand, Keon Coleman will have these reps where he's just gonna bully the guy across from him. Like, there's a rep, you can find it on Twitter right now. If you go to my Twitter and you scroll past all the parts where I'm apparently in a battle with Bears Twitter, nothing I can do about it. But if you find, or you can go to my Discord right now, go to the draft channel, and I've got Keon Coleman posted within that. Like, So Keon has this rep against Clemson where he's just going to take his hands, put them on the DB that he's stemming against, and he just throws that DB aside. Think Mike Evans elbowing Tyreek Stevenson in the face, right? That same level of body physicality that you see from special players like them. And you know me, I really hate um I really hate comparing to Hall of Famers, so I'm not going to do it insofar as I can avoid it, because I do think Mike Evans is going to go to the Hall of Fame. But it's more to say that after watching guys like Chase Claypool, even after watching guys like Equanimeous St. Brown, Coleman is so strong that it just gets me hype as I'm watching his film, because there are a lot of guys that can't translate that kind of physicality that and that's the other thing, Patrick. I would need to go review what N'Keal Harry was at ASU, but my memory tells me N'Keal Harry was a big dude, but he played more like a separator at ASU. So he was playing like a DJ Moore, even though he was really big, which is why you get a little bit of, you know, no, right? Or it's why you get a mistranslation. On the other hand, Brandon Ayuk looked like one of the fastest men alive at ASU, goes to San Francisco, and he also looks like one of the fastest men alive. I got you, Jordan. So the big thing for me that I see with Coleman is that he's a really good hands catcher. Like, he's able to extend, get out there, create that space. The better way to put it is, the overwhelming majority of receivers that chances are you guys have ever watched, that's not to point fingers. It's more to say most receivers in the NFL, they separate by moving away from the DB. Instead, Coleman, in many cases, moves the DB away from him, but he's still talented enough with his footwork to also move himself away from the DB. I'm hoping he doesn't run the slowest 40 on the planet, right? But it's just because I actually don't know how his true speed is going to stack up. But as an underneath receiver, as a cross the middle receiver, as a slant runner, like one of these guys who's going to box you out on the many different routes that receivers run, I'm really excited about what Coleman can do. Neighbors is awesome too. I think either of them fit with the Bears. But the point is to say that in a Bears fan base right now, in the Bears nation that is so hooked on Marvin Harrison Jr., man, these quarterbacks leave a lot to be excited about. I can't wait to show you guys May. Like, I think Caleb's stuff. Okay, so here's the funny part. I'll just here's my pitch, I guess, for what draft film night would be, is I think Caleb's all 22 is really kind to him. Personal opinion. I think the broadcast view makes Caleb look like he has no idea what's going on in many cases. How could he possibly be holding onto the ball? You're really telling me there's nobody open? Then you look downfield and oh wow. Oh wow. He looks like he's absolutely playing at the tempo that Lincoln Riley wants him looking at. And Michael, I did. And I think John Z is doing a great job. And I mean, the other piece to this, Michael, that I'm trying to be aware of, and it's totally just your boy's opinion, I think Adam Johns is awesome, to use an example. But we do see this a lot. Whenever there's a 1-2 prospect set, you can take a look at, whenever you get a 1-2 prospect pair, number 2 starts to catch a lot of fire because it starts with people being contrarians, and then it turns into an interesting hot take article, a bold takes article, right? And then it turns into this, and then it turns into that. And Caleb Williams entered the 2024 draft cycle as the presumed number 1. He said some stuff that rubbed people the wrong way. You get a bad report by Florio that he wants ownership. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying, I mean, come on. Like, people, I'm saying people haven't confirmed it. He's the only one who said Caleb Williams wants partial ownership of his franchise, which is like illegal within the NFL's lexicon. And so I can't help but look at this. And personally, I see a player that throughout his tenure, I mean, you got to remember, like, for anybody who isn't paying attention to college football, and if you aren't, I don't blame you. Like, the other thing to remember here is that Caleb Williams is only a year removed from getting made fun of for crying after losing to Utah last year. And then Max Duggan cried after losing to Kansas State, and Max Duggan got pats on the back, and Caleb Williams got made fun of. So there has always been, well, bit of a double standard with Caleb Williams, but man, I'll tell you what, Drake May's film is spectacular. Like Jordan, your boy in the chat, used the word laser show. Man, he's absolutely right. Drake May can put the football nearly wherever he wants to. He at times enters that same ether. It's the only way I know how to call it. Like Caleb Williams, trying to figure out how to put this. Caleb Williams looks like he obsesses over football every moment of every day of every part of his life. That anytime he's not, I guess, marketing, but even that is related to football, he's focused on football. His, to me, pocket footwork looks obsessive. The way he plays looks obsessive. At times, he looks like he is playing at double the speed that everybody else is. Like, especially, he looks as if he has slowed down time at some points. This gets him in trouble because the Caleb Williams will act like he is literally Superman. I mean, he will act like he is invincible. He's not invincible. And I think we've all seen that this year. Like, Caleb Williams will attempt things nobody else would try. And thank you so much, MJ50. Always appreciate your contribution. Really can't say it enough. And I've got the running total of my head. We're at 55. Anyways, Williams is going to need some translation because his game is way too one-man show at this point. I think we all know that, but holy smokes, the tools are ridiculous. When you guys see the all-22 angle of the throws you've seen on the broadcast, you're going to realize how far Williams threw it with no step, and it is outrageous. And on the other hand, May does the same thing. Like, May will take a tiny hitch or no hitch at all, and he will just rocket balls into one high safety windows. There's a play in particular I'm thinking of where the safety's sitting right here, a corner's closing right here, you've got a bang post, and May threads it right there for a touchdown on like 1st and 20. Like, and the safety smokes the guy. Like, he hits him immediately as he's catching the ball, but the ball is so stapled to the receiver. And I mean, you're just going to go, oh my goodness, when you see it, that it's like, holy Lord. Like, Drake May has yet to find a window that he can't fit a football into. And here's the craziest part. He has done so with one of the lowest turnover worthy play percentages of nearly any college football prospect. Like, it's not ever territory, but for as almost reckless, for as aggressive as Drake May will throw the ball, oh my gosh, he threads into windows without any real concern, without any real abandon. Jordan asked me who's number one. I'm going to give you the true answer. The true answer is, I don't know yet. I haven't thought about it at all. Not really, right? Because at the end of the day, I look at this and I can't help but say, I'm going to need way more work. And like, me personally, that's the thing. And Drex, honestly, Drake May's only issue as I see it. Okay, so there's two issues with Drake May. Issue number one, we're actually not sure how well he reads the defense versus he understands what open is and trusts his offense. What's the difference? Honestly, hard to know sometimes. I'm really not trying to fake it for you, right? Like, with May in particular, he'll have some of these interceptions where it's very clear that he just had no idea that guy was there, right? And Caleb's had some of those, but I think we all agree that when Caleb does it, he's being a total idiot. Like, Caleb does it when he's dropped back, or when he's backpedaled in the pocket and then pushed up forward and then backpedaled again and then scrambled out to his left and then from his left breaks back to his right, tries to throw across his body, and you got picked off. Nobody can do that. Right? With Drake, sometimes it's just a rifle throw straight to a DB who's sitting right under the guy that he wants, right? So stuff that you would say you can't have it. But man, it's kind of like the Josh Allen conundrum. Josh Allen's been leading the league in interceptions since 2018. Ben Solak pointed that out just the other day. Guess who cares? Really, nobody. Because generally speaking, Josh Allen's going to give you way more than you give up in interceptions. Who cares? Who cares? Also, I think May's pocket footwork is kind of funky. I think he's he's a clunky mover. Now, to Ben's point, he's really athletic. He's really hard to tackle. These ACC defenders have real issues getting him down. He breaks a lot of tackles. He makes a lot of plays with his legs. I love it. Like, I'm actually having to kind of scrape to like find major negatives for both guys. I think Caleb's have gotten a lot of publicity, But to the point that I think Ben's right about to make, if I had to guess, Drake's huge. Kind of a behemoth. Like as as the QB position, Ben, gets smaller, because I would argue that now that Bryce Young and now that Kyler Murray are in the league, Caleb Williams is pretty normal sized. Like Ben, you described him as a little small. I think he's pretty much Mahomes size. I mean, now I'd have to go look that up, right? But Caleb Williams is a little short, but he's also like 215, 220, right? And so I can't help but think the modern NFL, again, that's getting smaller. Quarterbacks seem like they're getting thinner. Jaden Daniels is thin. He's light. Makes me think that you can't get away, or not can't get away, that like Caleb's mobility, et cetera, like he's right in that area. But the point that I look at, right? And Zach Thomas is kind of making it, I think. Like Zach Thomas says, I also find it interesting how Caleb and May are not on the best teams. You get to see what it's like when your guys are not just better. And I tend to agree with you. Woo. So Caleb's listed at 6'1", and you might be right. He might be like 5'11". Totally might be right. I appreciate that he's stocky. The real thing that bothered me about Bryce is that he's slight. I mean, you're looking at a guy who really likes Kyler Murray. So being short doesn't bug me if you're fast enough to deal with it. But biggest issue, honest to God, biggest issue in Caleb's game is that he is going to invite hits. So I think we've seen it with Justin Fields. I think we've frankly seen it with a lot of these quarterbacks recently. You can't really fully separate like injury and taking a bunch of hits. They kind of go 2 and 2 together, right? And Ben, that's totally fine. I mean, honestly, Ben, to be so plain, I think Drake May is the safe choice, and nothing wrong with safe. Let me be so plain. If you were gonna pick one of these quarterbacks to be like amazing, I think Caleb Williams is your choice to attempt to go for amazing. What's the worst thing I could say about Drake May? Maybe he will turn into a quarterback that just rips the ball somewhat blindly, but does so pretty successfully. Think like a slightly tuned down Herbert, probably a top 10 quarterback, right? Probably. Would he become a game winner? Man, I see that moxie in there. Like it is legit hard for me to look at Drake May and wonder, okay, what does his fail scenario look like? Like, what does it look like for Drake May to not work out at all, right? Because I think he's getting better. I think he gets it. I think he's well coached. There's a lot of things that are really positive. With Caleb, you see total potential disaster. We all have a good guess as to what that would look like. But also, the tools are so loud. They're so good. And all this to say, because this is a Bears stream. It's not a draft stream yet. You got to pay for that one. Joe mentions, is there anything Fields could do the rest of the season to change my mind if the last 7 games were on par with Washington? And Jibby, I see your question. Let me file it in my back pocket and I will get you, and I'll get to it. So Joe, what I actually want to see with Fields are much more procedural. I want to see Fields throw with, okay, so let's talk the grocery list, right? Needs. I'm going to write them. First off, anticipate. I barely care if it works. Like I actually, so Joe, if Fields rolled out and he played 7 games and they all looked like the Denver game, I would probably scream in frustration, because my eyes would not believe that 7 straight defenses allowed DJ Moore to tear them in half. Like, that would be awesome. Don't get me wrong. But you mentioned the Denver and the Washington game. Really, all he did was throw it to DJ Moore religiously. And DJ Moore was just open all the time. Like, we got to anticipate. We got to get to our second read. Let's figure out the third read later. Just get off your first one. Like, get off your first read, get set to throw, and drill it, right? A couple of these plays, you can do a lot of things. Derek Carr, for instance, Carr is 1, 2, check down. 1-2 check down. That's it. Like, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, it's not like Derek Carr's the bastion of all great things in the NFL, but in the wide world of what is going to make me turn away from a top 10, or like, honestly, what's the next step for Justin Fields? Because that's actually a separate conversation, is what would make me turn away from taking a quarterback at the top of this draft. Let's get there in a little bit. Like, next step for Justin Fields, throw like 1 to 2 to check down. Right now we get 1 to check down. That's just not enough. Most NFL quarterbacks are going to go 1 to 2 to 3 to check down. So that's 4, right? But let's say we're going to give Fields the benefit of the doubt. We're going to say he's a special arm talent. When he drills a throw, he drills a throw. And so we just at least want 1 to 2 to check down. I actually think that's quite giving. But right now we're so stuck on 1 to check down that we need to start somewhere, right? So we need to anticipate. We need to get to our second read. Number 3. Because Ben mentioned speed up his drop, but like, let's pick something, a different way to phrase that, right? Because I think you're generally right, Ben, but the other piece to look at within Fields' play is that I want to see, I'm trying to think of a decent way to put this. So beat pressure or the blitz, right? This is totally just because Jay Sanders, you mentioned timing. That's the first one, right? Zach, you mentioned speed. The big one to me is that right now, if I had to guess, Fields is the worst quarterback in the NFL when a free rusher gets home. Now, you're going to look at me sideways. Maybe. You're going to say, Robert, there are no quarterbacks that are good when a free rusher gets home. And that's the thing. I'm not talking about when a free rusher is up on Justin Fields. I want him to make a throw. I'm talking about on plays where a free rusher gets home, like at all. Can we start a throw when the guy is right here? Let me see if I can get this. Can we start a throw when the guy is at this spot that's done when he reaches here, and then we don't take a hit, right? If we can do that, we're really we're cooking. We're talking. We're playing NFL football, right? Beating the Vikings is going to take being able to handle a free rusher. Eventually, your defenses in the NFL are going to commit enough guys to you where they're going to get somebody home. They're going to. And so I think Fields needs to be able to handle those without, to Ben's point, having to just run the ball. Because right now, I don't know what's happening. Like, I don't know who coached it out of him. But last year, we saw these amazing runs that we have just not seen this year. Honest question for somebody who can name it to me. What's Fields' longest scramble of the year this year? Because I've seen him caught well more than once. Like, I would love to bet on Fields' scrambling ability. We haven't seen it. Teams are fencing him into the pocket with a lot of success. And when he rolls out to throw the ball, we aren't seeing him connect on any of the receivers in the area. And so I would love to see more scramble drill. I expected the Bears to be venomous off of scramble drill. And that's the other piece to this Jim Santis. There is an inexorable, confusing piece that we just don't have great data on of how much of this is Getsy's fault, how much of this is Fields' fault. And the worst part is that I don't know if we're afforded the time to care. Like, Jay Sanders, let's be so plain. There's a decent chance that Fields has been flatly set up to fail. But unless the Bears fire Getsy, and we see what this looks like with the new offensive coordinator, because it is awfully spooky, seeing how consistently now Tyson Bagent doesn't throw with anticipation. I really expected he would. It's really weird seeing how Tyson Bagent, he's not getting stuck on his first read, but he's skipping through those last two and getting straight to the check down. Who else did we know that did that? It was Justin Fields. Like, they are becoming very similar quarterbacks. Tyson Bagent is looking for runs right now, just like a certain somebody did earlier this year. And I can't help but look at this, Jay Sanders, and say, oh, clearly the coaching here is quite poor. The problem is Carolina, because of this game right here, is very likely to hand the Bears a premium, premium pick in a draft with 2 QB1s. Where if Drake May goes first overall, I'm very happy taking Caleb Williams, number 2 overall, resetting the quarterback contract clock, teaching him offense, etc. If he ends up being big Kyler Murray, could be way worse. Could be way worse. But if you do get that special prospect that's outrageously motivated because he didn't go 1-1, then even better. And now you get a guy who doesn't even have to count to 10. He can count to number 1. Or like all he's got to do is just count to 2. And that's enough. And so beyond that, if Caleb Williams goes first overall, I'm stoked. Stoked drafting Drake May and Jay Sanders. Let's be, because I actually don't blame you for asking this question. No, I definitely don't want Luke Getsy developing the next quarterback. I want to see, I want to see the whole staff turned over. Like, I think there's so many coaches that are very easily like, they look well beyond what Luke Getsy can manage. And to be honest with you, so you want to hear something funny but true, nevertheless? Take a look around the NFL. Who's got the best defenses? Weirdly enough, it's teams with offensive head coaches. I couldn't tell you why, but outside of probably the Steelers, right? It seems as if maybe there is a thread between offensive head coaches knowing guys that can stop them, that they can identify good defensive prospects. It wasn't so long ago that Matt Nagy picked out Sean Desai. Sean Desai, now defensive coordinator for, I think it's the Eagles. And now Sean Desai looks like a budding star in the league. Kevin O'Connell hires Brian Flores. And oh my word, the Vikings defense, who has nearly no talent at all, looks phenomenal. Like way better. Way better. And that's the thing, Sean. I don't know if anybody's actually not in that camp. If the Bears don't fire Matt Eberflus, I'm going to change my tune so fast, it's going to give some of you guys whiplash. Because unfortunately, I don't see anything getting any better if the Bears don't fire Eberflus and Getsy and then try to develop a rookie. Then they get fired in the future. And then the new head coach comes in to try to play save the rookie. And it's just the same thing over and over again. We've been on this ride too many times. Right? If you don't fire Matt Eberflus, then I don't want to say there's no point, but you're either, if you're changing quarterback with like a veteran option or something like that. I guess theoretically, if I wanted to make Matt Eberflus feel nice, we could spend a 2nd round pick on like Jaden Daniels or somebody like that. Something that we could just, I don't know, not worry about. But man, that frustrates me. Like that thought frustrates me. I just can't address it right now. So I'll tell you, in my opinion, Ben, like let's go through it. Let's talk a little bit of Bears. Let's talk a little bit of Bears, right? We've been talking plenty when it comes to Bears, but let's really dig in because what happened in this game? Okay, so let's start defense. And first of all, Jim Stannis, good question. Probably not. Just because, at least in my opinion. No, not in my opinion. Any new head coach is going to want to bring in his own guy. He's not going to want to keep the old head coach around as a defensive coordinator. It's a nice thought, but you're going to get a wholesale staff change either way, which I think is for the best. To be honest with you, I think the Bears' defensive players can translate to a lot of different schemes. I don't think they need cover 2 Tampa 2. I think there are plenty of different ways because you got to remember that, like, okay, I'm trying to think of a decent metaphor for this. A lot of defense is in the packaging. It's in the window dressing. It's in the disguise. It's in how you get into that thing, right? And within that, what the Bears are running, a lot of cover 3, a lot of cover 2, a lot of Tampa 2, a lot of it will translate. Man coverage. These aren't new, right? Most defensive schemes aren't new. Outside of Flores, who runs 1,000 sim pressures, and even that. Like, you're going to end up with a bunch of people that are like ready to, even that you could teach people and they'll get used to it. The big thing that I look at when it comes to defense is that you're trying to figure out new ways to line your guys up to get them into other positions and to basically freak out quarterbacks, change the picture, all that stuff that you've probably heard before, right? Jay Sanders, I don't disagree with you that if Justin does ball out and the Bears add talent around him, they could make a playoff run. But honestly, like, look at the NFC right now. All it takes to make a playoff run is to be better than the Vikings, which I know I'm singing a good amount of Vikings defensive praises. That's not that high a bar to clear. The only if the Bears signed Kirk Cousins, I'm not about to tell you they should do this. If the Bears signed Kirk Cousins and then got Marvin Harrison Jr. or traded back with an early pick, and then beyond that, they drafted, I don't know, Newton, the kid from Illinois, to play 3-tech for him. And so you get Marvin Harrison, maybe you get like a Joe Alt, maybe you get a 3-tech. I don't really care. That's not really the point. The point is that this Bears this Bears team has enough talent on it where playoffs should be the expectation at that point. The only reason we're not talking about playoffs being the expectation next year is because I'm implying a rookie quarterback, and you know me, I basically think so little of rookies, not in a horrible way, but just like they're learning. I mean, they're going to need at least a year before they really start to show out. It's a rare rookie that just slots in and starts playing Pro Bowl level football immediately, or even starter level football. It's just hard to do outside of like the running back position. And so I look at this next year's team. Maybe they're scrappy. Certainly doesn't hurt that the rest of the NFC is bad enough, and the Bears are going to finish so poorly, they're still going to play a 4th-round schedule. And so you're still going to get a relatively easy road like to the playoffs next year. And I mean, what's the bar there? 8-9, 9-8. It's not unachievable, right? Because that's the thing, Jay Sanders. I mean, I'm not trying to pick, but I can't help looking at this and saying our bar should be higher than the playoffs. Our bar should be higher than the playoffs. It should be a Super Bowl. Not in 2024, but eventually. We should be asking ourselves, what do the Bears have to do to win a Super Bowl? Nothing less, right? And in my opinion, the best way the Bears win a Super Bowl is to you take the bird in the hand. You probably draft a new quarterback. Probably. Look, I also think Fields is going to have a really hard time against the Vikings. I think he's going to have a really hard time against the Browns. Let that sink in. The Browns, right? I think he's going to have a tough time with the Lions. I don't think the Falcons is going to be like an easy game for him. I don't think the Cardinals is going to be an easy game for him. We'll see what happens, but especially as the rest of these games play out late in the season, defenses are relatively tight on what they're trying to do from a responsibility standpoint. And if they can take away what Fields wants to do with DJ Moore, it's just going to be a tough sledding for a quarterback that has exhibited the problems that we've seen him exhibit. Maybe he pops off. Maybe Justin Fields starts running over the rest of the league. It's not impossible, right? But if he doesn't, which is kind of what I'm expecting, then I think the way that the Bears, because Ben, I'm right there with you. If you know me at all, Ben, you know that I would trade a future Super Bowl for 10 straight winning seasons. I am the low bar guy. What do I actually want? What do I want the Bears to plan for? How to win a Super Bowl. What do I want to see the Bears do? Please just win some games. Can we all agree that this 5-year era of the Bears either winning on accident or getting blown out with what feels like very little in between? Maybe I'm just on edge and nervous, and you guys feel some different way. But at least in my experience, this Panthers game felt like I was watching a loss until it ended in a win. The San Francisco 49ers game last year was like watching that episode of Invincible where Invincible, I'm going to spoil it really bad. It's season 1 spoiler. So this is where you're going to close your ears if you don't like this. Invincible just gets wailed on for like the entire episode. And then the villain just leaves. And he gets crowned kind of the victor, ? It was like the Bears just pulled out a win out of nowhere. They play a Raiders team in a game that still doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because the Raiders team since then and the Raiders team before then has consistently looked better. Like, I mean, it was like they just showed up and didn't want to be there against Chicago. I am probably tired of. I'm pretty tired of watching it. I bet you're pretty tired of watching it. I want the Bears to be able to beat the Packers. I want the Bears to not be one of the Packers. 2-3 wins in a season where they have 3 wins, right? That stuff, I would like to leave it at the door. I want the Bears. I don't care if they look like the Steelers, where they're just finding a way. I don't care if they look like the Bills, where they're so talented, but they're also bumbling around that they somehow still end up only 5-5. I would just about. I'm not gonna say I would kill for 5-5, but you probably agree, or like you probably get the vibe I'm going with. Like there are the Cardinals type teams in the NFL where suddenly they get their starting quarterback and you go, we could beat anybody. We could beat anybody. And then there are the Bears type teams where you think, man, I hope we hang in there this time. Like the Bears are not, I don't think, as bad as we've been made to think they are by this coaching staff. Aggressive statement, I know, because they've looked pretty bad. But I really think that with proper coaching, like especially defensive coaching, with a really sharp defensive mind and with an offensive mind that can at least instill a sense of detail into what the Bears are doing, that they could take a real step forward, like a real step forward. And that's got me excited because I tend to think that there is this very clear and obvious head coaching selection who will absolutely not turn down the opportunity to jump onto a team, pick his quarterback at number 1, number 2, and spend $120 million in resources and then play his old team in the division, knowing all their secrets. Like, we could be corny, as it were, but I really believe, if you've picked up on where I'm going with this, that Ben Johnson makes a ton of sense for Chicago. A ton of sense for Chicago. And Ben Johnson, over these next it's twice in 4 weeks, is going to have quite a few opportunities to, let's call it, interview with the Bears. Like, Jay Sanders, I disagree. I think, well, it depends on what you mean. I think from a talent perspective, they're absolutely not like better, or that I think from a talent perspective, they're absolutely better than they were last year. I think that from a scheme and execution perspective, no, they're definitely not, but that's a separate way. Jay Sanders, I tend to think Ben Johnson makes too much sense as a head coaching prospect, and I understand the risk involved. I really do get it, but at the very least, we've seen him stay in Detroit and prove it over multiple seasons. Slim Jim, he's the Detroit offensive coordinator. Jim Stannis, you mentioned, I'm tired of hearing about not being able to miss on Caleb or May. So generational, we can't pass. RG3 was generational, just like Jamarcus Russell and all the people they spent big on. For what it's worth, Jim, if you take a look back at, so first of all, I think the word generational is getting abused, right? I think that stuff sucks, right? And so and Timsy, you're right. Ben Johnson succeeded while keeping the old quarterback, but it's worth mentioning that he really wasn't the old quarterback, right? He was somebody that they brought in. They traded for Jared Goff, right? The old quarterback would have been Matthew Stafford, which is a different question, right? He succeeded with Jared Goff, absolutely, but Jared Goff has throwing traits that we just haven't seen from Fields right now. They're different players. Could he win with Fields? Maybe, but right now Fields is so limited as a passer that I know I would be frustrated. Butthead, I don't disagree with you that you're getting tired of all the first-time head coaches. If you take a look around the NFL, in my opinion, it's pretty much all first-time head coaches. And then you see the occasional Sean Payton, right? You see the occasional Bill Belichick, but in the current era, I'd say in the last 10 years, we're not seeing a lot of second-time head coaches have success. Those are guys like Josh McDaniels, John Gruden, I got to think of others because I can. Mike McCarthy, Sean Payton, fits in that category by definition. Like, we aren't seeing second-time head coaches, second-chance head coaches show up and win, right? It sounds good in your head, but in execution, we're seeing Nick Sirianni and Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan and like Matt LaFleur, et cetera, etc. And Jay Sanders, I don't disagree with you. Harbaugh does have one of the best winning percentages in NFL history, and he's been trying to get an NFL job for 3 years. Teams keep turning him down. Are they all wrong? Maybe. But at the very least, kind of like pretty much similar situation as to what we saw with Jalen Carter, we have seen a collective NFL choice to not take him, right? And that's more to point out, because I think that there are plenty of times where the Bears are just big, dumb dinguses. Can we all agree with that? The Bears, in many cases, are big, dumb dinguses. In some cases, they are doing exactly what the rest of the NFL does, and I'm not saying that they are right. I'm saying we don't know. Like, I'm saying we can't know. We don't have the necessary information to know because we aren't in the room. Is Harbaugh asking for too much? Does Harbaugh want full and total control over the org? Is that a good thing if he gets it? Or are you slowly but surely going to end up just like Bill Belichick, watching a head coach run your organization into the ground? I don't know. And so generally when I don't know, you guys have heard me kind of just back off and side with the NFL. Because as corny as it is, if the Eagles and the Bears and the Vikings and the Lions all came to the same conclusion that Jim Harbaugh wasn't the answer, Jim Harbaugh may not be the answer. But I'm not trying to say anything for sure. I'm saying it is just strange to me because he seems like he's been trying to get out of Michigan for a while at this point, but he's not out yet. Matt Rule got out sooner. So what happened? I don't know. I don't know. I can only guess. But so getting a little bit back further up, let's see here. He did that a while ago. Oh, Jim Sanders, I know you mentioned. So I really think if we got away from the generational tag with these quarterbacks, like if I just said they were really good, can we calm down? Because I get it. I do get it. Bears fans are frustrated, right? The biggest, hardest part about this time right now. So with Mitch, people said a lot of the same things. Okay, so I'm not saying that Fields doesn't, like, that the story isn't different from Fields. But I'm saying right now, I see a lot of Bears fans that are saying, let's run it back again, just like they did in 2020. And then after 2020, people wanted to give Mitch a small extension. And when you challenged them on it, people would say, well, I mean, what are you going to do when Mitch goes to another team and succeeds? Ben, we're going to shelve the word generational for a little bit. I want to take everybody through a story, and then at the same time. People, when they thought about like the Bears getting rid of their quarterback, they used a lot of the same language that we saw with Justin Fields. People said, well, Mitch Trubisky hasn't had a good offensive line. Well, Mitch Trubisky hasn't had the weapons that other quarterbacks have. Well, how could anybody succeed in this system? How could anybody succeed with Matt Nagy as head coach? Like a lot of the same things we're hearing about Luke Getsy, who I think sucks, to be so plain. Like they said the same thing about Mitch that they are saying now about Justin Fields. So with that, this would mean if the Bears do move on from Justin Fields, I just want everybody to you don't have to raise your hand. I'll raise my hand and say that I get it. I get anybody in this chat who feels like they've been given the runaround. I get anybody in this chat who has that same feeling after a bad night of drinking when you say, I'm never drinking again. And if you're too young to drink, you'll get it when you're older. I get anybody in this room that feels like they're done dating because they've now tried to date. They've tried dating. They tried it twice. They got hurt both times. They're never doing it again. We're getting there, Bearski, I promise. I don't know that this one will go differently. I can't pretend I do. But in my opinion, it looks like it's about the right time. It does. We'll see. Fields still has his own destiny to write, but it was going to be a lot easier to write it sooner, if you ask me. I mean, it would have been a lot easier for Fields to have changed the narrative already. I still think that Green Bay game was right there in front of him, and we did not take it. And then the Buccaneers game was right there in front of him, and we did not take it. Like there are pieces to this Field story where it sucks because you look back, it sucks. Year 2, nobody was succeeding there. Year 1 was an awful scenario. The Bears have not given him a real shot. But opportunity doesn't knock on your schedule, right? Like, for as much as we would love to say, well, let's just build around Fields. Well, we'll figure out a quarterback another time. I mean, Mahomes was pick number 10. Stroud wasn't even pick number 1. Oh, you are totally, totally right. But sometimes the only viable quarterback in the 2016 quarterback class is Carson Wentz. Other times, the only viable quarterback in the quarterback class is Joe Burrow. Sometimes, the only quarterback that seems to, at this point, let's taking Fields out, the only quarterback from the 2021 quarterback class that has any sticking power is Trevor Lawrence. Like, sometimes, the only quarterback we really care about from that class was Kyler Murray. And yes, you're going to get some times where Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, number 9, number 11, 10, were the best picks in the group, right? Absolutely. You're going to have times where Baker and Sam Darnold weren't better than Josh Allen, even though they were, all three of them were definitely better than Josh Rosen, right? Within that, though, I can't help looking at this quarterback class, seeing an opportunity that's too good to pass on. But we've talked about draft for too long, honestly. Like there's tons of this stuff. Gotta acknowledge it. Like here's the difference between me and some other people, I guess, that are promoting this idea of taking another quarterback. Look, I'm not trying to draw a line in the sand, but I think you know. I'm not telling you that anything's for certain. I'm not telling you that drafting a quarterback will fix the Bears. I'm telling you that it's the best shot right now. Because if you go all out with Fields, you're going to have to figure out how to draft a quarterback. And I don't think the quarterbacks in next year's class so far look as good as this one. We did not say that last year. When we were looking at Bryce Young, when we were looking at CJ Stroud, when we were looking at Anthony Richardson, there was some fun in those quarterbacks. We did not see this CJ Stroud because you don't, right? CJ Stroud is a great reminder that you take a look at the tools, you take a look at the risks, and you go, oh my gosh, CJ Stroud in the NFL looks like CJ Stroud against Georgia all the time. All the time, right? That's it. Like, the CJ Stroud we saw in almost 25 starts for OSU that kind of struggled when he was under pressure. That didn't matter. Like, what mattered was what he was able to translate against Georgia. It's unreal so far. And it's a great reminder that what you see on college tape, I mean, there are going to be pieces of the picture that absolutely stick, but you kind of don't know. Because when these guys become pros, when these guys learn a different offense, this is especially true with your quarterbacks. When they enter another system and become a professional, you just don't know. Like, they can take massive steps forward. They can take massive steps back. But Jay Sanders, to your point, like, I don't think that CJ Stroud in Chicago looks like CJ Stroud in Houston. Absolutely. I also tend to think that Justin Fields is becoming pretty set in his ways, and a rookie is a multiple bowl of clay. I can't help but think that the Bears have to get their head coaching hire right. And the other piece to this that I guess I want to say in this moment before we get going is I don't know if anybody really, I mean, I don't want to tell you what you thought, but looking back, Matt Eberflus as a hire was a classic Bears hire that did not make any sense, right? Like, in an age of pursuing young solutions, whether that's DeMeco Ryans, young defensive coordinator, whether that's whether that was, I don't know, Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, like Kevin O'Connell isn't a bad example here. There are so many of these there are so many coaching staffs that were looking for a young person with innovative ideas. And I'm not trying to take anything away from my older guys in the chat. I think you guys rule, right? But as NFL first-time head coaches, Vic Fangio, man, I'm trying to think of older hires. Because it's like Vic Fangio and then Matt Eberflus, even Sean McDermott was relatively young when he was hired. I think he was in his low 40s. You're right, Bearski. Let's talk some film. But so within that, right, you're saying like typical manner or mild-mannered typical Bears hires. Jordan, is it? Because I don't think it is. Anyways, the blue air. I tend to think it's kind of similar, right? But anyways, let's start with the Bears defense. So I'll get everything updated so that we can talk about this because Tell you what, we're gonna get a disgusting look at the Bears, or at the most recent number one overall pick of the draft. So this would be bums me out that the super chats don't add to this. Now let's get now discussing updated. So this is gonna be Chicago defense. Boom. And then let's go from here. All right. So it's not going to be anything too crazy when you're watching this. Yeah, Bryce or Jay Sanders sure does seem like he could use a DJ more, doesn't it? If there's one thing that really worked out for the Bears, it was that Carolina kept running duo action plays. And look, both these guys are going to move Justin Jones, but that makes it awfully easy for Jack Sanborn to insert right there, and he's just going to drag the running back down. We're not going to go with every single play. We just can't. We don't have the time, right? Oh, by the way, yes, Donald, absolutely. Like, I can't help but think that Carolina right now is a great example of when you draft the quarterback to fix all your problems, then you're dead in the water. The main thing to remember with the Bears is that they didn't do that. They spent what people want the Bears to do this offseason, not people, but the build around Justin Fields plan just happened. Like, this team, this one, this is the viable NFL roster that people want around your quarterback. And it's not that bad. Right? Like, I'm not even trying to tell you it's amazing or something like that. It's more like on the Bears sidelines, oh man, let's go little bitty rabbit hole. I know, dangerous, tangent, all the stuff that, etc. Like, the Bears have a wide receiver one. They have a really solid looking right tackle. They've got Tevin Jenkins at whatever position you want to put him. They've got Braxton Jones, who looks really solid. Cole Kmet is coming together. They've got a running back room that is legitimately worth being excited about. They've got a wide receiver 3-4 in Tyler Scott that works. They need a guard. They need a center. They need a wide receiver 2, probably. I love Darnell Mooney. If you've watched anything on my channel, you know I love Darnell Mooney. And then they need to figure out whatever they're doing at quarterback. But the supporting cast around the Bears is so much better than it was in 2021 or 2022 that I can't help but look and say, add an offseason. Like, okay, so you sign this guy, and then you draft this guy, and then you draft this guy. That's a very reasonable shopping list, right? Maybe you sign one of each, right? Like maybe you sign 2 guys that can play interior, and then maybe you sign a wide receiver 2 that kicks out to wide receiver 3, and then you draft I don't know, Keon Coleman, Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison Jr., doesn't really matter. Like, you draft a dude at receiver. Anyways, this is a super sane shopping list. We used to be talking about how the Bears needed 4 new starters at defensive tackle, or like a defensive line, for instance. But on offense, like the pieces, they're going to sign plenty of defensive players. It's more to say that the Bears actually had the offseason where they lifted the talent level up. Now they're actually ready for a rookie quarterback in a lot of cases. Glitch, sorry to see you. Or not sorry. Whoa. Happy to see you. I am forgetting Nate Davis, TN. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. He slipped my mind. He's good. I like him. I like Nate Davis. So now you got 4 offensive linemen that are pretty solid. You probably want 6 total. So it stands that you're going to want to add 2, but with Ja'Tyre Carter on the roster, who could be worse as an offensive line 7? Maybe you slot him into offensive line 6 if you like him. Like, the Bears are in a decent position way better than they've been in a long time, right? Like, this was a similar group to what they handed to Mitch and said, go win us a Super Bowl. And man, they almost did in 2018. Like, the roster is in a decent shape. Especially when you remember that, like, they'll probably have 2 off seasons before they really hit the contender stuff hard. But that's all I'm thinking. Like, anyways, let's dive a little deeper into this. Oh, definitely need a C. Like, definitely. But it's funny. Oh man, by the way. Okay, so we're going to go through the semantics of a lot of these things. Carolina is roughing it right now, right? Because right now, remember, it's like second and like 9 or something. And for those of you who don't know, if you're looking for the world's most technical stream, this one's a little different, right? Like I've found my niche. I know what it is. If you really want absolute answers, I can give you pretty close, right? But we're okay. Like really taking a stroll through the beauty of football. The Panthers do not have a lot of things they can do. They're going to run a lot of the same bootlegs. They're going to run a lot of the same quick hitters that the Bears want their guys doing, because this group up front, they are struggling with a capital S, right? So we're going to get a bootleg. And in my opinion, you're going to see just, this like beautiful, beautiful play by Montez Sweat. And it's not that it's anything special. It's that it's really scary, right? Like, to me, what I think is easy to forget about Montez Sweat, don't go calling him Julius Peppers now, but he's holy smokes fast for a man that's his size. Normally, the rollout guy doesn't get you, right? Like, generally speaking, the guy on the rollout doesn't reach you. But watch Montez Sweat on this play, and he just chases Bryce down. And then my favorite part, and you'll see it on the tape, then he like reaches out, goes and gets him, and Bryce is just having to find a place to put the ball because the Bears, of course, sat in cover 3, and the Bears sat in cover 3, and they were ready for this. So they just roll out into the flat. There's nothing there for a bad group of weapons, but most importantly, Bryce is going to spend nearly the entire game hitting the deck. Nearly the entire game. Ryan, that's one of those like season-ending mocks. I don't even have to read it to tell you. If you take another look at it, that's one of those projecting the end of the season mocks. Right now, the Bears have 1-5, but the season doesn't end today, so it doesn't matter, right? The main thing I look at is this view right here, where you see Sweat reaching out, and does he look long or what on a play like this? That is a big man, and he's able to bring the quarterback down for a free hit. Like, it's simple, but in the world of what the Bears need, right? Like the Bears at this point, they needed a guy who can even just put the quarterback on the ground. What is JJ doing on this play? Donald, good question. Let's take a look. He's just biting the run fake. What he's doing, if we take this really slowly, you got to remember it's play action. And so he's thinking run. Oh, shoot. Wait, no, it's not a run play. And then he's just going to try to get, he's basically roboting is what they call it from linebackers, but DBs do it too, where he's got his eyes on the receiver and he's going to try to deliberately break out in front of him so that then when the receiver breaks out, he's sitting underneath it. Right. And he's going to trust his guy in Brisker to then play over the top. And now you've sandwiched the receiver and functionally cut off a throwing lane, unless the quarterback's a superhero. Right now, Bryce Young isn't a superhero. Right. We probably are going to look at JJ's business decision play. I actually don't know if it's a business decision, Drex. I think it just happens really fast. You got to remember, for what it's worth, JJ, you're talking. Okay, so one constant problem throughout this game. Vanity. Let me be vain for a hot moment. But so, if there's one thing that it becomes kind of a problem in this Bears game, it's so all sports, the referees go by feel, right? And the Bears corners at times were so much more physical than the receivers could handle that I swear they called a bunch of flags on the Bears that a lot of teams aren't calling flags. But for instance, the Bears catch, I don't know if it's this play. I think it is though. Like where, yeah, there's a flag. And this flag right here comes off of, look, it's just my opinion, right? But if you watch Jalen Johnson on this out route, he gets called for illegal touching and it's right on the line. In the wide world of, is it holding? That's pretty close. Especially when you get the receiver reaching into Jalen's shoulder to then push him off. To me, this looks like a lot of wide receivers and a lot of DBs. But when the Panthers receivers are struggling like they are, it's going to make it look that much worse for any Bears corner because you look like you affected him because the receiver's route is just so naturally bad. Now, you want to talk about a pretty rep, if you ask me. Watch Tyreek Stevenson on this trail technique rep, right? So slow motion, we're going to see Stevenson gets his hands on him, follows him underneath, watches it, sits out in front. You are blanketed, right? Now, granted, this kind of rep really only works when you've got a pretty good idea of what the guy's going to run on you, right? So Stevenson at this point, I would argue actually just like he misses his jam. It's not great contact on second watch through, but he does a good job of understanding they don't run these. He's not headed to the corner. And so you get the juke for nobody. Like, I think this is pretty funny, where Thielen's going to hit a big time juke, and then Stevenson just sits underneath, and that route's going nowhere. That makes sense, Brandon. Defensive download in the chat pointing out he's a DB coach by nature, and he points out that if your receiver releases inside, he's probably not running an outside route. Probably not. You just stay inside on him. But either way, the Bears DBs do a solid job. The problem is the Bears kind of blow contain. And so Bryce Young is able to step up and get out, right? If there's a flaw, I think, in this Bears defense, and this is where it gets so, I don't know, like almost awkward to talk about this Bears defense, because they don't have TJ Edwards playing out of position. They have him playing the will linebacker spot, weak inside linebacker. And so then they've got Jack Sanborn playing the Mike linebacker. And the problem is, man, tell me I'm crazy, but if you had Tremaine Edmonds playing that will linebacker spot, that hyper athlete spot, he's absolutely chasing Bryce down here. And Sanborn has to follow 81. The big problem I see is that TJ Edwards is a natural Mike linebacker. And you need a super athlete for some of these pursuit plays, but Bryce Young's able to jet up the field. Now, you would lose a little bit of coverage ability if you had Edmonds playing the Eberflus will linebacker spot, because this will linebacker spot covers the running back a lot of the time. But this feels like another example to me. I know I'm saying this at like week 10, but truly there's so many just weird decisions that you see on the Bears, like Gervon Dexter, who I think should be a 1 technique, but no, we're going to play him at 3 technique. And Zach Pickens, who should be a 3 technique, no, we're going to play him at 1 technique. Like, sometimes I'm amazed they didn't try to make Andrew Billings an edge or a 3 technique and Justin Jones a 1 technique, because there are so many decisions that are just super weird. Like, I love Tyreek Stevenson. Why do the Bears keep putting him in zone? Like, true off-man zone. It throws me off sometimes how this staff, in many cases, just kind of, they seem as if they've got not just a not so great idea on how to use a player, but like the wrong idea on how to use a player. And then the results aren't good. Wow. Stunned in many cases that the results aren't good in these settings, but that's just me complaining, to be honest with you. Kyler Gordon had a nice athletic day. This is not the grandest play in the world. Like, if anything, give Jalen Johnson his flowers. Like, the guy's trying to earn a contract. Everybody's out here talking about business decisions, and that's Jalen Johnson setting the snot out of the edge. Like, I want to bring this one back because, Drex, you talked about how you wanted to talk about Jalen Johnson's business decision. You could put a lot less effort into your run defense as a corner, but instead just hot stacking 88 and making sure 19 has nowhere to go. That's pretty DB play, if you ask me. And that's aggressive DB play, a very physical DB play in a league that's pushing towards DBs that don't even want to make contact. Somebody else that we'll talk about, because I'm really stoked for seeing how Kyler Gordon is starting to get more and more physical downfield, but that's a separate conversation that we will get to as we get there. So here you get another example of just what the Bears defense is. If you want to be frustrated, if you're going to be frustrated with Matt Eberflus, I would argue that you're going to be frustrated with with plays like this, where the Bears look to me like they're probably in just good old cover 4, like 1, 2, 3, 4 with 3 zones underneath. Everybody's playing eyes to the quarterback. It is what it sounds like, where everybody is staring at the quarterback. And goodness gracious, if anybody zone matches, all we got to do is shuffle over a little, guys, and we can clamp this thing. But instead, Bryce Young, this isn't even thrown with anticipation. Like, really feel this out. Like, pop, see it, throw it, and we still get a free completion. And most importantly, the opportunity to step out of a tackle. It takes time and space for an NFL athlete to see a tackle and get out of it. And while I understand that there are going to be plenty of people who are going to say, Kyler, come on, make that tackle. You can say that. Full reign. Also, the fact that we are so diligent in our eyes to the quarterback approach. I get it as a changeup, but it can be pretty frustrating when that's like a base layer of your defense is basically just allowing an underneath throw. And I can't understand why you get the extra or why you let the extra yards happen, because it's a league where, I mean, I guess the Bears aren't any good on 3rd and long. So there's that, but that's a separate discussion. Watching Andrew Billings is always a lot of fun. I swear, he's got some of the more high effort pass rushes. I mean, I just like the guy. Like, for a man as big as he is, he moves really, really well. You see some power and some pop in a lot of his reps, but the pass rush doesn't give us anything outstanding on this play, and the Bears touch him down. 3rd and 5. A lot of whining for a 3rd and 5, but it sets up the Drex JJ business decision play where, look, it's totally just my opinion, right? What do you mean, Brandon? Like, is it frustrating because Ejax does a good job? Or is it frustrating because, like, expound on that? If we want to talk good things about this play, the Panthers look at 86, the guy who ends up getting that deep downfield completion against Brisker later in the game, and they want him one-on-one in press man coverage against Kyler Gordon. Good news. Kyler Gordon wins. Actually, it doesn't look like that's not what they're looking for. I'm seeing that wrong. They want an option route to Adam Thielen, and JJ snuffs it out. You want to talk about, oh man, this is good. I didn't see this first time. But so watch Kyler Gordon first because it's fun, okay? Just ride with me. 2nd round pick, starting to find it. Really nice physicality. I'll take you through it a little bit. Nothing more important. It's not just in press coverage, it's also downfield, but especially when you're a slot corner and you have no idea what this guy could run. He could run a slant. He could come up the field, run something a little more inside. He could break it off with a dig. He could run straight over the middle of the field. He could do anything to the outside. You get what I'm saying? As a slot corner, you are hosed, in my opinion. But Kyler does a good job getting hands on the guy, rerouting him a little bit, and then matching tempo, stay in his hip. It's a good rep. It's stuff he wasn't doing last year. Like, Kyler seems like he's at least channeling some of his outside corner, but also he's just looking more experienced. The big thing to see here, you want to know why you're trying to pay Jalen Johnson? You want to know why? You want me to explain to you why? Because this, from Adam Thielen, is an option route. These are hard, right? You're going to see Adam Thielen given all kinds of space because the Panthers are going to clear out a massive zone for him to work. Watch. As we let this play unfold, we're going to see that they get these DBs out of the way in a hurry, and suddenly you've got Adam Thielen one-on-one with Jalen Johnson, and he's got the green light to go inside. He can slant. He can run out. Like, he can go anywhere, which would be great. Normally, as a wide receiver, you have to win these, and you might if Jalen wasn't going to run the route with you. And now there's just nowhere to go, right? Why does Bryce Young have to scramble here? It's because his number one wide receiver, tongue-in-cheek a little bit. I mean, it's a battlefield promotion, if you will. But he gets clamped. So then Brisker comes downhill. Brisker gets woofed. And then Jalen Johnson, and this is just totally my opinion, Jalen doesn't want to kill Bryce Young. And I don't mean like he's being nice. I'm saying you're talking about a quarterback running downhill straight at you. There are 100 ways to take a penalty in this setting. Like, there are a lot of ways for a DB, in my opinion, to eat a big penalty. Now, you can't really do that. Like, you can't just let Bryce Young run directly by you. I don't know what was going on through his head, but JJ almost just looks shocked to be there. I don't think he's thinking. I think it's a lot when people imply, right? that I think it's crazy when people imply, oh well, JJ hasn't been paid, which is why he didn't tackle Bryce Young. No way. It's happening too fast. It's happening way too fast. And Jordan, while I generally agree with what you mean that Mingo comes wide open, the timing on this play is working the option route in most cases. You don't think your option route's not going to get open. Just my 2 cents. He's because Mingo's there, but that's a clear out route. It's kind of like when later in the offensive film for the Bears, you see Tyler Scott get open on a dagger clear out route. Some guys are going to find it. Some guys aren't, right? To me, the funny part about this, though, at least, is, I mean, watch from this angle. Aren't you hoping Brisker makes this tackle? Like, it's just me. But Brisker comes downhill on Bryce Young. Tough play. I get it. But like we get thrown away just about. And we have to work back in there. But I would have loved to see Jaquan Brisker challenge Bryce a little bit, attack that hip, and at least get him on the ground after like a spin, letting Bryce walk around you. In my opinion, Bryce isn't that guy. Like, to me, this is like allowing Baker Mayfield to break your ankles, and that's okay. But like you're saying, Jordan, it's like Kyler Murray, I get it. Like, you got to do what you got to do. But I don't think Bryce Young, though that's an athletic move, is Kyler Murray. And I would love to see Jaquan Brisker, second round pick, make that tackle. You know he is, Brandon. But so beyond that, here we get a nice little Zach Pickens stop. It's just one gap run defense. It's everything we know Pickens is solid at, right? Like, snap, get the center off of you. Pickens had a really solid game. Now, granted, it's against the Panthers, but you got to start somewhere. Where, honestly, Dexter gets tossed a little bit. Like, you can see him getting, we're watching 99 right now. Dexter gets thrown out of the run lane, but at least he is taking up a gap, right? But Pickens gets control of 76 on this play, holds his gap right here, and when Miles Sanders, I think that's Miles, cuts back for it, he's there to drag him down. Basic run stop. It's not even like, I mean, it's a decent game, but you're looking for nearly anything with Zach Pickens. You're looking for Zach Pickens to contribute something, right? 3-yard stop, keeps the defense on schedule. Let's see here. Bootleg. Oh, man. Bryce just misses. These are plays that I like don't get, to be honest with you. And anybody who does, I would love for you to tell me why the defense, I mean, what the defense is supposed to be doing to stop over routes, because when you get these cover 3 calls where they go too high shell and you get the DB crossing to get into the flat, Tyreek Stevenson basically eats a natural pick by his own guy, right? And the Panthers seem plenty ready for it. Like, you can't just drive on this. You're going to run straight through your dude. And so Stevenson is so behind on 88. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's a super duper positive. In my experience, you're hoping the linebackers are going to be sitting underneath it, but they ain't there, right? So Bryce Young, I mean, I'm with you, Ben, that we're talking about like pressure, but also, oh my gosh. 88 is so open. You're hoping you can get anything reasonable off, and it's just a little too high. Hey, we'll take getting lucky. It's better to be lucky than good sometimes. But man, that's a tough one. If we were Panthers fans, we'd be saying, oh no. And another example within this game of Sweat getting a free hit. Like, tell you what, I know we got to be a tough quarterback in many cases, but like, let's watch this in full speed. These are just hits you don't want your quarterback taking. Like, number 1 overall pick, playing with nearly nothing, just gets smoked at the end of a play. I mean, obviously you don't want your quarterback to be constantly hitting the deck, but man, oh man, it's like, just when I watched this game, I know the one thing that stuck out to me most was that it felt like Bryce got dusted up on half of the plays, which is just super annoying. If putting my Panthers fan hat on, I would have been really frustrated because this is the Bears defensive line. We're all Bears fans here. I love the Bears. But like when the Bears defensive line is hitting you once a play, I would be frustrated too because you can only live like that for so long, for crying out loud. Here, let's take a look at what they got going on in the background. Looks like that guy, I'm ready for you. Looks like I think it's just a 3-up-3 or like a 3-3 blitz. I know it's got different vernacular, but that's at least what I've called it, where they go 1-2-3, 1-2-3 zone blitz overall. So that would be, I like this, Brandon. I appreciate this. So it'd be not quite man free, but you're basically saying that in this case, a lot of defenses would have Eddie Jackson recognize that 88's crossing and Stevenson would fade up right here. And then Stevenson would be ready to take a post and then he would cut off 88. Because this stuff I remember seeing the Bears do a lot. Like as time goes on. And Stevenson actually did this in Miami more than once. And so instead, you've got Stevenson playing what feels like a pattern match man because it doesn't feel to me like true man coverage at all. It's got like a cover 3 match on it, but like, come on. That to me, defensively speaking, we handed the Panthers a win and Montez Sweat's pressure bailed us out. And that would bum me out. No, Khalid, you don't have to be sorry about it. The Lions should pop us. I've got some Lions film. The Bears' biggest problem is that all of their positives that they've got going for them right now, like solid defensive line play, they're going to be playing one of the best lines in football. And they're still giving away these free wins on the defensive side. Look, I get it. I'm excited too. But look at this. Would you have believed that that was a 5-man blitz? Like, would you have believed that the Bears sent 5 on this play when the pocket 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi? Unreal. Kudos to the backside. But like, we can't get any pressure with 5. Kudos to the running back also, because TJ Edwards has been a train on these blitzes. And Miles Sanders, is that Sanders 6? He throws TJ out of the club. This is a teach tape running back block. Pick up that blitz. Get him out of there. Like, honestly, good football should be exciting. But what a shame it is that the Bears ultimately have to play good defense side to side. Let's watch Jalen Johnson because I really like this rep from him. Like, drop, break. We're on him. Like, if you threw with Justin Herbert timing, then yeah, right route for the right coverage, right? But if you don't, if you throw with Bryce Young timing, it's just not enough. Also, let's see. It looks like Bryce wants the tight end or wide receiver here over the middle. Yeah, Eddie. Looks like he cuts off the post. Thielen's going to break it back. As he does, Sanborn shows a little bit of good eye discipline, I guess you'd call it. And he's going to fade back into the passing lane that he can see right here. So as Thielen tries to break this thing backwards, Sanborn recognizes it, gets underneath, and now you've bracketed the receiver. There's just nowhere to go. Damo, how you doing? I'll check Stevenson on the backside because we're having fun with this. Break. Physicality. I love that. This is what I want to see more of from Stevenson, is line the guy up. In this case, it's rookie on rookie, which is an interesting... Actually, not only is it rookie on rookie, I'm pretty sure this is a Senior Bowl matchup. Like, direct Senior Bowl matchup. I think these guys played against... I can't remember whether they played each other in the game or in the practices, but they were both in Mobile. And so you get this great look at rookie on rookie. You get Stevenson basically teeing up what he thinks is the top of the route. He's right, and he's covered. Bryce has got to throw it away. It's nice that the blitz call works out for everybody, but it's not, well, it's good back end D, Ben, and it's a lot of solid individual plays. You got to tip the hat to coaching eventually. So kudos to the way that these guys played, but it does bum me out that a lot of the Bears' defensive ideas are so uninnovative, if that makes sense. Like, if I could just whine for a little bit here, Ben, It's to me, it feels like the Bears defensive players have to overcome being out leveraged for free at times, and they have to catch breaks when their defensive call just fails, if that makes sense. Whereas in other defenses, the defensive call gives the defender advantages in the same way that a good offensive call does, but we really don't see that often in Chicago right now. Instead, we see DBs having to wait into we see DBs having to wait the receiver into their play and then just make the best of whatever the receiver wants to do to them. No surprise it's not working in plenty of cases. But so, anyways, getting back to it, like the Bob illegal contact is kind of tough. Think of it similar, though not the same, to holding, where a lot of it's a matter of how much do you impede the receiver, and the real key here, as I have heard it, is the DB has every right to his ground. So when the receiver runs into the DB is allowed to stand his ground. So if the wide receiver runs a slant and the DB beats him to this spot, rolls inside, he rolls inside, let's switch colors. The receiver runs and hits him at this spot, and then the DB locks him up and basically hangs on. If you don't hold him explicitly, that's a good rep. But if the DB jumps into the route, and then as he gets to that spot, he holds him starting here from behind, then you're going to get illegal contact because you impeded the player's ability to get to spot or to space that he was entitled to. Does that make sense? It's going to sound silly. Best way to put this, and I can't believe I didn't think about this before, is block or charge, right? Like if it's a charging foul, good defense. If it's a blocking foul, then that's illegal contact. And as a receiver, you kind of have to sell it. There's enough contact going on every play that you have to be strong enough to look or to force an impeding, or like you have to be strong enough to force the DB to impede you rather than letting the DB simply take your speed away. But hopefully that explanation helps out. 1st and 10. I'm waiting for a Billings moment. I think there's a decent one coming, but I just like watching 97 play. You get a good amount of spill in the run defense. Everybody did a pretty solid job. Here, looks like the Panthers are running a form of just like, I don't know whether it's counter. Let's see. Yeah, it is counter. So you're gonna have Miles Sanders take a counter step. Then they're gonna have 72 pull, get in the rushing lane. Honestly, could be worse. No, it's not great from Justin Jones. 95, DeMarcus Walker does a good job picking up that block. I think it's really like TJ Edwards here who helps everybody out because he takes on that lineman, and then there's just not that much space to go, and Stevenson and Brisker close it down. You could even say it's the DBs getting involved that really helps him out. Sometimes all that rally tackling stuff comes into play. Yeah, if he hits the block on Stevenson, he probably gets out wide, he being the running back. Here's the rocket shot to Brisker's man. I swear this happens once a game. Like, Brisker, when you can let him play in the flat, I don't really mean that as a... Okay, so I'm about to go on a small, teeny tiny, lowercase r Brisker rant. Playing in the flat is not a hard responsibility in the wide world of the NFL. Like, if you made it to the National Football League as a defensive back, you should be able to handle a flat responsibility. And the Bears, when they call cover 3 and they put him in the flat, okay. When they call cover 3 and they have him squared up against the running back, or not cover 3, but man, and they stick him in the box and he takes the running back, or he takes some kind of inside receiver and just jams him up. Brisker can do that, right? But when we make Brisker play catch man, he is consistently struggling. Like, and that's not new. Like, whenever Brisker has to play, here's the 10-yard sticks. I would say whenever Brisker has to play 15 yards off the line of scrimmage or beyond, you get way too much of this, right? Here's a guy who just pops his hips, blows past him, And I mean, that's not competitive defense, right? It's one thing to say that, like, we want better. This is a route on air. I don't think you can let this happen. Now, what do I think should happen? Well, I'll let a safeties coach, if he's still here, talk through why, right? But I would imagine that Brisker has to do a better job of disrupting this route, just like we talked about, because even a deep safety can play what's called catch man coverage, right? And then you can run with him, sure. But if we are Jaquan Brisker and we're not that kind of fast, we have to find a way to disrupt this route somewhere, or it's not going to work, right? Now, Brisker as a downhill tackler, sure. It is 2023, so that doesn't have the emphasis that it used to. But Brisker is pretty good when he's a massive, massive, like, let me see, why would he turn like that when he has post help? I agree with you, Jordan. He's not aware, right? But instead, Brisker's just going to get popped for Bryce Young's, like, I actually wish I was kidding when I say it's nearly Bryce Young's only good play of the day. There are a couple of other good mitigating plays for Bryce Young, but as far as like striking pass plays, this is really solid. And I agree with you, Brandon, with your gist on just like, it's another example of Matt Eberflus allowing a safety to end up one on, or like, I didn't even think about that, honestly, that like you're allowing a wide receiver to end up one-on-one with a slot receiver on his own, which that's just asking for trouble. It's just asking for trouble. But it's not like Brisker plays it well either. And this is back to that whole notion that, gosh, I want to, like, I would buy a t-shirt that said like fire Matt Eberflus, and I would wear it for every stream if I wasn't pretty anti calling for people's jobs openly. Like, I get it. It's what I want to happen. But like, the moment I buy merchandise, the moment I put effort into saying this man should lose his job, I'm gonna feel real weird about it. But like, from a defensive perspective, you guys can see, right, that like, why am I pointing out all this? Why do I sound like I'm just whining in some of these cases? It's because, Khalid, this speaks to what you're saying. The Lions aren't going to make this any easier. Like, there are a lot of these play calls that the moment you look at them, you go, I'm glad it worked against the, I'm glad it worked against the Panthers. Is it going to work against a Vikings team that's coming up with creative solutions to get around their problems? And I'm pretty sure they're going to get Justin Jefferson back by the time the Bears play him, right? Like, we'll see. But it's not lost on me that the Bears' defensive revolution has also come playing some of the not as tough offenses on their schedule. Why is Gordon over here? Hang on. Now let's go back. Because to Brandon's point, here you got a bunch set. So you need a bunch of guys over here, right? And you've got now, two DBs? So you're obviously in zone because tight end, running back, whatever you want to call him, like you're not gonna, I imagine you're gonna treat this like a bunch. Like I don't imagine you're gonna treat this as if he's a tight end. So then when 15 pulls across, you know it is a zone or a pattern match of some kind. But I am surprised that we allow a 1-2 with Jaquan Brisker this far off. I mean, I've even seen some defenses, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would swear I've seen some defenses roll a safety up in this case. And then they'll have the nickel fade back. They may even have this safety roll over so that you can imitate the same look. But now you've got a better leverage against this receiver just in case the guy rips down the field on a vertical. Because the number one thing that a defense isn't going to allow is verticals. Like, what you can't let happen is getting smoked vertically. Like, this is, I mean, Khalid, this is like press man coverage, but you've given him a 15-yard cushion to make his move. Like, looking back at this play, I mean, I'm almost trying to wonder, Brisker isn't playing 2-1, is he? I don't think so. But man, he plays like Eddie's not even there. Like he plays looking at this, and to me, this speaks at least in some capacity to coaching. Like I know I've been hard on Brisker, but why is Brisker turning in towards Eddie? Like is maybe he's worried about a dig or a post or something, but does he think 4 is not there, right? And so I don't know why he's coached to do this. All I know is he did. And so that guy you ask you ask Robert after Thursday night, are you happy Chicago passed on Bryce Young? I'm happy Chicago passed on CJ Stroud. Not because CJ Stroud doesn't look amazing. He does, right? But because everything everybody's saying right now, this season, how everybody's saying like, oh, the Bears should draft Marvin Harrison, get the team set up. The Bears did that last year. Like, it was great. Trading down, getting DJ Moore, getting Darnell Wright, getting guys you have to have on your team. Like, that is so huge to me. That sets the Bears up for so much in the future. That was before we thought whether the Bears were going to get Caleb Williams or Drake May. Put that aside for a minute. Like, the Bears needed a talent upgrade. It was not the right year for quarterback. Right now, I believe their quarterback is, it's not just Fields. Like, it's the offense, it's the defense, it's the schemes. Like, there's so much that I think is artificially making a not great Bears team look even worse. Like, if you had Jonathan Gannon coaching a lot of these players, I do think they'd look better. I'm not trying to tell you that every single Bears player becomes an all-pro or something ridiculous, right? But when you look at Shane Steichen and that Colts team, tell me the Bears don't have more talent outside of DeForest Buckner, Grover Stewart. Like, they've got Kenny Moore. Kenny Moore's looking amazing right now. Like, their offensive cupboard, we thought it needed work. We thought the Colts offensive line just wasn't good enough. They're figuring it out in Indianapolis right now because good coaching finds a way to do it anyways, right? Like, I know that sounds so hokey, but the Bears right now are we're going to go and we're going to play our game and it's going to work. Whereas a lot of these other coaches, whether you're talking about the Texans, whether you're talking about the Colts, whether you're talking about the Rams just have a really, really poor group of talent on their roster. They're finding every edge that they can get. Honestly, I think what Matt LaFleur is doing in Green Bay is pretty admirable. The Packers are just so young and they're honestly struggling really badly with youth problems across that roster, and they keep losing all their defenders. Like, that's the thing, Khalid. I completely agree that, like, you look at Joshua Dobbs showing up. He had 4 days to prep for one game and then a week to prep for another, and he's 2-0 in a Vikings uniform without Justin Jefferson. They're scoring points too. Like, it's frustrating watching the Bears staff, but I can't help but think that the Bears are a good coach away from taking a lot of clay on this defense and offense and making it look a lot better. I don't want to project a ceiling because I would get too excited and I would unintentionally lie to you. And to be honest, I would curse whatever the Bears were going to do. So I'll just say that if you improve the coaching, I think a lot of good things are going to happen. And at the very least, the Bears are going to be much more fun, right? By the way, it's weird. It freaks me out every time it happens. Justin Jones made plays again. Like, right now, we are seeing a goofy piece where we all decided Justin Jones sucks, right? And here, set up, get the hands off of me, pressure straight down the pipe, big shot. Like, kudos on Kyler for staying tough. Not the world's greatest tackle from Jalen Johnson, but from a defensive perspective, kudos to you, Justin Jones. Like, especially as a one-gap penetrator, there are worse players. Like, and CJ, I hear you. The main thing I would say is I would argue Justin Jones is a player miscast. Like, a lot of these 5 D-line sets that we're seeing across the NFL, I think Justin Jones would actually make some plays for you. Key word, make some plays for you. D-line is a tough position in the same way wide receiver is, where Any star at wide receiver is going to look dramatically better. Any star at defensive line like DeForest Buckner, etc., is going to look better. Here, get good blocking. Justin Jones over penetrates, just as I said that, which happens, right? Pop. Poor Andrew Billings gets ridden out. And this, honestly, like, if we were going to dunk on Brisker, I'm going to come back and say this. Brisker, when he's on, can make much thicker tackles than a lot of other safeties. Like, it's not every safety that's going to slide over, get 2 feet on the ground, right here, right? Running back coming straight at him, say what you will, and just stop the momentum. Like, no extra yards, right? Boom. Within this. Now, is that the most important trait for a safety? I'll let you make that decision. But kudos to Brisker. That's what he does really well. He actually pass rushes pretty strong, and he hits with that thickness. Like, plenty of people love it. I completely get why. It really bums me out that the Bears, with so many wide zone plays all across, here's a nice Gordon moment. Gordon might have had the best game of his Bears career. He was all over the place, and he was given chances to. Here the Panthers are going to run another one of their many bootlegs that they ran, and Gordon is going to catch him off of check and release. Like, check, release, keep eyes on the ball, pull the man down. Nice play. Here it is in full speed. His hips are just so oily. That flip, gain some momentum, get downhill. Don't freak out. Don't tell yourself he's the greatest player ever. But he had a really solid game in this particular instance. And Bryce Young gets tapped to the shoulder again. Brandon, did you mean like a ton of stunts or a ton stunt? Is that a term that I'm missing? Matt, I'll warn you, USC is a part of the Pac-12, so not the Big Ten. Here we get. Is this Brisker? Yeah, it is. I think the arrow thing is hilarious. Like, I am never truly going to tell a player to stop celebrating. I think that stuff is corny, but it is hilarious. It is hilarious seeing Brisker will make one play, and that don't matter. It's time to get pumped about it. I mean, hey, that's how it is. Right? Oh, I get you, Matthew, because USC's going to the Big Ten. I got you. Jimmy, I think Kyler would be an interesting safety, but honestly, at this point, if he can play nickel, I'd prefer he does. Just because while safety is absolutely important, and I think safety rules as a position, I think you need a good DB at nickel. You could never have too many good DBs, and bringing in somebody who's a little more of an experienced safety is never a bad thing. But hey, it's a thought, that's for sure. Let's see. Okay, so nut, nose, and the tackle, ton, T. What is it? It's just a TN and an NT. That's all we got to do, right? I think so, Eric. I think everybody's got to calm down about the celebration stuff, but that's just me. Here the Bears drop into, yeah, yes, yeah, baby, scrambled eggs and bacon. Oh man, I got to draw this better. What would this be? Like that, like, and then we get like, I'm cooking breakfast. Because when you call too much cover too, you just make it a nice, easy, sunny morning for the opposing offense. I mean, it works out here, right? But like, it does kind of look like a scary Muppet. But more to say, like, it is always kind of funny to me. just watching how often the Bears end up right back, right back in cover two. Hey, sure. But man, sometimes I'm amazed that there's not a cover two beater on every play against the Bears. And I'll take the pressure, Ben. I will take it again and again and again. But offensively speaking, it just blows my mind. What down and distance is this? Third, come on, come on. Am I crazy? Like Khalid, you mentioned we're going to do this next week. No, 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 no. It's 3rd and 10. And by that, I mean, it's 3rd and 7 plus. Everybody in the chat, one of the things that frustrates me, and I would love for anybody who knows better to tell me if this is a bad thing, but like 3rd and 7 plus, the Bears are calling cover 2. Maybe they'll call Tampa 2. Maybe they'll call Tampa 2. 3rd and 6 or less. Man, these are their only 2 calls. Sometimes you'll see a blitz. Sometimes you'll see a blitz. But it I've been blown away at how consistent this has been. Third and long, you're getting cover 2. 3rd and short, you're getting man. And I swear, it's like the guys that know just shred the Bears defense. The guys that don't, they don't, right? And so maybe it's a formation thing, because I obviously this doesn't look. I mean, this looks more like their blitz set. Kudos to Kyler, in my opinion. At least from what we're seeing here, he looks like he's on a blitz responsibility and then drops back. Look, I used to be a thespian myself, an actor, as it were. So I can appreciate a good sell job when I see one. And Kyler does a good job of feinting a blitz. And you want to see this? Like, it looks as if 63 over here believes it. Because 63 pops. Nah, never mind. I was seeing what I wanted to see. 63 doesn't believe it. They don't think he's coming. And if they do, 72 is ready for sweat on the edge. But the Bears get a little bit of pressure. Well, I mean, Matthew, Ben Johnson watches the stream. So if he didn't know, now he does, right? Ben, rooting. I mean, no, I'm rooting for the Bears, Ben. But I do hope you interview well, because I can't help but think that George McCaskey over here is going to be, well, I mean, I imagine he watches every game. I like to hope he watches every game. Quinn, happy you could be here. Let's see. I'm a little surprised. Let's see. Over the middle is open, but the linebackers do a good job of making it to where if Bryce was going to throw this, he'd have to be pretty phenomenal. You could argue that the way that the safeties pinch, like once you see Brisker bite in there, that maybe you could loft it up for the corner, but I don't know. Like, I probably wouldn't want my quarterback doing that, but Bryce Young feels the pressure, and he's just going to throw the ball. Like, he feels Yannick coming, and he's just going to junk it. And the Bears going to stop a field goal, but a stop. If anybody like was sitting here at 10-3 thinking my Bears are going to lose this game and I don't know what I'm going to emotionally do about it, I want you to know that that was me too. So you and I were kindred spirits at that point, because I thought for sure the way this game was going, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. We managed to find a way to welcome the worst team in the NFL like onto Soldier Field and lose. And so I'm thankful it didn't happen. Khalid, I respect how mad you are at Eberflus. That's absolutely what we need more of, if you ask me. Bears are going to call cover 3. Like, they're going to call cover 3. They're going to drop out. Looks like, oh yeah, the Bears they don't really send a blitz per se, but they clearly get the Panthers confused, because Sweat comes free off the edge and Bryce takes one of the thickest shots of the game. Boom. Huge hit, honestly. Like, I still don't totally know what happened. Like, I am surprised that so he in some cases, Ben, I know I've seen plenty of let's see. What the idea is the mic. I guess they probably saw Sanborn as the mic, so they're sitting here thinking that if they slide just a little this way, they've got 1, 2, 3 if he comes, 4, and then if both of these guys come this way, then he's going to take the inside guy and Bryce is going to be hot, right? It's the world's most accidental sim pressure is almost the way I'd wonder if this is, Ben, because the way the Panthers play it just nukes themselves. I mean, the center doesn't block anybody, right? Because he's waiting for Sanborn to potentially show up. And then Bryce just needs to get the ball out. I actually don't know what took Bryce quite so long because Bryce, I would imagine, has to see Sweat coming. But by the time he does, Sweat's too close. Like, I know I've given Fields a lot of grief. Sweat is huge. Like, there's not really a throwing lane once the guy gets his hands up. Like, you have to figure it out. There's not really anything to figure out. Like, and so, man, watch this one in real time too. Like, Sweat's gonna get around the edge, sure, but gosh, oh, if I was a Panthers fan, this game would make me furious. Not just because we lost, but like this is thick. This is the kind of shot that I would imagine you just. I would fume. I would be so mad at this point if I was the Panthers because Bryce is taking some big hits. I wouldn't have been surprised, Brandon. Matthew, is the answer not obvious? So I'm not even kidding with you, Matthew. And somebody mentioned this earlier about Ben Johnson, Jordan, I think it was. Here's the thing, Jordan. You got to remember the Bears, in case you forgot, the Bears are 3-8. We are, nope, wait a minute. I'm predicting the future. They're 3-7. They're probably going to be 3-8, right? And so they did not get flexed out of Los Angeles either, right? Like the Bears are so hardcore in their fan base. Like Grant's saying, they will watch anything. And I can't help but think that any coach that makes the Bears pretty good is going, they are going to have endorsements nearly rain on them. God, what do you think is the bar? Honestly. How much is it a Super Bowl? Is it one Super Bowl? What do you guys think would have to happen to become the best, bar none, best Bears coach in history other than Hallis? Is it one Super Bowl? Is that it? All you got to do is win one Super Bowl and maybe an NFC championship on top of that? Like, what's the bar? Right? Like, let's say that you like to become the best, by the way. Like the standout, like build a statue guy history. You know what I'm saying? Like what 4-0 start next season? Man, people would freak out. Like I it's wild. People in Chicago. I'm not trying to come at Dicka, I promise. But like people dress up like him for Halloween. He won one Super Bowl with what's widely acknowledged to be the greatest team ever. They played a year before. They played a year after. Like that, it's wild looking back. And it's like in Chicago, a team that loves its Bears. You just gotta probably win one. Like, I'm not saying, Jordan, the road is easy, but the Chiefs coach that follows Andy Reid has tough shoes to fill. Like, they fired Doug Peterson for winning a Super Bowl. Because they didn't like the way that things worked out afterwards, for crying out loud. Like, if you won a Super Bowl in Chicago, I mean, I don't know if you'd ever get fired. Like, I mean, it's like you're saying, Khalid. It's like I tend to think, yeah. I mean, if you did the McDermott stuff, right, and you were pretty good, but you weren't that great, like, and that's not me trying to come at the Bills sideways. It's more, and can you tell I just watched the QB school video? Anyways, like, because that's the thing, Ben. Chicago is pretty antsy. Like, I don't want to pretend that this isn't pretty similar to the New York media market in that we've got itchy trigger fingers. But if you got over the top, if you won the Super Bowl, I tend to think people would calm down, right? Also, now that we've had the last 4 years, I can't help but wonder if people would calm down. How long did Lovey stay in Chicago? Wasn't it years? Like, I mean, you get a long tenure if you achieve something. Ryan Pace was the GM 8 years, at least 7. I'm going off the top of my head, but like in Chicago, you don't have to do that much to get a to get a like or to get a contract extension in some cases. I mean, he did, Ben, right? But so, anyways, let's get back to this game. Cubs world certainly calmed down after winning a World Series. Yeah, Eric, I mean, it happens. You get a championship halo when you win. The Texas Rangers will be able to do whatever they want to. And Khalid, I'll tell you, Nagy's offense was horrible, but Nagy's defenses and the team attitude were better than this, right? That's what I think is so frustrating, is that there were pieces of the Nagy tenure. By the way, it's such a little thing. You want to know what really frustrates me? You guys want to know what really gets me, right? Look at Zach Pickens' first step and tell me why he's not a 3 technique. Look at this. Look at how well he reads the ball. It's about the power and the speed he's generating. Like, Gervin Dexter here's barely out of his stance. Montez Sweat is taking a step, sure, but Pickens just explodes through the hole. Like, he creates a pressure just because he follows his lineman really well. Really well. Like, I don't get it. I don't get why Pickens can't play 3 technique. Why are we putting him in 1 technique, for crying out loud? Why do we think that a guy who's like 300 pounds at this point is this guy, you know? Like, for crying, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I want it to make sense. I want to see the benefit. I still think there's a chance that the Bears I still think there's a chance that the Bears want a hybrid front and that they're trying to bulk him up because they just felt like Dexter was their 3 technique. But even then, Dexter makes so much more sense to me as a 1 technique that I'm trying to figure it out. But kind of like you're mentioning, Rudy, like then you'll see Pickens continue to make plays that look very 3 technique-ish. And you're like, okay, what are we doing here? Like, what's going on? Here looks like, what is this? Some form of cover 3? Probably. Yeah. Cover 3. Good job getting depth. Boom. I didn't get it, Jeremy. Let's take a guy who's bad at run defense. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to put him at the spot where not only does he get to defend 1 gap, he's going to get to defend 2. Like, plus, I don't know. I'm trying not to just whine. The Bears won a game. I'm stoked the Bears won a game because I do like it when the Bears win. I just want the Bears to win a lot. Like, if you guys hear me grousing, it's because I want the Bears to be able to beat a team like the Lions. Like, that really frustrates me, right? Is the Bears are playing a Lions team that I think most of us in here know, unless the Bears probably turn the ball, unless the Bears pick off 4 times, unless the Bears create 4 turnovers and play a turnover-free game with Justin Fields starting, it's just going to be a tough sled against a team like Detroit. Like you're saying, Jeremy, like what I would do for this team to be, I don't know, the New Orleans Saints level of competitive, like that's not even that competitive. I mean, it's really not. And instead, when the Bears play the Chiefs, we hope we can make it to the fourth quarter with a game. We are like all on 97 to 107 of us in here. It's like we're rooting for Vanderbilt in the SEC. I don't want to be Vanderbilt. I want to at least be Florida. I want to at least be Ole Miss, for crying out loud. How hard is it to be like pretty solid? Like, I mean, we act like this team is just bad. You know what I mean? And it is pretty bad, but for crying out loud, it's not that hard to be like in the conversation. I mean, Dan Wiederer said this last year. I dismissed him. I said, Dan, it's not that hard for a team to be in the hunt in December. We have made it look really hard to be in the hunt in December. We've made it look really hard to be in the hunt in December. And it's like, I'm just blown away at how hard we've made it look. Jibby, I can't help but think that as much as I can't tell if you're being sarcastic, Jibby, but I can't help but think that that is a little more true than some fans are comfortable with. Because there are pieces of the team. Like, okay, let me use this. Ben, you just mentioned this. The Bears' run defense is legit pretty good. And we've talked about a lot of the DBs that have some ability here. Like, there are bones of the defense that you put it in a different scheme, I really think it would work. I'm not trying to tell you guys that it would immediately be the best defense on earth, but like, dare I say average? Like, dare I say that if you got another defensive lineman, right, to go with Montez Sweat, solid play right here by Eddie Jackson. Like, if you got another defensive lineman to go with Montez Sweat and you brought in Brian Flores, you can't. But if you brought in Brian Flores to use this team, you'd play a bunch of cover zero press man. You would have Eddie Jackson probably pick off like 7 passes, like jumping in front of guys. You'd have a lot of the same rally tackle. Look, the irony about a guy like Brian Flores is that same like rally downhill and tackle defense is what Flores is preaching. He just goes about generating the throw very differently. He will blatantly line up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys on the line of scrimmage and say, what are you going to do about it? And the answer that the Bears had was pretty much nothing. We're just going to take a lot of hits. But the answer that most teams have is, well, we're going to run a little wide receiver screen and we're going to throw it out here. And then this guy just drives down hills and tackles him. Like, it's neat watching the way the Vikings have gone about generating their defense because it makes sense. It's risky. If you blow it, like, you're going to give up huge plays, but if you don't, you're going to force the offense to do what you want to do. And it's rad. Oh, man, Khalid. Oh, man. Steve Spagnuolo would be awesome. Watching what the Chiefs are doing on defense rules. That guy, like, it's so much fun seeing the way they play football. But instead, the most creative the Bears are going to get is lining 3 guys up on one half of the ball instead of, just 5 down on the line of scrimmage, which is pretty common right now. Like penny front stuff, wide front stuff, like 5 down, bear. We see a lot of this across the NFL. Not in Chicago. In Chicago, we're going to run as close as we get to something complicated, which is still a 4-man rush, but now we're going to have Justin Jones look like he's sim pressuring, for crying out loud. Like, we're going to have Justin Jones drop out. I'm glad that we've got TJ Edwards able to stick with the running back, and I guess pretty solid job, at least it seems. This bugs me. I swear, first of all, oh my gosh, I would be so mad. Switch the jerseys for a minute. Mingo's wide open. Like, why aren't we throwing this? What are we looking at? We look right at him. Do we think Tyreek got back in the play? Like, kudos to Tyreek. I think he's pretty fast. But for crying out loud, good throw, and we're open. Like, it bugs me. It bugs me watching Stevenson right now because I would swear to you guys that Tyreek Stevenson got an earful for all the penalties he was taking. And now he plays like he doesn't have hands a lot. Like, we see him try to play this, like, I'm going to break with you defense, and look across the other side of the ball. Like, there's a reason why it works for them, right? And that's because when you're playing NFL defense against NFL receivers, you've just got to be physical. You can't succeed long term without being physical in some capacity, for crying out loud. Like, Stevenson is way too athletic. If you ask me, Stevenson is way too athletic and he's way too physical to be playing, I'll use the word Foster just mentioned, this timid, for crying out loud. It really bugs me. I mean, simply put, his tape is better than this, especially early in the season. I thought Raiders Stevenson and the game after that one, Viking, or even the one before, Viking Stevenson, we were starting to see something. But apparently, a couple ref calls was enough to get us to just want to play off coverage all the time. And I think what they're doing with him might be more frustrating than what they're doing nearly on any part of the offense. Because this is the head coach's vision, for crying out loud. It just bugs me. It really bugs me seeing a physical defensive back at that point, like, end up having to play unphysical. And of course he's not winning, right? Because he's not DJ Turner, for crying out loud. And then look at Sweat on this play. Ben mentions it. He's right. It's the athleticism to drive back up the field and make a tackle. Like, kudos to Sanborn and whoever this is. I bet you it's Justin Jones. No, it's DeMarcus Walker, isn't it? Like, Walker does a good job eating 2 blocks. Boom. So that Sanborn can get uphill. But Sweat works back into the play, and he stuffs the run. Because he's just a monster. Matthew, it is dumb, if you ask me. You still get some plays. Like, this isn't bad. Wait on your front foot. Good break. The throw's nice and high, so it's going to be tough to knock away. But at the same time, Rudy, they just play different positions. Like, Sweat is an edge. Buckner's interior. I'm not trying. They are apples and oranges. Like, I know they both pressure the quarterback, but in terms of what they do, they're just a little apples and oranges. But so, Jalen Johnson does a great job just stepping forward. And that's the thing. Like, no, that's Jordan. I actually don't disagree, right? Like, they could have drafted DJ Turner. If they wanted to play this style of defense, DJ Turner makes so much more sense. I love physical corners. I love guys like Jalen Johnson. Jalen Johnson is my dog, for crying out loud. But, and so getting Tyreek Stevenson to me was very much like, okay, let's do this. But if we wanted to just sit in zones and break, DJ was going to be the better choice. Why did we need long guys to park it and stand still? Like, to me, it doesn't make any sense. You can't figure out a way where it does. Unsurprisingly, and I know the throw's not perfect, you finally let Tyreek Stevenson play in man a little bit. What does he do? He's going to get a hand. He's going to disrupt the route. The throw ends up off. The receiver doesn't get there in time. And Tyreek almost picks a ball off, for crying out loud. It's not apples and oranges. This isn't an incredible wowza play. It's kind of not so great process that leads to a nice result. But also, Stevenson plays fearless in the man's face, gets a hand on him. Like you said, good standard NFL DB play. And it's sure assisted. I'm going to take a fun shot here. Like, it's sure assisted by Bryce going full Tyson Bagent and just throwing off his back foot for no real discernible reason. Like, I don't know what he's doing throwing with his weight on his back, but apparently at this point, I wish I was kidding. It kind of looks like number 98 is just kind of living in his head on a Thursday night with short recovery, because fading away like that is, I mean, I'm not going to break the word inexcusable out often, but you almost threw a pick on an open play. Like, that's pretty Zach Wilson. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not good. Looking at the rest of it. It's a nice rip from Kyler. Just like quick, you know? Pop. Breaks with 86 really well. What was wild to me, have you found it yet? Because it's a route that's wide open. This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense, right? Watch Jalen Johnson. They've got a natural pick that's going to set up a curl route, okay? Adam Thielen is wide open. And guess where he is? He's sitting at the line to gain. And it's a pick play. Like, Bryce looks at him. He takes a look over here. What does he not like about this? Are you sure, Ben? Because I sure don't think he's holding the safety. Maybe he felt like he was doing it to move people. That's totally possible that he's trying to keep TJ Edwards out of the play. But it is wild to me to watch this because the timing, I mean, you'd be pretty synced up if you threw right about now to either. It's not a good rep. Honest to goodness, I know there are a lot of people, probably. If there's something that I wear proudly, it's that I know there are some people that think that I'm one of the biggest Bears haters on the internet. And then I'm sure there's somebody out there that thinks I'm one of the biggest Bears homers on the internet. Nothing you can do, right? But honestly, what the Bears didn't have that they seem to have now is somebody who simply by hard cutting inside, does he create any pressure on this play? No, he does not. Right? No, he does not. But you can't tell me young quarterbacks don't let a guy live in their head a little bit. You get hit a couple times by a guy like Montez Sweat. The flash of orange. I mean, like you're saying, Ben, the big flash of orange may be enough as his head is moving over to where he goes, huh, I'm about to die again, right? Like, it's so simple. But Montez Sweat represents a potential threat. Now, is this going to work against Jared Goff? No. He's a part of the puzzle, right? He's, in terms of how to build a good defense, you need at least one other really good rusher. I tend to think Montez Sweat should be the best supplementary rusher in the NFL. That's the way I would think about it, right? Really strong edge defender. But in my opinion, you really want to maximize Montez Sweat, this guy needs to be super duper good. And if not him, this guy needs to be super duper good. And then you'll get $25 million out of secondary edge rushing, phenomenal edge defense, and making your team better. You'll get solid ROI. It's not the greatest. Like, maybe you'll only get 19, 18, $20 million of real investment, right? But you will get something. And the Bears needed help at edge, but especially against bad teams, like players like Montez Sweat are going to come out here and they're going to affect the entire game, which is what you brought him in to do. Like Drex is saying, we can clown on the move all we want to, but what are the chances that you're, Ben, I think Sweat's the only reason they won, to be honest with you. Like, and you would think, Jordan, but you gotta remember, this is the Bears. And so everybody gets docked about a letter grade in their total performance. That's honestly, Jordan, another piece that I hadn't thought about this with Yannick Ngakoue is that we've just decided, maybe Yannick's just bad, right? But this is one of the worst seasons of his career so far, if not the worst season of his career. And that's not normally a good thing. Also, do you even need me to say it? Do you even need me to mention my guy, Andrew Billings? Get your hands on the guy. Get off of me. Boom. Honestly, he does. Decent edge set by Yannick. Boom. We love it. I loved this. I swear. You give Tyreek Stevenson some abilities. It's just sweet tea, Jordan. Nothing crazy. Pop, physical, knocks the ball away. Obviously, I would love to pick it out, or I would love for Stevenson to pick it off. Who wouldn't want him to pick it off? But good job with the double move. Stay inside the guy. Good physicality. Nice battle. Do we get any pressure here? Of course not. And I swear, the Bears don't have any of the guys to run anything but stunts. And to me, that's a bit of a shame because they could do better. But whatever. Generally speaking, I love watching this because I don't know if Sweat had this in Washington. I'm sure he did. I'm sure I've just not watched enough tape to see it. But that hand swipe is always sweet, which I think is nice. Like, I just love watching the technique on the swipe the hands. I think it always looks awesome. Forces Bryce to step up a little bit in this case. Just lets him know he's there, right? Nobody, Jordan. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're open. But I'll tell you what, the NFL seems to really love trying to pick on Tyreek Stevenson. They're like, we want to attack number 29, and it works with varying success. There was some of this, by the way. Kyler Gordon is just not a good, like, he's a bad dude. I was going to say not a good dude, but that doesn't, like, work. He can tackle. Gordon gets downhill, jets straight through the rushing lane. One thing that I think actually gets lost in this, man, I didn't think about this until just now, and I think it's easiest to see from this view, okay? Kyler Gordon's agility really helps him. Lord. Far away am I? Uh-oh. Let me find myself. There we go. Feels to me like Kyler Gordon's agility makes him especially good when tackling running backs and other particularly shifty like rushers, because you would expect that move right there should break the ankles of the majority of DBs. Would we agree? Like, normally your nickel corner blasts through the hole and you go boom, big step out to the right or big step out to the left. You aren't expecting him to break with you, right? Like Kyler, 2 feet pop, you are going nowhere. It looks like anything else in football. It looks so easy when it's easy for you, right? But how many times have we seen Khalil Herbert, Deontay Foreman, Roshan Johnson, even David Montgomery? Like, you'll have a nickel blast through the hole, and then they'll just shake him off one way or another. And then maybe this guy will make the tackle or something like that. But plenty of times, like, I'm not trying to say the run was going to definitely go somewhere. They're flowing, right? But a lot of guys aren't going to get it. It's a blitz. I feel that. I imagine it was. He's just too quick. But all the same, it's more just, to me, securing the tackle that works out. Jahmyr Gibbs, man? You couldn't possibly mean the other one. Man. I'm just saying. We got to think that David Montgomery is going to be motivated, right? Like, I know. But we got to think that David Montgomery is going to be motivated, don't we? Like, I mean, I'm just I'm not saying that Montgomery, of all people, is going to tilt the game. There are enough things that are not going in the Bears' favor on this one, but I would imagine Montgomery wants his. Oh man, and of all people, Brandon, of all people, right? Because it's one thing to say like the DJ Moore revenge game. Moore, it's gonna burn him up inside, but he doesn't let it out like some guys do. He has a problem with it in this game, but that's a separate one that we'll talk about later. Because I'm with you, Ben. Monty doesn't match well with us at all. But I would imagine Montgomery's going to want it more than most guys will want a revenge game. It's totally just my opinion. Roquan Smith isn't going to really care. For instance, if the Bears somehow played the Ravens, I imagine that, I don't know, who am I kidding? Roquan Smith would probably want to just like roll us. Gordon does a good job here. It's nothing too wild. Just getting out wide. Tell me if I am being too positive. But we get a nice little. Oh man, this is gonna hurt. Here's another example of Zach Pickett's a 3 technique. What does he do? He actually kind of wins the half-man relationship. It's a tiny little win on a quick out, or it's nothing major. Ultimately turns into an incompletion. But like, look at this. We finally slide from the 1 tech spot out to the 3 tech spot, and what do? We get a little bit of leverage. We get a little bit of pressure, like probably lowercase p pressure. But we go that side to that side. Play continues for like if the play continues for long, Pickens is going to actually move the man. Yeah, pretty much 4-eye, but it's more to point out that like, hey, I would argue this was Zach Pickens' best game yet. Cuz you still have moments like this. This rep is so funny. Like if you really watch Gervon Dexter on this rep, it is amazing that he gets pressure. Because check out Gervon on this one. Like, technically speaking, well, he doesn't he loses his hands. He stands straight up in the air. I guess you could call it a swim, but he just muscles his way past the dude for pressure. Like, I actually think the wide angle may help you more here to see what I'm looking at. Like, watch Gervon Dexter on this play. You've seen, Donald, I'm not telling you to hate him. It's more like you guys have seen really good defensive linemen. Beat the hands, beat the man. But he doesn't do that here. Like, he just is bigger and stronger and muscles his way around 53. I would love to see Gervon Dexter figure out how to use his hands more efficiently. Because if he can, I think he's going to actually win quite a few pass rush reps. His natural strength and the ability to translate it is, at times, kind of unbelievable. Like, I mean, let me see if I can skip for it. Because we do this thing on stream where we're gonna cover way too many plays for this thing to be like watchable length. In the most loving way I can say it. I know we love it, but like this is why the stream goes on too long. Is that I feel the need to show literally everything, and we just can't do that. Like, we just can't live like this. Well, let me see. Is it this one? I think so. No, it is not. But it's a Pickens rep. Like, look at this. Here's Zach Pickens again. This time from the 1 technique spot. Can we see it better from the other way? No, I'm curious. Even against a double team, you see those long hands. Fight. Get a little push. Donald, I always love your willingness to be like, it looks amazing. And it's like, man, I need hype like that. Let's see. There's a Gervin rep that I'm looking for where he just throws his man away, basically. Does he get a swat here? No. But it's a good rep by Kyler. Is that what they call it? The hump move? Why do they call it the hump move of all things? This is a third down by Kyler Gordon. Hands, break. It's a tough catch for sure. And CJ, absolutely it is. Like, it's a tough catch and he could have caught it. But this is really nice from Kyler Gordon, if you ask me. 88 should have all the leverage. Kyler's able to keep up. And an imperfect play becomes an incomplete play. And that's all you can do as a DB. He's amped. It's a Reggie White thing. There's Kyler making another play. This one also looks like a blitz. Get through, make the tackle. You gotta love it. Sweat, battling. We've seen a lot of Bears defenders get moved in their time. It is nice to see number 98 just work, get through. He is, Ben. I'm going to cheat because I got it over here. Week 10. Dexter 2. Right here. Later in the game, we see another example of Dexter's strength. Right here. Just stand up, drive the hand underneath, throw him aside, QB hit. Yeah, that'll work. Like, I can't wait. I sure hope the Bears can see a little more of this. Because when Gervon actually, like, when Gervon applies his strength, because that's all this is, right? The overwhelming majority of players are not strong enough to simply place their hand on the underside of a guy's pads and with one arm simply throw them away. Like, that isn't usual. Watch the feet here, right? Like, just toss him. Like, all right, I understand this is football and this happens in a lot of ways. But, like, he's going to take this grown 300-pound man. He is going to lift him off the ground and move him. That's why he's a top 60 pick. Whether he develops into more than that, we'll see. But that's why he's a top 60 pick. Because it is not considered regular. That's Austin Corbett, by the way, who's not who he was. But there was a time when he was a very exciting, potential free agent coming off the Chiefs. And he's just going to throw him away. Like, very, very impressive bad rep by the O-lineman, right? Like, exactly, Drex. And so, let me see, Jibby. Okay, so Jibby, for what it's worth, do you need help contextualizing what you just said? Because I think Dexter Lawrence is, like, playing some of the best football in the NFL. Like, I understand, because I get what you mean, but you got to remember that Dexter Lawrence is a supercharged nose tackle, for crying out loud. Like, to say that he's going to be at least Dexter Lawrence is to say that there's higher than that. And that would be insane. My hope is that Gervon Dexter becomes a reincarnate. Okay, I got you, Jimmy. I'm hoping that he reaches Grover Stewart's play level. That's what I'm hoping. Like, Colts one tech that has more juice in that, right? And Donald, you can't say bust on a guy that could easily go number 1 overall unless you're about to cheer for number 1 overall. I really think people are getting too happy-footed on Caleb Williams, if you ask me. But at the same time, I'm not about to pretend that May's tape doesn't make me a big ol' silly fan. And so I'm I'll play it out however that happens. Let's talk a little Bears offense. Like a little. I don't know. What's so weird about this game, if you ask me, is that the Bears offense is super disappointed. Like it's super disappointing. If like you think to yourself, "Oh, the Bears won." Like and so Rudy, I like every player. My whole goal with the draft is that I'm going to like every player. And then I'm going to figure out how much I like each of them. Right? And so right now, I would look you dead in the eyes and I would say that Williams is so much fun. Absolutely. But May is probably the safer choice. I think the Bears could use safe. Does not mean bad. Safe does not mean bad. This is not safe as in Mac Jones. This is safe as in a guy who looks like the second coming of Justin Herbert at plenty of his best times. There are worries, but they're much more normal NFL worries. I would imagine May is a little more coach proof, is what I'm trying to get to. If the right coach drafts Williams, I think Williams could become one of the best 3 quarterbacks in the NFL. And so I can't not be tantalized by Williams because Williams has outrageous tools. I think he's got a stellar mind for football. I think when you take a look at the rest of the Lincoln Riley quarterbacks that have hit the NFL, and the worst one we've got is Baker, and the other 3 are Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, and I guess also Baker. So we've got 4 Lincoln Riley quarterbacks. All 3 of them can play, and 2 of them are pretty doggone good. And the guys that Caleb looks most similar to are Murray and kind of a little bit of Hurts. That gets me pretty amped. But if I was a Bears decision maker, I would kind of need vanilla before I could look at mid chip, right? Like you need the base layer. And I think May helps you get closer to that base layer, even if that creation ability may not be what you want it to. Like Caleb Williams is more likely to carry your team, right? Drake May is more likely to be the quarterback you think he's going to be, right? And so I can't help but think that, like, because Sir Lord, are you talking about the broadcast? In my opinion, so let me use an example, Sir Lord. I watched Caleb's game against Utah. I didn't think Caleb played super well against Utah, right? Then I watched the All-22 against Utah. I think his All-22 against Utah looks awesome, right? And Ben, I'm not trying to shortchange Drake May. It's complicated. Talking about one of the most talented people I've just about ever watched play football, just about, and an outrageously talented football player. Does that make sense, Ben? It's the wide receiver thing. Like, there's a world where where Marvin Harrison Jr. fades out of existence, and we have a lot more energy when we talk about the rest of the wide receiver class. Like, a lot more energy, but we don't. And which to me is just it's weird, right? Because I promise I'm not trying to shortchange who Drake May is. Drake May is proving it in all the right ways. All the right ways. Like Caleb is a wild stallion and Drake May is a thoroughbred. Like that's the thing. Because I know safe makes everybody freak out, right? And I'm with you, Ben, that he's got more creation ability. But it's like with Williams, the impossible. I know this sounds hokey, but Williams, the impossible is possible. With May, there is an out of structure limit to what he's probably going to do. If the defense leaves him uncovered, he's going to take it. Like it's more normal. Normal isn't bad. Normal gets you Justin Herbert. Herbert is pure. Herbert is normal. Herbert is the standard. We follow? Like, there are so many things Mahomes does that breaks the rules. And none of that stuff is most of what Herbert's going to do, right? For better or for worse. Does that make Mahomes better? Depends. The Jets disagree. Like, actually, I don't know about that. The Jets kind of shuttered both. But it's more to say that, like, with Mahomes, when he breaks the rules against the wrong defenses, dude's going to throw three interceptions. But when when Mahomes breaks the rules against defenses he knows he can beat, he wins Super Bowls with a plural because he's just that dude. There's only one of them, unless there's not, unless there's two of them. And I got to tell you, I think everybody is so burned by Zach Wilson that they see in Caleb too much Zach Wilson. And I need to watch the Notre Dame game. I need to watch a couple more. But man, every time I turn on his film, I'm like, oh, holy smokes, he has such beautiful. Anyways, conversation for another time. Draft stream, right? GB, I don't know how you could watch Baker and think like truly meh, because I get it, but I tend to think that you get it. Anyways, small, slow. He's not that slow, that's for sure. Plus, I think he's quick. But anyways, let's get through. Let's watch a little more. May looks awesome. I'm very interested to see what May does, or like how May moves in the draft. And at this point, if I could be honest with you guys, I'm cheered like hell. The Bears get the first pick because there was a day and age where I thought that it would be great if the Bears got the second pick because I felt like the Bears were cursed. And let's put it this way. If the Bears pick first overall and they draft Drake May, look me in the eyes and tell me Caleb Williams isn't going to be an instant superstar. But if the Bears draft Caleb Williams first overall, look me in the eyes. Tell me it's possible for him to be. Like, I mean, right now, us Bears fans, we feel like we're cursed. I don't blame anybody who feels that way. I feel like the Bears are kind of cursed. And so there's this aspect of Caleb where there was a time where I wanted number 2 so that we could get whoever the second one is. Nah, let's take that first one. And then the Bears will take whoever they want to be. Right. And I tend to think that May is a little more bust proof, but like, we'll see. Like, I agree with you, Cade. I hope Justin shuts me up. I just don't have that faith. Like right now, based on track record, I don't have that faith, and that's okay. I hope he shuts me up. Love to be shut up, but right now we're not there yet. And so let's watch a little bit of offense. It's kind of nasty. Then we'll watch a little bit of Lions. It's less nasty. The other thing that doesn't help is that there's a lot less mystery about this game. There's been way more content made about it. And so I'm a little less invested in showing what happened. I'm sure we've all seen pieces. I think it's wild watching how quick Darnell Wright is in space, right? Like he is so fast getting to his spot. Gives 22 a nice little tap. DJ Moore is unbelievable when you stick the ball in his hands. I mean, it's just a smokescreen. And DJ Moore takes it inside, moves like a running back, double stiff arm, breaks a tackle, casual 17-yard first play of the game with no real effort from the quarterback. This is awesome. This dude's awesome. I can't believe he doesn't get fed more, to be honest with you. And Jibby, the main thing to look at is that, Jibby, did you know that every single Lincoln Riley quarterback that has risen to the NFL has dropped their time to throw, right? Like all of them have held the ball longer in college than they did in the pros. Does that mean for sure that Caleb's is going to drop from a 3.35 down to something sustainable? I don't know. Caleb's is as high as it's basically ever been. But it is wild to me to look at Caleb. I mean, actually, I get all the worries. I do. But it does feel like we're looking at something anomalous and different. Like, I don't know if Kyler's been less than desired. I mean, maybe I'm coming off of one good game here, but the Cardinals have not exactly done much to load around Kyler. They've never given him a decent offensive line, and Cliff Kingsbury wasn't exactly somebody that the NFL pined for. Good blocking, by the way. One thing you're going to see consistently, I'm so sorry, everybody. Number 95, Derek Brown, has a phenomenal game against specifically Tevin Jenkins. Like, for all the good that Tevin has had, he's going to have some bad games, I'm sure. But it's been wild watching. Donald, you say that there were times when Kyler Murray and that offense looked like they were cruising for MVP. Like, at least to me, there is, I don't know. Quarterback's so hard. It's so tough to project. We know so little. You got a quarterback that maybe can't read the defense, but he's got an absolute cannon arm. You've got a quarterback with every tool possible, and suddenly stuff's coming out of the woodwork that there are reasons to not draft him. And then you've got a third quarterback whose offense decided that after about 7 passes in the first quarter, they were good for the rest of the game, pretty much. Like, it those are the 3 quarterbacks that are in this draft. And all of them, in my opinion, all of them, I'm gonna roll back on all of them. 2 of them are better than anybody since Lawrence and Burrow. JJ McCarthy is right up there with the 3 from last year. I would argue JJ McCarthy is plainly better than Bryce Young, but I am a Bryce Young hater and kind of have been. Like, it wasn't just the size, it's the way he played at Alabama. I'm kind of surprised that that people were as into him, to be honest, as I think. I don't know. It always bugged me that Bryce Young was willing to sit in pockets just like this right here, and a free rusher would come, just like we saw today. And Bryce Young in college would just roll out. He would just wiggle. He would just spin. That stuff obviously wasn't going to work, right? Because Bryce Young's small and he's not that elusive. With Caleb Williams, especially when the pressure isn't literally instantaneous, Caleb's got great pocket movement. Like, Caleb can move any direction in the pocket and is aware of where he's going when he does it. Like, the moments when Caleb commands a pocket are flat out special. And I totally understand all the concerns. Zach Wilson just failed. Like, I get it. I get it. But I can't help but look at Caleb's release, his pocket movement, the way he processes information on the field. And I think to myself that if the right offensive coordinator gets his hands on him, he's going to become a pretty good under 3-second time to throw quarterback that isn't going to create near as often. Like, I don't actually think Caleb is going to street ball as often as people think he will if he succeeds, right? Because right now in the USC offense, he is street balling nearly all the time, but it's everything else that what he can do. And what I don't think he minds doing, but the offense that Lincoln Riley is running it wants him to just go out there and make a play for him. But you mentioned who was more raw, Wilson or Williams? Wilson, by far. Like, Williams is not the most accurate quarterback on the planet, but Williams isn't the most accurate quarterback on the planet, but Zach Wilson, I thought, got just massively overhyped. I wasn't a huge Wilson guy either, but I knew he would get up there. Like, I remember making a comment to Jacob Infante. Gosh, this was years ago. Right after Wilson had that game where he threw like 4 touchdowns and he hit that like fadeaway throw, right? I just knew at that point, it was like, yeah, people are just going to go crazy about this guy. Like, this guy's going to rocket his way up. He's got everything. You know what I'm talking about if you know what I'm talking about. Like, he's got everything that some evaluators want to see. He's coming right off the back of Mahomes, and everybody's just going to freak out, and they want to take this guy, right? But so within that, like, Ben, I'm going to do my draft study. My head keeps telling me that Drake May is the better choice. Even now. Like, he's just got less red flags. A couple of his red flags are still not amazing. Every prospect has red flags. Pressure to sack rate, excellent. Like, short and intermediate accuracy, excellent. Release, long, but, there's been worse. Like, pocket movement, enough. Athleticism, yes. Like, Bob, my heart always swoons for talent. Always. I think Caleb is so different and so pleasing to watch. everybody keeps comparing him to Fields. He's so much faster in his internal tempo than Fields. Like, have we all seen Whiplash? Like the whole not my tempo kind of thing? Like the Drake, or what is it? Caleb Williams's drop back speed, his pocket move. I know I already said this, but like a lot of these pieces, his drop back speed is completely different than Fields. His pocket movement is completely different than Fields. What he does with the ball in his hand when he's in creation mode is completely different than Justin Fields. There's so many people that are comparing Fields and Williams. They're completely different. Like, it's okay to say that Williams has red flags. He does. He is one of the largest statistical outliers we have ever seen in terms of holding onto the ball. If you need me to say it, that's just the truth. But that's the thing, Jimmy. Fields can't throw without a crow hop. Williams can. Fields, when he's rolling left, can't just stick whip the ball on a 25-yard rope to an open receiver on the sidelines. Williams can. Like, Fields can't throw a slant through the blitz. Williams can. Like, there's plenty of things that don't work, that are big questions when it comes to Williams. Williams at this point is going to Williams is probably going to enter the NFL, and he's probably going to fumble a ton. Like, he's probably going to throw 1 or 2 interceptions that are just like brain unplugged. Like, there is a chance that he's going to totally flame out. There's always a chance. But there's also a chance that somebody settles him down. And I tend to think, Donald, that if he can raise that ceiling enough to where he's just an EPA machine, you'll live with the turnovers, especially if he does manage to get the ball security under control. But there's only one Mahomes, and Donald, I got to tell you, to me, the hardest part about quarterback eval is that we're chasing a dragon. Mahomes was not a sure thing. His comp, according to most, was Cutler. I loved him at Texas Tech, but I can't remember that, like, I loved him at Texas Tech, but coming out of the draft, I remember being like, why is everybody so down on this guy? Because he was at Baylor. I was at Baylor. I watched him play a lot. Like, Mahomes was unbelievable in Texas Tech. And to Ben's point, I don't know what he would have been like had he not sat with Andy Reid. Look at what Jalen Carter's doing in Philadelphia. Tell me you don't think that there's at least a piece of Jalen Carter's productivity that is coming from the fact that he just slotted into Philadelphia where he's got a role instead of having to carry a team, right? Like, it's wild to me to wonder what these guys are going to be. I mean, truly. And so I can't help but we don't know, right? And I don't think it's as easy as wait a year either, because then you still have to do it. Then you still have to draft a quarterback eventually. You still have to take some. Look at CJ Stroud. See, Dane Brugler did not think CJ Stroud was this guy, right? And I'm picking Dane because I love Dane. Daniel Jeremiah did not think Stroud was this guy. Like, nobody thought Stroud was an instant top 8 quarterback in the NFL. And I mean instant pot. Like, put him in the microwave, instant ramen, top 8 team carrying quarterback in the NFL. It has been unbelievable. It doesn't happen. And it's a reminder that, and that's the thing. Like, exactly, Jordan. 100%. But we still had those. And especially if we didn't get the Georgia game, we would have had no idea, right? But that guy was in there. And so I can't help but think, because Eric, I tend to agree with you. We don't know, but we probably will, right? Like, I think a lot of these quarterbacks are going to be the guy that they're going to be. I think Will Levis looks pretty good. Like, I think he got undervalued, but he slipped to the second round because everybody was scared of mayonnaise. No, they weren't. They were scared of some of that Kentucky film, right? But it's more to say that, like, Josh Allen could barely complete a pass beyond 15 yards for 2 years, and then he's amazing, right? Like, Jalen Hurts looked like a second round pick, and then he found it. I still think Jalen actually got, like, a little overhyped Just last year, like going all the way back to like NFL top 100, listing him at number 2 overall. I think he's closer to like the top 10. But who cares? What I would do for a top 10 quarterback? Like it's wild looking to me, or looking at me. No, not looking at me. Like looking around the NFL and saying, which of these guys is going to be a top 10 quarterback? Which of these guys is going to be a team carrier? Are those even the same thing? Right? Like one thing, I know we're off track, but can I be honest with you guys? Like if you want to see Bajent turn down a bunch of throws downfield, like we can keep going. If you want to see a pretty mediocre game, let me just circle them. Mediocre game, good game, bad game. So that mediocre, bad, it's actually pretty mediocre, but the bad is bad. And then like he actually plays decently and he plays decently. No, Jordan, that's a different night because the stream would get taken down and I don't want to do that with a game review. DJ Moore is open pretty much all night. There are pieces to Darnell Mooney that are just awesome. Like I think Cole Kmet gets too much heat, but there are things that he does well. You would like to see the scheme for sure. I figured you were, Eric. It's why we started with the D tape and we didn't even get through it all. I'm going to try to do a better job of cutting up interesting plays, to be honest with you guys. One thing I'll see if I can do is create like a stream reel so that we can better go through more tape, because I want to talk about a little bit about the Lions, if you guys don't mind. I mean, it's 11. We got plenty of time, but I would love to go through and at least get a preview talking about this. But like you're saying, Donald, the future's in front of us. It's not this game, right? And that's what I think is frustrating, right? Like it's frustrating because it feels to me like the Bears stole the season from us. So why wouldn't I talk about the future, right? Let's see. The Bears are top 2. The Cardinals get a top 2 pick and draft a quarterback. Would I be interested in trading for Kyler and his contract? Yes, that won't happen. Kyler, because Kyler is the man I think he is, they're going to win 4 games without trouble. Like, okay, do we remember not weeks ago, I took you guys to tankathon.com/NFL. I clicked on the Arizona Cardinals. I took a look at this schedule right here, right? I circled every one of these games. I said, they're not going to play him against Baltimore. They're not going to play him against the Browns. And every one of these games is a toss-up. And it's totally winnable. And they went out there and they won their first attempt. For crying out loud. The Texans could easily lose to this Cardinals team. I think the Texans are red hot, but with a young quarterback, you should get some ups and downs. Just like we saw Stroud lose to the Panthers. So you're going to see some, right? Like I could see I think the Cardinals are going to win 1 out of these 3, more than likely. And then I think that they are going to win 1 out of these 2. Probably the Bears game, right? And I think they're going to clean through to 4 wins. Like, and that's totally fine. Like, I think that there's a chance that they beat the Steelers. And somebody's got to beat the Steelers. And then the Texans are getting healthy, and that absolutely should help them. It's more to say, Matthew, I can't help but look at the Texans and see a team that's just a little too young to be a sure bet. A lot of people do this a lot. But, okay, tell me I'm crazy, Ben or Matthew. There are at least 4 teams every year that peak right now, and then they fade really hard. Who are those teams? And then there are another 3 teams, usually 3 to 4, that can't figure things out, and then they figure things out. That could easily be the Bengals, for instance. I think the Bills are just a little too beat up. But if you told me that the Texans might hold on to a wild card spot until the very end when the Bengals take it from them, that would be an NFL story as old as time. Like, Dallas is absolutely a peak and fall. Absolutely. Dallas is the midseason Super Bowl champion every year, if they did an NFL midseason cup, Dallas would have a lot of championships. And there is, Damo. There totally is. And it would be sick if they did. I'm more talking about the world of if, right? It's always possible because with a younger team, you just get a lot more weird. I think there's a chance. I don't know what to do with Atlanta. Every time I watch them, I'm frustrated. I mean, every time I watch them, I'm frustrated. But so let me see. Gosh, the Giants are the weird one. To me, Donald, it all comes down to that first pick. I know it's corny. It all comes down to that first pick. Because if you told me that the Bears drafted from 4 to 9, anywhere between 4 and 9, I'll live. That's a good player. It's a good player. But anytime, but if as long as the Bears get a top 2 pick, and I would love number 1, but a top 2 pick, okay, let's ride. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. But Caleb, I think that would be really interesting, that guy. I do. Let's see. Yeah, the LA Fighting Wentzes are interesting. Are there any safeties in the draft to replace Eddie Jackson? Shell Bullet, I hate to agree with you, but I think it's probably over. Which super duper sucks. Super duper sucks. I love Eddie Jackson. I will find you a couple safeties to replace him with. Nobody's going to replace him immediately, but I can't wait to dig into DBs for this class. Just because there's got to be some better safeties than last year. What's funky about so many of these plays is this is a great example. I'll cover like 3, okay? We'll quickly go over just a little bit. And a lot of this stuff it's not taken directly, but I loved a lot of the points JT O'Sullivan made. And so I'm going to remake quite a few of them. You watch this play, and my first reaction was Tyson Bagent throws this ball a little late, right? But at the same time, let's look at what the Bears are doing. And in case you wanted to get mad, it's time to get mad. So the Bears have Darnell Mooney and Cole Kmet on this side of the football, right? They have the guy who, it's 3rd down, by the way. They have the guy who just got 17 yards out of thin air on this side of the football with Robert Tonyan, who seems incapable of tying his shoes these days. Like, I would be nice if he had made 4 plays in 10 games. He hasn't. And so, which side do you think the Bears is getting the ball? Right? Not that the defense is like really locked into it, but which side do you think is getting the ball? You're right. Also, we keep doing this thing where we take Kmet. Okay, so Kmet is the ideal example right now of a player who he has done so good with what he's good at. This is the word I'm looking for. Kmet is getting Peter principled so daggum hard, and it busts me up. I keep howling with laughter. Who keeps thinking that Cole Kmet needs to be our out guy? Why can't we just novel concept, DJ Moore do it? Especially against his own look. You have DJ Moore trot across the field, settle in right here, run the same freaking route. Why does Kmet have to do it? Like, I don't hate Kmet, but we keep putting Kmet in positions to make people hate him because that's not really what he does. Like, it is wild to me that we keep having Kmet do it, and it's not that bad. But in the wide world of what's this supposed to be, like, Kmet is selling a vertical seam. Can Kmet run a vertical seam? Sure. Has he done it often? With success? Not really. So this linebacker is just going to camp out because the day Cole Kmet takes him up the seam will be the day pigs fly. And he knows it. So he's sitting on this. And when Cole Kmet breaks, he breaks with him. Would he have broken with, would he have broke? So Jimmy, that was like years ago though. Like, I hear you. That was an amazing catch. It's more to say that like, oh, we're getting there, Ben. We're getting there, Ben. Because that's the thing. It's still the right route against zone coverage. But Bajan holds on to the ball. We need to throw this with anticipation. We need to throw this with anticipation. We don't. In fact, we throw it well late. Well late. And so we stare it down. We throw it well late. And the only reason it's not picked is because he tips it and it hits 26 in the face. Lucky us. Look, he's a UDFA rookie. You guys know my opinion on Bajan. But honestly, Ben, the moment that this ball is this late, there's just nowhere to put it anymore. Now, another piece to this that's worth mentioning from a coaching perspective. Why isn't Kmet converting this to a curl? Nothing says he has to just sprint this out, right? We can settle. If we settled, this guy probably takes it to the house, and I understand that. But especially against cover 2, you would imagine that you're not trying to just sprint straight into the outside corner. Because by the time Bajan throws it, I mean, there is nowhere. There is nowhere. Like, he can break in from this side. He can break in from that side. You have to throw this with anticipation, or you can't throw it at all. Like, instead, we don't throw it at all. Or instead, we nearly throw an interception. Bummer. On the other side of the play, if you can tell me what Tanyan and Moore are doing, that's hilarious. I think they're running dagger, but they look like they got no interest in it. And it's almost an interception. On the good side, in the world of good news, I'm just going to let the film play. Bam. Not every rep at left tackle is going to be perfect. Absolutely not. Staple those hands to the shoulder pads. Sit him on the ground. Nice protection, Brax. There we go. He is shell bullet. It was a terrible game for Tyson. A horrible game. Like, if you told me this was Tyson Bajan's first start, I would have believed you. I would have believed you and I wouldn't have thought twice. Like, Tyson Bajan looked nervous. He looked out of sync. He looked like he had just held a football for the first time. And he made a bunch of, I think, just flat silly mistakes. Like, skipping through reads, going way too fast, no anticipation anywhere. Like, he looked lost, he looked confused, and I looked frustrated as I watched it, which is just weird to me. I didn't see this in real time. It's the little things, you know? I really try not to point out too much. This is kind of a Bears fun stream, especially when things are really bad. But, like, look at Braxton getting around on the guy. Sneak or not, get around on him, put him down. He's a hustler in those run blocks. Second and 8. Run the ball. Good job, Darnell Wright. We're going to just speed through everything that I don't want to talk about. Bennett seems that way, but Wright just struggles a lot. Like, he struggles inside, he struggles outside, he gets pushed back a little bit. It's serviceable struggles. It's not Larry Borum struggles, where it's completely unplayable. But he's also not going up against Aiden Hutchinson yet. So I guess we'll get a really good opinion next week, right? Third down, Bears just run a quick screen, wide receiver screen. It seems like they catch a break. Like, the Panthers blitz off of something that, if I had to guess, they were totally going to run this anyways, right? Like, DJ Moore ends up that much better off because he takes a step forward and takes out the safety. But if I had to guess, like, DJ Moore sees the blitzer go and he's like, oh, well, my life just got easier, which works out. Now, watch out, Donald. I'm high on Darnell Wright, but when you make claims like that, you set yourself up to get disappointed. I can't do it. I think Darnell Wright's going to be awesome. I can't wait to watch him, but I'll settle for really good. He doesn't have to be best in anything. Like, that's just how I operate, though. Like, to me, the crazy part about football, is that you watch San Francisco and they make it look like they have all of the best weapons in the NFL. Here's a quick question. I'll ask all my hardcore football boys and girls in the chat. Honest question: do you think George Kittle is the best is the best tight end in the league? Like, I mean that seriously. And I'm not trying to take anything away. Do you think Deebo Samuel is the best receiver in the league? Do you think Brandon Ayuk is the best receiver in the league? Like, that's the thing, Jordan. To me, great coaching is going to make good players look amazing. Like, amazing. When you give Deebo the chances to do what he's good at, he's going to look amazing. When you give Ayuk the chances to do what he's good at, he's going to look amazing. When you give Christian McCaffrey's probably the best relative player I think that San Francisco has on their skills position, according to his position group. Because honestly, Christian McCaffrey is just an unbelievable running back, if you ask me. But the 49ers scheme is so cohesive that when they get Kittle a one-on-one matchup, he's just going to beat you. Because I'm not trying to make the argument that if he's not the best, he's bad. That far from it. Kittle is outstanding. But it doesn't matter. That's kind of my point, I guess, Donald, is that like, if you told me Darnell Wright is a top 8, top 5 right tackle, great. That's enough. Get him a good coach that's going to make that a weapon. Because everybody else in the NFL, good is good. I don't want to say good is good enough, but like, it kind of is, where you get serviceable players and you put them in NFL positions to make NFL plays, they're going to come up for you. I will never forget. I don't think I'll ever let go of Corey Blasingame getting a ball on time, breaking a tackle, picking up 5 extra yards. You put NFL players in the position to make NFL plays for you. They will show you the best of themselves. And if the Bears could find a couple more guys where the best of themselves is really good, they're going to bake some people. They need it on the offensive line. Like, I mean, Ben, DJ Moore has like 400 yards this season on screens and curls, which is silly. Most of them came from one game. Like, it is hilarious how touch efficient DJ Moore has been, if you ask me. It is crazy what DJ Moore is doing with some garbage touches, if you don't mind me saying so. Like, some of these touches are nothing touches. They should be 5 yards max. Instead, we're talking about 13 to 18 to 30 yard gains in many cases. It is bananas. Reinhardt, I think it's hilarious that you're calling a 3-win team frauds. I don't blame you. Jordan, don't say that. Eventually things change. This is just horrible. First of all, okay, so we run the ball twice. We have a successful play twice. So on 3rd and 3, we split somebody out. We get a 7-man box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do we love it? No. But if we can keep this guy out of the play by like running it this way or something like that, maybe we go outside zone. We're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're thinking we could convert, right? Like we've run it twice. So on 3rd down, of course, the money down. Now we're going to throw it again. And worse, we're going to throw a hitch. So we're going to throw the play that Fields has been playing well at. And oh my word, do we throw this late or what? Like, we haven't released the ball and Moore is all the way turned around. And then when we do throw it, it's not even competitive. Like, trust me, I don't hate Tyson Bagent. I think he is what he is. And I'm excited about, what he might be. But the footwork falls apart. We look nervous. We look jumpy. Our front foot flies way out to the left, which is going to create that like hard left motion. And the ball just mega sails. 3rd down. Throw is just nowhere near. And the weirdest part is that of all the routes that Bagent should be able to anticipate, this is super easy. Like, in the wide world of anticipation, it is crazy to me how little anticipation there is in the Bears offense. Like, it's not just a Bagent problem. This has been a Fields problem all year long. Jay Sanders, you asked me, what did I need to see from Justin Fields? The most frustrating part is that Bagent is regressing to a spot that makes me think there's just no way that Justin Fields can show me what I need to see, because I don't even know if Getsy emphasizes it. Like, I don't even know if Getsy, Janoko, and the rest of this Bears staff are delivering what like is going to make these guys any better. I mean, I wish I was kidding. We have a receiver that can do this. Are you kidding me? We go sprint out. It's slow. We throw the ball quickly to DJ Moore after Tyson Bagent takes a look downhill at like this DB out here, right? Like, we're reading him. And if he bites down, once he sees this, we're going to throw a high-low to Darnell Mooney. But we don't, right? So instead, we're going to throw low to DJ Moore. And then DJ Moore is going to get tackled for, a 1-yard gain, right? Wrong. Because that's just not this guy. He's not that guy. You think he's the same. He's not. He's different. Like, DJ Moore is a tank. I could say, I don't know. I could try to make something up and make it sound like I'm freaking out for social media attention. But like, it is psycho crazy watching some of the trouble DJ Moore will simply wiggle out of and pick up 10 more yards. Like, he's one of the best yak receivers I've watched. And the bar is not high. I've not been around the game for so long that I've seen 1.5 million receivers. And I'm talking like that I've watched really, really closely. But like, look at that. How you doing, New England? Catch, wiggle, no chance tackle. Gets upfield, runs the guy over. 13 yards off a sprint out. Check down. Come on. Come on. I mean, like, I would go so far as to say DJ Moore is categorically better than Deebo Samuel. Like, and I'm not trying to hype up a Bear. It's more like the stuff I've watched him do in this game, not just this game, like in this Bears season has been unreal. What, like, also RIP 76. Just moment of silence. Of all the guys that I thought would have reps where he just got big dogged, I didn't think it would be Tevin. I'm sorry, Tevin. But hey, kudos Foreman. He makes a positive run out of it anyways. Man, Derek Brown looked unreal. Unreal. If that was a Bear, we would be freaking out. Hopefully one day a guy like that will be. Let's see here. Bears run, I swear, one of the only concepts in the playbook. They're going to run, I don't even know what it's called. Does somebody have a cool name for it? Because it's like, they're just going to do a corner here. Then they have a DJ on a dig route. And plenty of times they have like a clear out route. And then across from it, somebody might call it cross, I guess. But if the high is not there, because it's just a high low on these two, and this one, it's a really exaggerated one, right? Quick check down, boom. Believe it or not, Jimmy shallow cross is a different play, and so that's just got a different design on where the shallow cross is. It's kind of designed for that, but it's like, it's funny just because I see it all the time. Is it called Samurai? What? A glitch. I love it. Pitch out. We love a pitch out, except rip another Bears lineman. This time it's Darnell Wright, who does his best, right? But Derek Brown just says, "Man, stop." And Foreman goes back or cuts back against the grain. Honestly, it's a really good run by Foreman, given that one of your lead blockers just gets thrown aside. And then it's like, oh, well, I don't think I want to be here anymore. And he's able to just battle forward for a bunch of yards after contact. But RIP, the right side of the defensive line or offensive line, they had a bad one against Derek Brown. It's a highlight tape, early, middle, and late for number 95. Honestly, the Bears' run blocking could use a bit of an upgrade. If there's anybody that's encouraging, and I know number 93 here isn't exactly, I don't know, the world's greatest defender, but I feel like Braxton has consistently gone to war in the trenches as a run blocker, and it's nice to see that he can get a little, or that he can get dirty when he needs to. 2nd and 7, play action. For some reason, we're just going to take. There's so much about this play that bums me out. So much about this play. Like, I don't even fully agree with JT, Ben. One thing that bums me out about this play is I'm amazed that we let 49 and 24 cover. I'm not going to draw it. I was right about to do it. I was right about to draw some lines. Anyways, I can't believe that we let this guy and this guy cover all of this space. All of this space. And I feel like Darnell Mooney should be able to be the throw on a play like this. Or at the very least, maybe Bagent stretches out, Mooney cuts back, and then we get the, because it's 2nd and 7. So like you could use a little athleticism, play draw and dump as Mooney cuts back down and force a foot race with 24, I imagine. Instead, while I understand it's a double move, like, geez, we really have to throw a 40-yard pillbox like on the move, for crying out loud? Like, that just feels pretty low percentage. And don't get me wrong, like, aggression is a good thing, but also I love really good play. I don't know, clean play, easy play. And I'm with you, Ben. If you were going to predetermine it, then like, can't we set our feet and throw it? And I'm just picking, right? I'm nitpicking. But to me, like, okay, let's put it this way, guys. If Tyson Bagent actually hit this throw, this is a God tier throw. Because if Mahomes hit this throw, it gets shown on ESPN top 10 for like weeks. It's an unbelievable, like, it's one of those throws that's just so low percentage that you're amazed it gets attempted at all. And I think in the wide world of like talking this out, the best metaphor I can think of is it's one of those basketball shots where you see the guy go up for it and you go, are we really about to shoot this right now? And then he does. He doesn't hit it. And you go, are you kidding me? 3rd and 7. And to me, this is the one you really need to see. Because this bothers me. This one bugs me. Okay? Bears are running, it's like kind of a smash variant, but they're going to have a corner route right here. They're going to have DJ on an in-breaker. They really want him. I guess you could probably push to Mooney, number 2, and then you're going to have ESB coming over the middle of the field as your number 3 option, okay? Panthers are playing man coverage, and the guy on DJ Moore just breaks on it really well. Like, there's not a whole lot. It's not even DJ Moore as much as it's this linebacker who just comes and plays a flat, right? And so when this linebacker rolls over to play the flat, DJ Moore is bracketed. Probably did that on purpose, to be honest, because they're right at the sticks. So they have a good feel for what's coming. And guess who's open? And I mean like wide open. Here, I'll roll it forward a little bit. Have you found it yet? It's Darnell Mooney. And I mean, he's just like wide open. You're not going to get much more open on a corner route. But I'm taking you through this step by step because it's more complicated than that. I actually want to give Bagent some credit for this one because while DJ Moore is not open, neither should Darnell Mooney be. Like, look at Darnell Mooney's corner. he's got outside leverage. He shouldn't stop Darnell Mooney, or he shouldn't get beat like this across his face. Kudos to Mooney. Our guy just puts a good route on him and smokes him, right? But from a categorical quarterbacking perspective, you're not expecting Darnell Mooney to just dust this guy. If Darnell Mooney, if we're talking Fields and Mooney, the hope would have been those guys just know each other and they maybe go for this, right? Like, because Ben, at least what I would see, hips aren't square, but he's a rookie UDFA quarterback. If he saw out leveraged, I don't blame him because this is wide open. Like what Bagent easily could have done, the pocket is fine. We're good, right? ESB even catches a natural pick, very similar to the one we talked about earlier, where this guy's his man defender. It's like a pattern match kind of thing. And so ESB is just very, very, very open. I understand the play's progressing in a different direction. But like, if you don't throw to Mooney, that's okay. He looks back at ESB. We've got a throwing lane. Earhole this linebacker. Zoom, and we're all right. And if you don't, wait for him to clear that linebacker. Now we're good again. Like, you could throw it right now, and you're going to get ESB because this guy doesn't have the ability to break on it biomechanically. But we didn't really do that. Instead, we went full Caleb Williams. We rolled back. We came back up. We junked the ball. 3 points. Right? Look, I don't think Bagent deserves hate. To me, Bagent is kind of like talking about a college athlete a little, where it's like, Bagent's a professional, and I get that, but I had no expectations. None. And so it bums me out to see the Bears take on the worst team in the NFL, and they do get open. They do get open guys, and the quarterback he just had the worst game of his season. I mean, what sucks for Bagent, he's 2-2. Hey, list of UDFA quarterbacks. If somebody's got the juice right now, try to find me the list of UDFA quarterbacks that have won 2 games, because I bet it's a shorter list than we would think it would be. Like 2 games in starts. But so either way, it's never easy to win in the NFL. And the Josh Allen, like Buffalo Bills, made that very clear. But a lot of meat on this bone. A lot of very frustrating meat on this bone too. Because then you start nitpicking, right? The quarterback just starts playing bad and you feel really, really, really bad. Like, to me, I don't know if you guys felt this, but as this game progressed, I was like, oh my gosh, Tyson already looked rattled. Now he looks mega rattled. Like, he finds it later in the game. Tyson has a couple really solid plays, but like, he's not, Ben, because one of the best UDFA quarterbacks, I can name him. His name is Tony Romo. Wild, right? Imagine that happened in Chicago. Like, a UDFA ends up having the career that we now know to be Tony Romo. And the worst part is he was maligned the entire time. I was just thinking UDFAs, Ben. So good point. So then you start to get to the point where, like, Bagent's doing stuff like this, and it just starts to feel completely unnecessary. Was Kurt Warner a UDFA? Yeah. My goodness. Goodness. I heard grocery bagger, Ben. I thought he got cut. Like, so when I originally told myself the story, I assumed he was drafted, cut, bagging groceries, drafted, or like picked back up, right? So that's the thing. Let me see. How do the Cowboys just decide, hey, this quarterback we gave up nothing for is going to be good enough? We're sure of it. Quentin, I can actually tell you the story because I lived it. they had Bledsoe, and they had just traded for Bledsoe, if memory serves. But they had this Tony Romo kid, like sitting on the bench, and stuff started to go really, really bad, really bad, and uh, and then as it did, calls to play Romo got a little louder, got a little louder, got a little louder, right? Not actually all that dissimilar from Justin and Tyson Bagent. The difference being that the moment Romo got in the game, he was Tony Romo. Like, Tony's not going to be a Hall of Famer, but he's, I would argue, pretty close. Like, Tony lands in the definitive Hall of Very Good, right? And so it's why, like, he just never really let go of the starting job from there. And then you ended up really close. But it's then you mentioned, was Romo more maligned than Dak? Dak's pretty maligned right now. Like, but so it was wild looking back at that. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Ben brings up, or not Ben. I think it's Matthew brings up an interesting point. Folks, can we think of a player who keeps getting replaced by great? The Bears need to go get Alex Smith. It's obvious. I don't care if he's retired. The Bears need to throw the bag at Alex Smith this offseason, because the moment that the Bears get Alex Smith and they declare him the starting quarterback, Tyrod Taylor's another good example where it's like, Alexander, I'm trying to find the quarterback that gets replaced by the guy more than once. If the Bears signed Carson Wentz, you know what's about to happen with the Rams, right? The Rams are about to lull out Nick Foles, and then he's gonna go on a run, because that's what he does when Carson Wentz is the starting quarterback. Like, I kid, but it's funny looking back where it's like, honestly, if honest to goodness, if Alex Smith did want to be like a quarterback's assistant, I think he'd be awesome. Like, I would love to see whatever happens with the quarterback, man, whether it's Justin Fields or a sparkly new rookie. I would love to see some kind of veteran presence with him, so that this guy has somebody to bounce some decent ideas off of. But I digress. I do think that stuff's important. I do. Can you tell I freeze framed on an open throw, by the way? Like, I understand that I think reasonable people have minor concerns about how hard Bagent can zip the ball, but like, you need a fastball to be able to complete this. It is NFL open. We don't throw it with anticipation. Instead, we eat a hold, I think. No, not a hold on this play, but we have to go freaky to go get ourselves a completion along the sidelines, and that bums me out. Alexander, it's hard to tell, right? I think he would have. I don't even know. Fields right now is bizarre. Like, it's so funny looking at Justin Fields, because I looked into a bunch of rate stats the other day, and it's like, Justin Fields has a pretty solid big time throw percentage. Justin Fields has a solid, like, average depth of target. A bunch of stats for Justin Fields are pretty good. And then you look at a lot of the rate ones, and it's like, his success rate, it's like outside of the top 25. His fumble, or it's like, success rate was outside the top 25. EPA per play was outside of the top 25. Like, the CPOE is like top 6. So when he throws the ball, he's completing it way more than most quarterbacks. But the fumbles, the sack rate is obviously like top 2. It's not top 1, because Daniel Jones just took a billion more sacks. And to shell bullets a piece. Like, Alexander, when I think carved up, I think Justin Herbert. Justin Fields would have delivered probably 1 to 2 more really strong body shots that would have allowed the Bears to put some distance between them and a Carolina offense that couldn't do enough, right? Like, the big thing for Justin Fields that I have seen is that against especially poor defenses, he will hit a shot or two. It's that there's no consistency. And especially when a defense finds a way to push Fields off his first read, sometimes it feels like he can't throw the ball at all. I mean, which bums me out. And I'm with you, Ben, that like, let's see, you feel like he hits more long developing routes, never quick routes, 100%. 1 to 2 good scrambles can mess a defense up. Absolutely. The complex part for Fields, if you ask me, Ben, is that I feel like we lost a little bit of the scramble magic. I don't know what happened, but he literally doesn't seem as fast as he did. Like, he doesn't seem as, I don't know, Gumby, like quick. He's not accelerating or planting with the velocity that he did in 2022. Maybe it's not there. Like, I don't know. It's just, ugh. I can't help but wonder, Jibby, if he was trying to add some extra weight to get durable. I do feel like it feels obvious. It feels obvious that maybe he tried to bulk up a little bit. But Ben, it feels like Fields dulled his edge. And to be fair, Ben, I think you and I would both agree that if Fields was hitting all his open throws, we would not care. Right? Like, just the open ones. Right? Like, I understand that that's easier said than done. But don't you agree with me, Ben? Like, if he was hitting his first and his second read, okay. Like, whatever. We're not going to get to third read. Whatever. Right? There, we could make our concessions. But some of the first ones that we get, it's like, oh, I'm so frustrated. That's the thing, A Glitch. The better word would be frustrated. People keep asking me if I'm done. A Glitch, after Trubisky, I promise, I'm always going to be a guy who calls it like I see it, whether it's good or bad at the time. And I'm going to change with new data all the time. I don't want to build these narratives where it's one person's fault. I think that's silly, right? I don't want to build these narratives where it's impossible for Tevin Jenkins or Darnell Wright to have a bad game because we love them, right? They can have bad games, right? And so with Fields, this concept of in or out really bugs me. And I'll use the word in when people need me to say it and I feel in enough, right? But going into this offseason, I mean, okay, so going into this season, I never managed to make it and I'm bummed I didn't, right? I wanted to make a video that was all about, because I rewatched a bunch of Fields' film right before the season, and all I was led to the realization of was that Fields had 2 outcomes, not 3, not 4, 2. Because in too many moments in 2022, I can think of moments from everything from the Washington game early in the season to like the Miami game and the Dallas game, etc. You know what I'm saying? Like, there were too many moments on film where somebody would get very open and Fields simply wouldn't throw the ball. And I remember begging the question, let's put it this simply. When DJ Moore flies open, is Fields going to throw it? I thought the answer was obviously yes. Like, obviously. How would he not? Right? You got him DJ Moore. This is that dude for him. Just throw it on time with a little anticipation. He's going to take care of you. And he hasn't. Like, I mean, he literally hasn't thrown the ball. And something about the week 1 and that week 2 game, Joe, to use a point, because I feel like it comes up with you and Jay Sanders sometimes, and that's not picking at you guys. It's fine. It's great. Something about those 2 games set me off hard enough that the Denver and the Washington games just didn't feel like they fixed it, right? Because Denver called a bunch of these pattern match, man-like zone coverages that let DJ Moore get very obviously open on crossers. So it didn't show that Fields could throw a sail route, right? And then in Washington, we had all these moments with Darnell Mooney where we still couldn't throw a sail route. Like, and at that point, DJ Moore took over. He took 3 curls for 140 yards. What? Like, DJ Moore dominated so hard in that Washington game. And that's great. Fields had to throw the ball. Tyson Bagent wasn't going to do that. Can we be so blunt? Like, of all the games that Tyson Bagent was going to win, he wasn't going to win that one like that because Fields still threw fastballs. That ball that almost had the that throw that almost got Matt Eberflus fired against Benjamin St. Juste, where that corner is 6 inches away from picking off at that third down and taking it to the other way. Instead, DJ Moore spins out, and here we are. Like, I mean, you want to talk about how the NFL is a game of inches. That was a wild throw. It was a perfect throw. It was still kind of late, but it was a perfectly placed throw. And it was, that's the thing, Joe. That's the part that breaks my heart. That's the part that makes me so sad. Like, it feels like a different staff might have gotten more development out of Fields. If you want my opinion, Joe, let me take my deep breath, because I think I'm about to say something everybody knows. It's call me a dork, call me Caleb Williams, but I'm actually having to like low-key swallow tears saying this, because when Matt Eberflus got hired, I think a ton of us were worried about the same thing. Okay, so this guy's going to bring in a system. He's going to bring in something called hits, right? And in that system, one of the biggest things that he's going to emphasize, and you know it, is turnovers. Because every single defensive coach does. Every single defensive coach, especially the bad ones, overemphasize turnovers. Don't you ever turn that ball over. And Justin Fields didn't need anybody in his ear giving him any reason to not throw the ball. And I'm not about to say that Matt Nagy was the dude. That's not the argument here. But Matt Nagy had Justin Fields ready to throw 1,000 interceptions. Just about. You don't get Justin Fields fitting that seam throw to Jimmy Graham in anymore. It's just not there. Thank you so much, Tom. Super Bowl Shuffle coming in at a kind of depressing time, but hey, it's uplifting every time. Point being that, like, you don't get the tight window balls, the few that were there anymore. When you look up Justin Fields on Next Gen Stats, I'm pretty sure, let me look this up. In 2022, he was the league, what would you call the opposite of the leader? NFL Next Gen Stats. He was the lowest aggressiveness percentage in the NFL. Here, I'll start with 2022, and then we'll find him in 2023. This aggressiveness percentage stats. Don't embarrass me, Next Gen Stat. I need you here. Justin Fields at 9.1%. He threw into the least tight windows. And then in 2022, let's take a look. Well, we're not at the bottom, but would you believe it? Oh, man. It's almost like the coaching staff is telling them not to do something. Huh. And I mean, aggressiveness percentage doesn't make you good. Like, you look at some of the most aggressive quarterbacks in the NFL, and it's not like there's, amazing things that are coming from being really high in this stat. Usually, if you're really high in this stat, either your receivers absolutely suck, or it is, Joe. Like, it's normally your receivers are the worst, but also you're not reading the field super well, or you're late, or a combination of all kinds of things. You don't normally want to be like mega high in this percentage, but it was wild to me looking at this offense, and you see these turndowns, and you see all these different like things that we've got. Fields is a rookie. Good question from Quentin. We take a look here, and Justin Fields is actually relatively high with a 17% aggressiveness percentage. It's not near the same. He's on the other end. Like, that was Nagy. This is Flus. And I can't tell you, because I don't know. that Matt Eberflus ruined Justin Fields. But my feeling on the matter, because I don't know if Justin Fields really would have been that dude with another coach. It's hard to say. We can't know, right? We didn't see it. But I do think that Matt Eberflus took any shot of Justin Fields becoming that dude and instead coached him to be the safest version of Justin Fields. And that version doesn't throw the ball, which is heartbreaking if you ask me, because Justin Fields' delivery has always been a long one. You needed him to understand anticipation. You needed him to understand anticipation, even if that meant predetermination. Like, take a look at that again. I know I'm not going back to it. Everybody holds on to it. It's ridiculous. Like, but the Pittsburgh game from 2021, there are some predetermined throws all throughout his rookie year. Don't stick on the Pittsburgh game. There are some predetermined throws Fields made where he overcomes predetermined with anticipation and accuracy. And instead now, because there's no anticipation, we're being so safe. We're going to check and make certain the guy's open. The accuracy part doesn't really matter. And you end up with a quarterback that simply won't throw the ball. Like, he just won't do it. And I think that's really frustrating. I think the worst part is that the coaches have a hand in it, and that we can pretty confidently say, I mean, I think this is a reasonable argument. What do you guys think? But I think we can pretty confidently say that Fields, so every draft prospect has to own their own development. They have to. Tell me what you're thinking, DG. But so, like, I think every prospect has to own their own development. But it feels awfully correlated. Just the way Fields developed coming out of 2022, he could have developed into the hit bigger shots version of himself. Instead, he developed into the take less sacks version of himself, and then scrapped that plan after taking less sacks against Green Bay. Didn't fix anything, and I'm just frustrated. Instead, we've just got what we've got. And like you're saying, Eric, let's see. Think players bring their skill set. Coaches can help or hurt, but it's at the margins, and Fields is way too extreme in the bad areas of QB play. That's the thing, Donald. Fields was a project in the true sense of the word. A lot of people saw him polished, but especially after that first year, I remember telling as many people as I could tell that it felt as if Fields needed an entire year to simply realize that this isn't OSU anymore. Like, he needed a year zero. He was on the longer track. Why did the Josh Allen thing make sense? Because Josh Allen also had to learn things don't work like they do in the Mountain West. And so, in my opinion, like, it's, I agree with you, but at the same time, like, I don't know, Donald, to me, it just gets tough. Talking about all of this, because we end up with a lot of survivorship bias, don't we? Like, the good quarterbacks are the ones that we consider good. The bad quarterbacks that did not end up good are quarterbacks that we consider bad quarterbacks. Could Mitch have ever been that dude? I don't think so. Could Fields have been that dude? I actually think so. I mean, even now, I think he could have. But with the habits that he has right now, I think his only real shot is the Geno route. People keep talking about him going to like Atlanta or something next year. I think it's going to take a little bit to unwind all of this. Like, I think he's been overcoached to a heavy degree because of his flaws, instead of just taking the time to practice and get better, in my opinion. Like, it frustrates me, because you could argue that, like, it needs to be used, Ben, and it needs to be repped over and over without the threat of getting hit. It needs to be perfect. It needs to, like, he's got to take away some of the I need a first down right now. Like, no, he needs good process. To me, same guy saying all of this, as ridiculous as it sounds, I think Caleb Williams has strong process. his first read is not open as often as we want to make it. He gets ridiculous. But drop back. Look at first read. Look at second read. Look at third read. Get back to second read. Like, you see too many of those moments in Caleb's film for me to not get excited, in my opinion. I'm with you, Mario. It's sad. The whole 2021 quarterback class, I would argue, it's a case study, honestly, in how to set quarterbacks up to struggle outside of Trey Lance, who he had his own trouble. Like, I really liked Trey too. I can't believe it went so badly, but good for Trey that he is where he is now. Like, I I can't help but think, at least at this point, that look, I promise to anybody listening, thank you for putting up with me. I'm not trying to tell you that, like, it's over or something like that. But kind of like you're saying that, Joe, to me, Joe, side note, the other part of this that really kills me is the part where they drafted Fields and then they fired his coach. Like, I get it, but oh my goodness. And like you're saying, Mario, here's my hot take, because I know you're not allowed to say anything negative about the guy, but I would argue that, okay, so look, I'm going off of rumor, but it does not seem like Kyle Shanahan ever really liked Trey Lance. And I don't know about you guys, but when I openly don't like a coworker, it's generally because I thought I was going to work with somebody else. And so I'm rumor milling a little bit, but it sure seems as if Kyle Shanahan really did want Mac Jones. If that's not an open secret, it feels that way. Like, and so it's not Kyle Shanahan hate Donald so much as I'm not convinced that Kyle Shanahan wants any quarterback that won't just do what Kyle Shanahan wants him to do. Like, yes, sir, you bet. And it's totally worked with Purdy. They're rolling, smoked the Jaguars. Anything you need me to say? But with Trey Lance, I can't help wondering if he needed to go to a team that was probably going to work around him. DG, isn't it obvious why Kyle didn't take Fields? Right? Like, he couldn't run the RPOs that like makes the Shanahan system. He's way too slow. Like, Shanahan probably saw it at Fields Pro Day, plain and clear. Like, snap to throw is way too slow for that system at the very least. Let's see, Mario. Maybe they got shy about drafting Mac at 3 after finding out how low he was in the eyes of the league. I actually think, Mario, that's probably closer to it than closer to true than we want to admit. I mean, I know it sounds coked out and crazy, right? But I really would be shocked if the 49ers didn't just back off. But so, Ben, I appreciate you. But so here we'll watch some Detroit here in a little bit. There's only so I don't know. It's great because honest to goodness, let's see then, but then why not trade up if you're SF? Let's see. You mean why trade up? Oh, I honestly think that they did their homework after they got up to 3. And then Kyle was like, yeah, I want Mac. And they were like, you don't mean that, right? I mean, weirder things have happened in the wide world of NFL rooms. This was a fun play, and Tyler Scott didn't get leveled, which was nice. There's a nice play coming up. Honestly, for all of the Tyson struggle that definitely did happen, there are a couple nice plays, and in particular, I am excited to see what Tyler Scott continues to become. Like, No, that's Scotty. Don't freak out. I think there are still way too many people that are losing. That you say one good thing about a Bears rookie, and then they go, "So do you think Gervon Dexter's going to be like Dexter Lawrence?" And I know you were playing with me. I know you were playing with me earlier, but you'd be amazed at how much of that I get for real. And it's like, no, no, not like that. And so, but with Scott, you see the athleticism, you see the speed, and while wide receiver is a position that I would love for somebody to be more technical at, I also think that there's this bad habit for wide receivers in particular, where people will oversell like a good receiver. I'm looking at you, Daz Newsome, and then he's just got no skill and zero ability to separate. And surprise, surprise, the guy's just bad, right? With Scott in the fourth round, you got to teach him to catch a little bit, but at the same time, you can body catch all you want when you've got 3 steps. Like, don't worry about it. This is a bad one. This is an NFL throw that it just has to get made. It just has to get made. It's barely an NFL route concept. If you've watched the, I didn't realize just how bad Tanyan's route was until I really watched it, and JT pointed it out. But like, let's watch Tanyan, and you'll see this, because it's just Tanyan setting an open and obvious pick for DJ Moore running an out route, and Tanya's just gonna run up, put his hands out, and you can almost imagine him shouting "Bah!" at the corner, like just being all loud and stuff. Because like it is just a straight up pick play. Now, here's the problem. I mean, you got to throw it. Like, Tanyan is about to go set a pick for you. So then what are you worried about? This DB jumping the route? Are you that scared? Because, okay, so do we got any F1 fans in here? I am a little bit of an F1 fan. It's on Sunday, so I don't watch a lot of the races, especially because I am a fan of parity, and Max, who I like, winning over and over and over is, I don't want to say it's annoying. It's not annoying, but yeah, Formula One. But it makes to where I can just read the scores later. Anyways, Roman Grosjean talked about, he's a former F1 driver, that when you see a gap and you pass on it, that's when you know you're done, right? And Donald, if there's one thing that would freak me out, it's that Bajent would have thrown this in his first game. It seems as if the last 2 games and all the interceptions have started to worry him, because now we're pump faking, right? Now we aren't throwing that. We have to throw that. If we don't throw this, we can't play. Like, does that make sense? If we don't throw this, talent or not, if we don't throw this, there is no good play. Like, you need another backup at that point. If the Bears look at this tape and a new coaching staff moves on from Bajent because he won't throw this anymore, that'll be why. We'll have watched the Bears kill another young quarterback. Which, it sounds so stupid, and I'm being kind of overdramatic. But like, because I'm with you, all are broken. I don't actually think it's that big a deal. It's more to point out that Tanyan is standing where the throw is going to go. Before he even picks the guy, he is literally the most important, or like he's literally occupying the space the ball's going to go into. And I tend to agree with you, Eric. Like, that's the thing. Like, oh, you don't know how I blame coaching. It's more to say that, Eric, like, coaching is sort of the ecosystem that houses it all, right? A player's still going to say they played like trash, right? But at the same time, kudos for Bajent for saying that, because I would love to pretend that I can catch all the pressers. I can't catch all the pressers. It's good to hear that he felt that way, because I would hope his head's in the right place. He's got to know this stuff can't happen again. And you learn a lot more in a loss than you do in a win. It's more pointing out to you guys, us Bears friends, that there were like, we take what would have been a first down, and instead Tevin Jenkins gets mollywopped and he has to hold, and it becomes a 10-yard penalty. And I tend to think, just so we're on the same page, Eric, for what it's worth, like if I coached you all week, if we're playing baseball and I coached you all week, right? To, hey man, this pitch is pretty wild. We're trying to take walks. Hey man, this pitch is pretty wild. Don't swing at something out of the zone. And then you strike out looking 3 times and the media asks you about it. You're not gonna say, yeah, my coach told me he was gonna be wild. You know what I mean? Like as much as I do appreciate what Bajan's saying, if the coaches told him, hey, be careful out there. Like, we think our defense is gonna ball. Just don't turn this ball over. Like, suddenly you're gonna get him second guessing. But is that open though? And he's still responsible for every time he doesn't throw the ball when it totally was open. Still responsible. But I also can't help but think that, like, you get what I'm saying? It's both, right? It's both. It's always both. I am a huge believer these days in, like, the 40% pie. That's what I'm calling it. Looks like a peace sign on purpose, loosely. Where it is 40% the QB, 40% the coach, and then 20% we just have no idea. And we're not going to know. Right? But I point this out because, to me, Eric, I am low-key done trying to assign true blame. Instead, all we can do in a bad situation, especially when it's this bad, is go, well, everybody's got to own a piece of it. And then you get a play like this one, and this just sucks, right? Because in the middle of a bad game, nobody wants to see this, right? Nobody wants to see this. Can Bajan throw this ball? Can I be real with you guys? Not really, right? I can name you 2 guys in this draft who can throw this ball right now. But, like, this, in my opinion, is a catch-up ball, right? It's dagger, okay? Watch the whole play, and you'll see it's just an extremely deep dagger concept. Like, you've got Tyler Scott running a deep post. You've got DJ Moore running motion all the way across the field and then daggering inside, right? And the problem is that by the time Tyler Scott is, oh my God, he's so open, how did he get there? He's not supposed to be. He's the clear out. Like, this guy right here isn't in the read. DJ Moore is the number 1. And the guy coming across from you is the number 2. And it becomes a high-low because that's what you do for a UDFA quarterback, right? So I feel bad for Tyson because actually Kirk Herbstreit's right. He's not the guy. He's not supposed to be open. Like, and Donald, you mentioned sees it. I would bet you money Tyson does. But by the time Tyler Scott is a full, 10, 22 yards downfield, you're going to need to throw it 60 to hit him without this safety picking you off. It's the NFL. Like, if you don't hit him in stride, you're still going to get hosed, no matter how open he was at 22 yards downfield, right? Now, if you're Josh Allen and you can throw it with a lower trajectory, or somebody like Josh Allen, you can make that work. If you're Caleb Williams, I think he no steps into it and just freaking launches the ball. He's thrown crazier because he's got that arm he's got that arm too. Does Fields make this throw? I don't think so, to be honest with you. Like, I tend to think Fields, especially if the game was going this poorly, also would have just had his eyes direct on DJ Moore. Why would we have seen anything else? I would love to see Fields make this throw, but he's only going to catch it out of the corner of his vision. Like, the problem is that you're looking at DJ Moore, and then you're going to see out of the corner of your eye, Tyler Scott's got his hand up. And if you believe him, you're then going to look up and you're going to say, oh my gosh. And you're going to rip and you're going to have thrown it by about here, and then the ball is just going to fly. I honestly don't know, Donald. JT seems to think that some do, some quarterbacks. I think there's a chance that Brady just rips it up the seam. And so then you probably get a touchdown and everybody goes, whoa! But it's more to point out that this play is actually kind of unfair. And then, of course, DJ doesn't separate. So we get to our check down. It's bad. Everybody feels bad. I'm actually a little surprised we didn't want to just throw it there. I mean, that seems as fine as anything else to me. It's a hard throw, don't get me wrong, but there you go. Like, those who are so used to the play call and the defense to predict the clear might be good. I think, to use an example, Ben, Jared Goff probably sees it. Just the way he's playing right now, it wouldn't surprise me if he finds it. And I know he didn't get the one in week 1, but right now, I feel like he probably does, right? But it's also not to freak out at you, Donald, because to me, at least in Bajent's perspective, sees it or not, like, that's an arm strength thing and that's a feel it thing. Like, you have to be able to catch up. That's one of the things about Bagent that I think is just really hard for him. Like, if Tyson Bagent, Donald, doesn't throw with anticipation, I just don't think he has the arm to fastball it in late. And you'll get balls like this where the ball seems like it's traveling plenty fast. Don't get me wrong. But like we saw in the Saints game, what it looks like when we're attempting windows behind schedule. And some guys just can't fit it in there. And that's okay. That's okay. He needs to play in a system that's going to give him some time to learn and trust, because he's got to throw this stuff on time. There's no way Home Dog played at Shepherd and didn't learn to throw on time. No questions. He threw plenty on time in the Raiders game and plenty of his other snaps too. So I'm not worried. Donald, I think there were tardiness issues in most cases. And I think they were throw placement problems. I really don't think they were huge decision issues, but that's just my take. I think Bagent could have made all of those throws had he been a little earlier or his arm been a little bigger, but you can't trade arms. And so for me, it would have been a little earlier. That's the whole play within yourself thing, right? One of my favorite things about a really good backup quarterback, and hey, I'm going to use my favorite backup quarterback. We're talking about Nick Foles again. Cross that one off of Raw Bingo if it's on there. I feel like brings up Nick Foles should absolutely be in there. I guess you would have already crossed it off tonight. But so the big one that I'm looking at with Foles is that Foles knew what he could do and Foles knew what he couldn't do. And right now, Andy Dalton knows what he can do. Andy Dalton knows what he can't do. I think that when a quarterback only attempts the things that they can do, they are truly dangerous. Like when a quarterback knows the game enough to get it, and they know how they're going to get it against any coverage, they can get kind of nasty. They can get kind of frisky. They're not going to win off of, I don't know, raw talent, right? They're not going to make the woes of throws that a guy like Justin Herbert is going to make, but you've seen it, right? They're going to just walk down the field slowly but surely, 5 yards at a time. And then they'll uncork a deep one and a one-on-one guy will make a play, or they'll dump it underneath to a guy who's, oh my gosh, open, and he'll make a play. I thought Roshan had a decent game, by the way. Like, I thought he looked solid in pass pro. I thought he looked solid as a receiver. I thought he looked solid as a runner. He has a huge play taken away from him by none other than Lucas Patrick. That's a separate complaint. But what's new, right? Also, Donald, another thing that I can't help but think that, like, man, Brady had it figured out was, so first of all, Brady is one of, oh no, Tyson. So I understand it's a throwback screen. Why did we have to tantalize me? It's not there. The ball's well thrown. But the Bears are running Y leak, and this guy gets through. And I don't know why they're running Y leak off of a screen. Because, like, Yeah, Derek Brown's going to get through. He's Derek Brown. And nobody takes out the guy who mashes the screen. Like, we probably run the throwback screen a few too many times. It's more looking at the leverage, Donald. Like, he takes a look there. This guy's gone inside. There is no read. I'm not dunking on Bajan, to be clear. I'm saying, oh man, the Y leak worked and we put it on film. So now they got it on their tablet. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are we running the Y leak action on a screen when it's a trap play? Like, that just means we're not going to run it in the game, more than likely. And so maybe you're trying to back them off or something like that. But I'm surprised that they baked in a true to form shot play into a screen. It just seems a little weird to me. Like, the throwback screen is totally one thing. That's a total separate thing. But if anything, like, don't we think it's a little weird that on a shot play like this, you're going to have Cole Kmet bring a defender to that side of the field, right? And yeah, that's the thing, Lenny. Also, another thing, Lenny, that I think is worth remembering is that, like, when did we become not allowed to have bad games? Especially on a Thursday. Like, y'all, does anybody in this chat think that Josh Allen is bad? Does anybody think Pat Mahomes has lost the touch? Right? Like, Jordan, come on. You think Josh Allen is bad? Like, I mean, I'm not trying to get you to tell me that you think he's God's gift to quarterbacking or the greatest quarterback ever. It's more like I can't help but look at a lot of these guys. And I'm like, oh, I got you, Jordan. Like, we gotta chill out. Like, you get 17 games. If Tevin, honest to God, if Tevin can play 14, 13 games a season and he can play 7 good ones, 4 mid ones, and 3 bad ones, or whatever the math is to make that work, whatever. Like, okay, it happens. We keep doing this thing, right, guys, where we act like if your team, because the Bears are bad, anybody who doesn't look like an all-pro sucks and they can't be part of a championship team. Mecole Hardman has a Super Bowl ring. And if the Bears signed him, he would look awful. Like, no question, right? And that's not me trying to dunk on Mecole. It's pointing out that, like, in my opinion, football's a top-heavy game. And the role players play different roles. They do different things, right? And so I can't help looking at this Bears team, thinking, like, Tim fight a rhino. Eric, there are a lot of linemen that are only good for 10 to 13 games a year. There are tons of linemen that are only going to last that long. So many. Like, that's before we even talk about Taron Armstead, for instance. Like, I'm not even talking about inconsistency. Linemen get hurt all the time. Linemen get hurt all the time. It happens. Here we go. So another thing that kind of doesn't help anything is that, like, these guys are just not NFL edge rushers. Like, could I put together a little highlight reel of Braxton Jones doing this? Woo, yay, got him, yeah, woohoo. I'm serious, guys. Okay, I like Braxton, right? The other part about this game that gets kind of hard to read is that, like, okay, right can stop number 90. Here, I just hit the wrong button, but let me check on my hour lads. Number 90 is Amare Barno. He's a 6th round pick from 2022. Are we crowning Darnell Wright off that one? Like, I like Wright. I like highlights. The really complicated part about a game like this when it comes to like nothing's wrong with the rep. That's not the point, Donald. It's more to say that like the scary part about any time you evaluate tape like this too heavily is that you fall to the same traps that you get in the preseason, right? Where you see Jatiri Carter freaking dominating two stringers, and that's great. But then against Vita Vea, stuff's different. It's different, right? Like I promise I'm not dunking on either tackle. It's more pointing out that in the NFL, you become a Pro Bowler because of what you do against Aiden Hutchinson, not because of what you do against Amari Barno. And it's a good rep. It's not like I'm trying to say, oh, there's a chink in the armor, right? I'm not trying to say, oh, there's a flaw in the game. Oh, that's a bad rep. No. None of that. None of that, right? It's more to say that when we watch a game like this, because Donald, that's the thing. It does cut both ways. It does. I mean, nobody's saying that, hey, Denver and Washington had bad games. So when we go to assign Pro Bowlers, like just write out all of DJ Moore's like yards against Washington and Denver. They don't count. They weren't good enough. It's not like that. It's not like that. It's more to say, Donald, that when we are evaluating for the future or something like that, especially when we're evaluating these guys for the future, I don't think we're going to go back and we're going to say, I mean, Braxton kind of whooped ass against Carolina, right? That's all. Like, this is good. I really like Braxton. I would argue the whole value to Braxton is that you could just send one guy to chip him, or like one guy to chip for him, and he should be able to handle almost literally any NFL edge rusher that way. But it is, with Darnell Wright in particular, it's all about how he handles an island against guys that are really good, right? The Domrop thing is so weird. I tend to think it's probably over, like, and it's too bad for him. But he got a shot. He did. This one is another classic example of a Bears receiver just predetermining, which sucks. Darnell is running down the field. DJ Moore is running across the field. DJ Moore has an Orlovsky touchdown on his hands. I mean, Ben, here's the crazy part. So let's say you get this out around now. You flick this to DJ Moore. Now you've got DJ Moore catching the ball, turning upfield, and then this guy's going to break back, but Mooney's going to vaguely get in his way. So DJ's going to break into the open field. And then you've got DJ one-on-one with this guy chasing him. It is not unrealistic. He scores. Like, we can Orlovsky touchdown a lot, right? But I'm not trying to like draw a line and say, boom, score, right? It's more to say that like on these kinds of plays with this specific receiver, this isn't Michael Wilson, who I love. This isn't AJ Brown, who probably can't do that. Like, and if he was, he's going to run somebody over. Like, Scott's wide open, Reinhardt, you're totally right there. But if we're going to predetermine Darnell Mooney, I mean, this is just not there, right? Because I'm thinking you're splitting the field. Like, if you're going to do that, then you've rewritten the progression to where that's number one, that's number two, and knowing the way he's playing right now, you're probably getting a check down or something, and that's going to be number three, and you are just straight up ignoring whatever these two do. Like, because I always try to stay within the scope of what's going on. But the part that would frustrate me if I was his quarterback's coach is the part where we are just not even near open. Like, we are not even kind of open. We are not even maybe open. We are closed. And we've got a receiver in our peripheral running wide open. Wide open. We've got to hit it. And Reinhardt, I agree with you in principle, but the other piece to this that hurts, if you ask me, is that I don't think Bagent can plant his feet and rip this to Scott all the way to the end zone with enough pace to beat the safety once he's turned this read down, right? Because that's the other piece is like quarterback trajectory and the ability to fit the throw into the end zone on the run to Scott. I just think Bagent would need higher trajectory. I just don't know if it's there, especially with a guy wide open on third down at the sticks mailboxing us. But that's neither here nor there. Boom. Glad it's not picked. And Bagent puts a little bit of fairy dust together by the end of the game. Not bad. Could be worse, right? Oh, this throw is sick, actually. This is the fourth down play. This will work. And here's the throw. If you want to get excited about Bagent, and if you want to get more depressed, don't we love being depressed? That's probably too high. It's about like there. 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 1 to 2 to 3. And I think that there's nearly no chance Fields even attempts this throw. You get snap. Pop, pop, pop. DJ is not there. Corner's got us. So we work back to Mooney. Maybe he's there if we've got a rocket, right? But we don't. So we move on. 13's clear in space. Good recognition by Bagent that this is wide open, right? Rip. Honestly, I could care less that it's a body catch because he needs every inch of body on this catch. Good play. Snap. Boom. Scott does a really good job protecting it and coming down with the ball because he was going to have to take a hit. Another thing I always think is wild about a play like this. I want you to watch this safety, right? I'm not about to tell you it's the greatest safety play on earth. It's not about that, right? Because Alexander says it's a dangerous throw. Alexander, it's an NFL throw, right? If it's a faster ball, it doesn't look as dangerous, right? But what's crazy to me, just again, watch this guy. Watch this guy right here. Like, it is wild to me how quickly NFL players can close open windows. You go screenshot and you circle Tyler Scott and you say, oh, he's wide open. And then this safety breaks back. And at the catch point, you got two guys right on him. Right on him. That is an NFL window. These are hard. Nothing's easy. You got to make gutty throws every single week. Every single week, especially when it's fourth down. Like, on fourth down, you got nothing to lose. You got to throw this ball. And he does. If anything, maybe you throw it a hint sooner so that Scott doesn't have to stand there for it. But if you are going to make him stand there for it, Scott does a pretty solid job of posting this ball up and coming down with it. It's kind of just a good play by everybody. The NFL is a tough league to win in. That's what makes this so hard, I think. Like, nothing comes easy. Especially to me when you watch this real time. Snap. Look at how quickly that hit comes in. Catch, boom. Immediately hit, gotta hang on to the ball. Yes, I'm overanalyzing one play. Blatantly. It's one of the only good ones we got. Oh, another thing to overanalyze. Did you see it? Did you see that thing that I know you're going to get excited about? You got to guess? It's not Braxton. It's not Darnell. The Panthers bring a blitz. But I bet you didn't notice because Roschon Johnson stuck his guy. Stuck him. Boom. There we go. Yeah, Iceberg, if he leads that ball, Scott's getting his face mask torn off. Just about. Protection wise, though, a lot to like, man. Like, I would love to see Roshan Johnson continue to, let's see, a little lift off. You mean like Tyler Scott? For sure. But especially with a crashing linebacker, we love moments of solid running back protection. I sure do. Man. Khalid, for what it's worth, I'm never going to defend Cody Whitehair. Not anymore. But the NFL is at a constant shortage of quality offensive linemen. Like the I think one of the most misunderstood things in the NFL is how bad the truly average lineman is. For instance, let me use an example. I saw people on the internet that are saying left tackle's a premium position. If Braxton Jones is average, average simply isn't good enough. And I was sitting there like, when did we become this? The NFL probably carries, what do you guys think? 100 tackles? 100 tackles? Or something like that? Like 100 tackles, more than likely. And that includes the likes of Aviante Collins, right? And when somebody says that, sorry, Eric, when somebody says that Braxton Jones was average, there are a lot of people that think about average and they go, man, does that mean he's kind of bad? Yeah, actually. But it still means top 32 minimum. So far and away better than like the 40th best, right? But beyond that, it means he's somewhere between 18th and 18th and 14th at like, what would you call it? So 18th and 14th at left tackle, which is not an easy position to be the best at. I can't help but think, like, to me, Brax was the funny part, Jibby, is that like Brax is the kind of pick that I feel like is so okay. Let's put it this way, Jibby. You know how you watch Shark Tank and then somebody shows up with Scrub Daddy and it's just a sponge that looks like vaguely happy. You find out it's worth $1 billion and you're like, why didn't I think of that? Right? To me, Braxton Jones is the perfect example of the kind of pick that everybody should be making more often. It's not to say it's easy. It's to say Braxton Jones was a trade down. Like, Braxton Jones wasn't even their first choice. Braxton Jones was one of 4 selections that were just really athletic dudes that were long and fast. Like, one of them just happened to work his butt off and really blew him away, and they let him start for a season and take a bunch of L's, and he got better. Like, I mean, it's all to say that the Bears were the perfect storm of how you take a player like that and you turn him into a decent starter because he gets a bunch of reps that he's just not going to get in Buffalo. Like, and you didn't spend nearly anything on him. Braxton Scrub Daddy Jones works more than it should. Like, I hope that sticks. I hope this group makes that stick if it works. But like, let's see. But why are we acting like he hasn't been really good in pass pro? No, Jibby. It's because he loses slowly, and I think a lot of people just don't like that. I think he's fine. Like, I mean, Brax in most cases isn't shutting down the rusher across from him, but you get the ball out in under about 3.5 seconds, he's probably not going to take a hold for what he's doing over there. I think it works. I do. I think it works. I do think getting rid of Daniels was a strange move, but I always just assume that there's going to be some kind of purge. And to be honest, Reinhardt, another piece to that stuff. Now, you know me, I can be pretty favorable when it comes to moves that different GMs make, honestly. But the question that I always have, Reinhardt, is did the guy want to leave? Because Chicago was kind of a bad place to be. And I wouldn't want to be there. Like, everybody always says money talks. I'm not so sure. Like, I look back at okay, so I don't know anything. But there's this rumor, right? That yeah, no kidding, right, Reinhardt? There's this rumor that I know I heard that I completely believe. I completely believe this rumor that the Bears were ready to throw a bag last year at none other than Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Okay? I heard this, but it makes too much sense. Like, Luke Getsy, MVS on the market. I thought it was going to happen. Chances are you thought it was going to happen. Where's he end up going? The Chiefs, right? We fans always say things like, well, yeah, but I mean, if you throw enough money, then at a guy, he's going to say yes. No. He took a slightly lower deal to go play with the Chiefs. Got extended. Happy ending. Super Bowl champion. Like, I mean, if that's true, then we don't know, but I look at a lot of players and I legitimately beg the question with guys like Daniels and Reinhardt. I sure am going to keep it at if, because I don't want it to be a when, right? But if the Bears lose Jalen Johnson, I refuse to believe it'll be because the Bears think they're better off without him or that he's not worth the price tag, right? There's just not that many there's not that many corners that can make a case that they're a top 20 corner, period. And Jalen Johnson is in that. He's at least in that conversation. It's not just been a this year thing. I'm glad I made the offseason video about this exact topic. Like, and if I was Jalen, I wouldn't want to play here either. Like, it's promising, Ben, but right now with Jalen Johnson, I would be pretty bummed out, like, about being in Chicago, especially with one of your boys that you got drafted near, Roquan Smith, is out here saying to the media, yeah, I'm glad I'm not in Chicago anymore. You just waste your career there. Like, things change quick. That's the thing. What Donald's saying, totally true. Things change fast. There's no reason to buy into getting excited about Drake May until suddenly you're fun. And then people go, I want to be on the fun team. Like, I wouldn't have wanted to sign in Indianapolis until this season happened. Now I totally would. Like, that team looks fun, right? Alexander, to be honest, I think you got to tag Jalen. Like, I don't think he's going to like it, but I think you have to tag him at this stage. Just saying, in my opinion, like I think you have to tag him for negotiation purposes. I think if you transition tag him, you're going to get poison pilled. And so I think you tag him, you got the cap space, and you basically make him sit on it for a year. And you throw a couple extension attempts at him. And if he's adamant that he's not going to do it, like, it's a toxic market. When you're down bad, even the smallest thing kind of sets you off. Right. Exactly. Like, the tag is high, Ben, but in my opinion, I think CB1 is just too important a position. Like, I am of the opinion that that's like an edge. It's not quite a quarterback, but it's like a wide receiver one. Like, let's put it this way, Ben. With all these teams spending so much money to bring in such good wide receivers, your first corner has to be good. Has to be good. And I like Tyreek. He's not ready for that yet. I like Kyler. He's not good on. I don't trust him on the outside. Not like that, right? He fits Belichick, Reinhardt, because Belichick gets it. And Eric, we can match, but you have to remember that the Bears get to control the structure of the deal until they allow it to go to somebody else. And then that somebody else, their only way to actually win Jalen Johnson is to put together as toxic as a deal as possible, whatever that looks like. More guarantees than the Bears like. 3 year or like extra years on the deal, or a ramp up at the very end, whatever it would be. Like the other team sets the contract, the Bears match. When I say poison pilled, that's what the transition tag is. And it's why a lot of my smart cap friends think that it's nearly always a bad idea. Just because you allow the agent and the new team to conspire to try to put together the spookiest contract possible that they are still willing to honor, right? So in the Bears case, it would probably be backloaded heavy guarantees, if I had to guess. But so within that, Ben, the Bears are going to have $100 million in cap space. Eventually, you're still going to use the cap space, and you're still going to need the cap space in 2025. So my thought would be, I don't really care how high the tag is. I consider Jalen Johnson a piece of the future, and I would want to secure him there. And the way that I would do it, if I couldn't get him to agree to a deal with me, would be to just tag him and live with it. Okay, $20 million I spent on Jalen Johnson for a year. And then I'm going to extend him. And I'm not going to think that hard about it. And eventually he's going to, I don't know, play more years for the Bears, we sure hope. And maybe his cap hit will be lower. Hope his cap hit will be lower. But at that point, a second round tender would be interesting. Can you put that on Jalen Johnson? Probably. No, because he's not an RFA, right? He's going to be an unrestricted free agent. But so, to me at least, I look at this because I'm with you, DG, but I also look at the Bears setup and I think to myself that I would much rather just franchise tag him. It's an expensive 1-year deal. Like the non-exclusive tag would be interesting. I don't think anybody's paid. I actually think, Reinhardt, I might be a total dimbus, but I think almost every team uses the non-exclusive tag, and that is the franchise tag as we know it. It's totally just me riffing off the top of my head. A quick Google is going to make me look like an idiot, I'm sure. But my understanding is that the non-exclusive tag is lower money, but you can like send a first-round pick if you want the player, and nobody does it. I mean, guys, Lamar Jackson, I understand it's the wrong week to talk about it, was available for the low price of 2 first-round picks, and Atlanta passed. What? I know there's some weirdness around that situation, but teams don't part with their future picks. Like, look, anybody here that's been on this stream for even 5 minutes puts up with me enough to know what I'm probably about to say. But there is so much of my takes on things like, is Fields coming back to Chicago? Simple things and long things. Like, AC Adam, if you're still in here, I'm not trying to bum you out. It's more like I have seen too many weird trends when it comes to most football GMs, most football coaches, and how they handle their resources. There are different ideas on how to do all kinds of different things. Like, I appreciate that the Bears went for a nuanced approach with Montez Sweat, and I really mean that. I think that taking a player like Sweat, paying him market value to secure his services, knowing that the Bears needed him in preparation for a draft where they don't think they're going to get an edge talent, makes sense. Like, to me, that's planning for the future in a smart way. Even though you know you're going to overspend, you're controlling how and who and what you overspend it on. Because when you go to the open market, Reinhard, just to use an example, because I know of all people, you might be lower on the Sweat move the most. It's scaling a Sweat move versus a Tremaine Edmonds move, right? The Sweat move's way more expensive. Way more expensive. But the player you get is way more helpful than Tremaine Edmonds in the worst case scenario. Way more helpful. Even if Sweat isn't the guy people want it to be, if that makes sense. Because like Jimmy, I agree with you, Jimmy. That's kind of the point I'm making, right? Is like the teams that make it, or the guys that make it to free agency, are guys that another team didn't want. And in an NFL that's always scraping for whatever talent they can find. Like, for crying out loud, the Jets didn't even cut Carl Lawson. They can't even keep him active, for crying out loud. Like, people are gluttons for talent. Generally, any talent somebody will part with is scary. And I'm with you, Alexander. I mean, like, let's be so real, man. Like, right now the Bears are so bad that it's hard to be like, yeah, Pauls. Coaching, quarterback, maybe they're the whole issue. I don't think they're the whole issue. Maybe they're a large part of the issue. But do we know? No. Right? and that's part of the problem, man. Like, and let's see, Edmonds a D, but what makes it better is they're likely to trade down and pick up a 2 to avoid the fit cap. I agree. And so to me, Reinhardt, I'll tell you the boring football guy answer is I love guys like Huff. Huff's not a 3-down defender. And I can imagine coaches just salivating at the thought of somebody like Sweat helping them pick up big run stuffs. And moreover, Reinhardt, we can make everything about results. I know it is about results. So many football plans, or it's Bryce Huff, Alexander. Like, so many football coaches want these guys that they can whiteboard with, and Montez Sweat makes you feel comfortable about taking away a wide zone run game from a lot of teams that like to use a lot of wide zone. And so I know it's not the way we would spend our money. It's not. It's not. It's not. We want pass rush, don't we? But my hope is we knew, especially with the Atlanta rumors, like we knew that let me see who the Lions, Ben. Oh, yes. We knew that that Sweat wasn't going to make it to free agency. We don't know that Huff won't. Do we think Huff won't? I'm asking everybody. Like, I imagine Huff may actually get there. And then why not sign him too? Right? Like, Joseph, I wish I could. I don't. Like, is there a major drawback? Would it just be too much money to potentially signing Bryce Huff as a situational third down pass rusher? Because holy smokes, for anybody who doesn't know Bryce Huff, the dude is like the dude has like a 30% pass rush win rate. Like, let me see. That move worked because he helped others get sacks is what you're going for. A word like sucks is in there. But it's so funny. Like, with somebody like Bryce Huff, I would argue you need somebody who's going to get you to the passing downs. Sweat helps you get there. You needed guys to get there, right? But that's the most football guy take possible. Seriously, it is. Like, there are times where crazy zany football guys can end up just saying something that might be true according to the coaches. That's why they made the move, but it doesn't work out. It doesn't end up being good use of resources. The way that I would counter this, Reinhardt, is basically, to me, spending on a guy like Tremaine Edmonds undoes what would have been a good, like, if you didn't spend on Tremaine Edmonds and then you overspent on Sweat, I'm actually there. It's frustrating when you do both because the $18 million that you spent on Tremaine Edmonds, like, okay, let's overpay like crazy for an edge rusher that's a really strong, that's a really strong run defender and offers a little bit of pass rush. Are we getting everything we want? But who cares? We're getting something at a position that's really hard to find upgrades at. But exactly like you're saying, Ben, I said it at the time. That was like a Flus out of Flus pick. And to me, it's a great example that the Bears can't get him going. That like Flus's stuff doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work. Which is such an L. And like, hey, real talk, friends and fans. I don't think we are clear enough on how much say head coaches have with this stuff. I get it. We keep trying to turn football GMs into Billy Bean from Moneyball, but it isn't like that. At least I don't think so, right? I can't say I've ever been in a football room or a football front office. I will let you know once I am whether this is the case. But I look at these stories like the guy that Kyle Shanahan absolutely pounded the table for. I look at the hugs. I look at the way these guys react in the draft room, and it feels very clear to me when you look at signings like Tremaine Edmonds and also TJ Edwards in the same offseason that head coaches have so much more say than we give them credit for when it comes to team building. By the way, Khalid, I think Edmonds could be better at the weak side, but ultimately I think Edmonds, I want to see Edmonds in a 3-4, right? Like, I think Edmonds has skill as a pseudo safety that covers and plays pursuit linebacker. I think he's got skill there, but the role I just described is niche, right? Like the role I just described is very specific, and it's not what the Bears do. The moment you ask Tremaine Edmonds to take on blockers in the run game, you don't get what he does, and that's okay. But you don't get what he does. So Jibby, yes, but think of him like a torque wrench, expensive tool. But if you're working on cars, you need it. Like, it's expensive, but necessary. Fred Warner is debatably niche, but you play him where he is, he looks like a demon. Another great player that the Bears made look like he was terrible, Roquan? Like, Roquan couldn't play Will. They didn't want to play Roquan at Mike. But also, Roquan didn't fit what the Bears are doing right now, which is sad. Like, I'm serious, Donald. We say that. We say if Edmonds was Fred, I'm not letting you go there. Like, I get that they're different. They aren't the same player, but no, I'm not going to let you say that it's not system specific. Linebackers, in my opinion, are a lot like running backs. They are controlled by what system they're in. You take Roquan out of a 4-3, put him back in a 3-4 where he can be last to the run fit and play pursuit. Like, he's going to be different. And Reinhardt, I think Quan sabotaged himself probably a little bit, but he got into playing shape awfully quick if that's the case in Baltimore. I think they just let him do more coverage stuff, a lot more coverage stuff. And he didn't have to attack the hole the same way that he does. Like, it's, to me, like, I get it, because I do agree that Roquan played himself. Look, y'all, I talked about trading Roquan on Twitter and on streams for about 2.5 months. I wanted to trade Roquan. I'm glad they did. The main rationale, if you think all the way back to then, was that I thought Matt Eberflus couldn't use him. Like, I thought spending on linebacker was stupid. And I also thought he so badly didn't fit Matt Eberflus' system that you needed to take what you could for him, because he was never going to be worth it in Chicago. The part I didn't like is that then they did take a 4-3 experienced linebacker and they made him look awful too. Like, he played functionally the same system Edmonds did in Buffalo. He does not look like the player in Buffalo because they don't have the defensive line Buffalo does, which is silly to me. To me, the worst part, Donald, is spending on linebacker after spending on TJ Edwards with Jack Sanborn on the roster. I'm not trying to be the guy who beats his chest about Sanborn too much, but like, have we seen Sanborn playing next to Edwards? It's a perfect fit. It's the ideal linebacker move. Sanborn was my entire argument for the idea that in an archaic system, you can find a UDFA linebacker to play the role. Because so many, Donald, of these... Okay, so one of my favorite linebackers, I need to check in on him. Two of my favorite linebackers, Dorian Williams and Trenton Simpson from this last class, were these like 3-4, I pretty much only cover guys, linebackers. Like, they don't spill downhill at all. At least they didn't in college. And their game is 3-4. It's like extremely 3-4, right? It's not, it's athletic, it's movement, it's pursuit. It is not taking on blockers. Like, and so you end up with these guys that when they get stuffed into 4-3s, no, they don't look good. They have to play a whole run gap, like by themselves, against offensive linemen. What do you think is going to happen? And also, Reinhardt, I'm with you. Everybody's made this about Claypool. The Claypool move looks awful, unless we think that the Claypool move secured the tank, at which point it's so awful it worked out. It's still bad. It's still bad process. Well, that's the problem, Reinhardt. So like trading a second for a receiver that shows promise, a guy who had an 800-yard season and then he had murky things around him. You know what? That's actually, I really won't fault the thinking, the high level thinking, right? You turn an inside linebacker into a premium position receiver. That's not bad. Oh, who are the names? Who they get? Who? Did you say Chase Claypool? Like, that's the issue, right? They didn't spend a second on bringing in Calvin Ridley, right? Even if Calvin Ridley hasn't looked amazing, they didn't spend a second on. I'm trying to think of another decent example here, right? Like, they didn't spend a second on, I don't know, George Pickens or Deontay Johnson, right? They spent a second on Chase Claypool, who the Bears did not win a single game with him on the active roster. In a vacuum, I still think the Roquan move totally worked out for Chicago. I don't like the moves that came after that, right? The Roquan move itself, yes. Like the Claypool move, the thinking, okay. The results, really awful. Really awful. Not to mention, there's a piece to the Claypool move where it's like, okay, so we're going to bet that the Steelers are wrong about this guy. That came across pretty hubristic at the time, gambly, if you will. And we ended up, laughing at ourselves after the fact. But then you spend money on Tremaine Edmonds after all that, and it's like, was Flus mad at us trading Roquan? Did Flus think he was turning Roquan into like a good player? Like, did he think this was working? Because that throws me off, to be honest with you. Like, I'm not a football savant, but every once in a while, I am amazed at how we can end up with a take based on the tape where we're like, what do the coaches see? Because this is not what we see. And it just becomes consistent week to week to week to week to week to week to week, right? Like that stuff throws me off. But I don't know. I won't pretend to know. Sometimes I wonder if the coaches end up too close to the source on some of this stuff. Like, I can't say for certain. I'm with you, Case, by the way. I can't say for certain that this is the truth, but sometimes I wonder if the fact that all we get is the tape and scattered practice reports means that we don't see Cole Kmet winning on some of these ISO one-on-one routes in practice and thinking he's definitely going to do it in the game next time, right? Like, maybe we don't see this, that, or the other. Like, I don't know. And the other piece, Jibby, that I tend to think, like, Case, it's true. But Jibby, the other piece to like Joey Porter Jr., and I've seen Jordan say this about Keanu Benton, is like, to me, and I'm not coming at you sideways for this, it's more just saying that it's very common for Bears fans to go, well, yeah, but if they had a pick that was 15 slots higher, man, wouldn't it have been awesome to draft Keanu Benton? And I'm like, yeah. I mean, I would have had a great time if the Bears had 5 first rounders. If instead of drafting Gervon Dexter, they just drafted Jalen Carter also. Would have been great. That's not how it works. Instead, instead of drafting the 32nd pick of the draft or whatever, like, let's see, is it though? Like JMS over Pickens, Lenny? Because JMS is struggling. Like, oh, unless you mean Brisker over Pickens. Khalid, I think it's a little of both, right? I really do. I think it's a little of both. Let me see. How pissed would I have been if GB got the wide receiver or we didn't get anyone for Fields? Oh, man. Ben, you talk about Valus again? Pickens got benched. What Pickens are we talking about? Am I crazy? Did George Pickens get benched? Did he? But so, Claypool. Oh. I don't know. I think, Ben, I would have been pretty much where I was because I think we were on the tank at that point. Do I think Pickens is going to get a second contract here? Am I crazy? Am I insane? Are we talking about Zach? Am I at 1 a.m. already? They attacked the draft weird. They avoided the position of strength for the corpse Tanyan. I did think that was weird. Reinhardt. What do I think Fields is going through right now? It has to be put up or shut up. Lenny, I don't know. It's been like 10 games. He's got a collective single game's worth of snaps at this point. Let's see. We would have all been angry that Poles didn't try to support Fields. So, Ben, we would have been angry, but I was also, if memory serves, and I could go back and check the vlogs, but I'm not going to. I don't have that kind of time. But like, I think, Ben, at the time, I was very adamant about like, we're bad. Like, it's bad, and they didn't go do anything at the deadline. They at that time they would have shifted off Quinn and Roquan because they'd already done it. And so we would have just said, they're tanking. They're not setting up Fields. Whatever. Maybe he keeps doing this. Right? It was right when Fields started to turn it on. And I remember the fact that it worked out for, or the fact that they traded for him being sold on Fields was like most of the fun. Right? But that did not work. Case good eval. But I'm saying, Ben, I know what I probably would have justified it as at the time. And that would have been, we're going to try to get the first overall pick. And hey, they did. I know we giggle about it now, but like, it is so funny looking back at this because there is a chance, looks into the camera, a chance that if Chase Claypool never got traded for, the Bears don't lose to Green. If Chase Claypool never got traded for, there is a snowball's chance that the Bears don't lose to Tampa. And then, who knows, maybe the extra momentum of being 2-2 or 1-2 helps them keep things stable against Denver instead of having to relearn a little bit of what they were trying to do on offense, and so on and so forth. Oh, I get you, Ben. Right. But within that, like, it is. Getting one is so hard. Honestly. Like, the crazy part to me. Let's see. What do we talk about? Oh, are we talking about Eberflus? If Flus was retained, he'd be the worst head coach in terms of win-loss, retained in a third season in all of NFL history. Would he really be? That'd be wild. That's the thing. Like, I'll say this to my 1 a.m. crowd because you guys are my hardcores, my rides or die, and I appreciate you guys. For me, the positive. Okay, so Donald, for instance, and Ben, we're going to, I promise. We still are, Michael. Thank you. I will say this one thing, just this one. The real struggle I have, because I want to be there in the trenches with all of the really happy Bears fans that say, we should just cheer for Fields. I do. I don't see a world where Fields plays well enough to convince us and also doesn't convince George this is working. I don't see a world. It's not about that, Jimmy. It's not about that. I don't see a world where the Bears fire their head coach, but also Fields did so much that the coach that's hired definitely wants to keep him. Right? Like, Donald, the argument is simple. It's because it's working, is what you'd say. Matt Eberflus would look at George, who doesn't know ball and doesn't pretend to know ball. And he'd say, I mean, did you think I was going to win without a 3 technique? Come on. Justin Jones? Seriously? Come on. Come on. We got to draft that Jair Newton or whatever his name is. I don't know his first name. Like, we got to draft that Newton kid. And then we're going to be cooking. Like, it's, to me, like, I'm not saying he would buy it hook, line, and sinker. But it's more to say that there are ways that Eberflus would frame it. Because I don't think, is it Johnny? Thank you. There are ways that Eberflus would phrase this, and George would go, okay. And that's why I keep making the joke on Twitter that Matt Eberflus's defense just needs 3 more All-Pros, and then it'll be fine. Because that's kind of the gist of what's made it work. Like, you get a near All-Pro in Grover Stewart. You get an All-Pro in what should have been an All-Pro in Kenny Moore. You get an All-Pro in DeForest Buckner. And then, yeah, sure, you're good now. Like, you got some sweet defensive linemen. You could run anything. 8 of us, 7 of us could play coverage ball behind that defensive line at the time, and we're going to be okay. Like, especially if we get Shaq Leonard sitting in the middle case, where it's like, you just got some ballers. Like, you got some dudes. And, I mean, for crying out loud, yeah, it's going to be fine. And so there's piece of this, like, I don't care so much about Flus for Fields as much as Getsy for Fields. That's the thing, Ben. The problem is no head coach worth a darn is going to keep the offensive coordinator that just got the head coach fired. Like, they all go or they all stay. It is how it works. And do we remember the last time the Bears tried to retain a coordinator? Or do I need to tell you again about Mark Trestman and Bruce Arians, right? Like, it's, to me, because I think that's the story. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. Like, I'm frustrated. Not because I have this, like, no. Because that's the thing, Jimmy. I don't think Matt Eberflus is back. Why do I think Matt Eberflus is not back? Because I think Bears fans know we're probably going to lose 3 or 4 out of the next 4 games. But when they lose these next 4 games, I tend to think people are just going to feel different. Like, Donald, let me use an example. Right now, you got a sinking feeling Eberflus is back. What's the screenshot we're staring at again? Like, we're staring at the screenshot of a Bears win. What about when I ask you, after the Bears get potentially blown out at home or on the road by the Lions, then I think the Bears have their bye. No, they play the Vikings. Then they have their bye, and the Lions beat them again. That one's going to be closer. Call it feeling. And then they're going to play the Browns, and they're going to get smoked, right? And if I asked Bears fans, how do you feel about the team after that death march, if they lose all those games? I don't know if anybody's going to be upbeat about Matt Eberflus. I mean, got to remember, we're going to get to the end of the season. We're going to get to the end of the season. And people are going to look back and they're going to say, 2 head coaches got dismissed for HR violations. We're going to look back and we're going to say, this defense was awful. Like, yeah, they had some good games. They had some good moments. But when the Bears needed them in this game, in the Chargers game, in the Chiefs game, in the Broncos game, in the, honestly, major parts of the Washington game, in the Packers game, and then the other maybe the other Packers game too. You know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't working. And then they'll look and they'll say, it's not working on offense either. Like, I think all this takes, to Reinhardt's point, is a good offensive team like Detroit just snapping them. Hate to be that guy, but the Chargers hung 30 on us and just said, oh my God, we'll stop if you want us to, and did. Like, let me see, trying to put it together. There are people that believe, and I'm not trying to be hateful, that the Bears are in the midst of a defensive revolution. I believe that they've got decent talent, and that, like, really legit decent talent, and that they finally played a series of teams that are just worse than them. And Eric, that's the thing. I'm actually not telling you to have no hope. I'm telling you to have hope. They are going to be bad enough to get a real coach into town. Because that's the thing. I think everybody did. Everybody whined about Matt Nagy. But, like, there isn't a good marker here. Am I nuts? I think I'm a pretty reasonable person. And this season has been so extreme. It's insane. Like, to Khalid's point, the Bears coming off of wins are at their worst. Like, the Bears won against Washington, and then I can't remember who they played the next week, but we felt good about it. And then week 4 did feel like week 13. Like, I'm with you, Case. The HR thing is gross. Like, it's gross. But we're still here. Like, it was the Chargers, Jordan? Jeez. No, that was the Raiders. I'm trying to think of who was after week 5. So who was week 6? It was Washington. It was the Vikings, which the Bears came out so flat for. It was just gross. Like, and that kind of, this all I'm really trying to get at here. Like, with Nagy, we could talk about the defense. We could talk about finding ways to win. We could talk about the fact that twice a season, a horrible, bad Bears team would just suddenly put their dukes up and spar with a really good team. That overtime loss in 2020 sticks with me because that 2020 team was bad. That New Orleans team was on fire in a good way. And the Bears went to overtime, and Roquan Smith was holding on to a pick 6 away from being an All-Pro. I remember that. Like, I still wonder what that game would have done. To, like, in the world of the butterfly effect, I can't believe how close they were to winning that game against that team, right? Like, and to stop, we got rocked on offense pretty bad, like, in my opinion, because I get what you're saying. That wasn't rocked like the Los Angeles Chargers game, but that was one of those games where it was like, how are we struggling so poor here? But that's just me. Like, and that's the thing, Jibby, you say it's very likely we win 5-6 games. Which ones? Like, the Sir Lord, exactly. Beating the Cowboys on Thursday Night Football was unbelievable. Like, just, Don, we just rocked them. Like, it was 31-7, if memory serves. Like, the Nagy era, I'll tell you what, another piece of the Nagy era that worked was whenever the Bears played a team worse than them, they popped them. Like, you got to give Nagy credit for dusting up his wins where he needed his wins. Arthur Smith is struggling to do the same thing. And I think Case said it perfectly. Nagy was a poor offensive head coach, but he was a legit head coach. And he ran the team in a normal way, right? I get you. I get you, Jibby. But right now, the Bears are over against good teams, right? Like, they beat the Raiders. I guess the Raiders kind of count. But they beat the Raiders on the Raiders' worst day. The Raiders were so non-competitive that day. It's still weird to me. They beat the Commanders with some Thursday Night Magic. Hung 40 on them. Come on. Like, and then I'm not trying to say the Cardinals are like all the way back, but the big question is honestly like, are we going to get scared Bajent and jumpy Justin Fields for the rest of the season? Because if we are, that's rough. I know nobody ever wants, so it's kind of like investing, right? Nobody ever wants to look into the future when the future that they're looking into is like super duper bleak. But Ben, after the line, so let me ask you this, Ben. I'm asking you specifically. How many points do you think the Bears need to beat the Lions? Chargers apparently needed 42. So how many points do you think the Bears need to beat the Lions? 34. Good answer. Do you think Justin Fields scores 34 points? I don't, personally. So there's going to be a sense of futility either way. Like, case 22. Okay. Like, and so I wouldn't surprise me, Ben. So then, okay, roll your shoulders, right? All right. We were battling. We're good to go. So then let's go play the Lions, right? Or not the Lions. Let's go play the Vikings. And then Brian Flores breaks open the new book, right? And Brent, I don't disagree with you, but so many coaches right now are quick implementing their schemes. Like, it's totally fine. I don't know about totally fine, but like, I'm not as scared of that as I used to be. We lose to the Vikings with a bad last minute drive. Ben, I could see it. I could also see the Vikings playing better with what is that? Like, that's Josh Dobbs. Well, no. Let's cool it on the Pasternaut thing, right? But the Bears are going to be playing the Vikings with Justin Jefferson is what I was looking for. And I think Justin Jefferson is a horrible matchup for Kyler Gordon. Because that's the issue here, is that Flus is just going to allow free access. Like, no, Case, I'm there. I ain't trying to take away nothing from Josh Dobbs. But like, guys, remember 18 straight completions. 18 straight completions against the Vikings not long ago. Kevin O'Connell gets how to beat this defense. Like, it's one of those where like I just can't help looking at this whole situation personally. Because Jimmy, I'm there. If anything, I'm kind of a doomer. And I understand that because I want this to go south. I do. I like a lot of the Bears players. I promise I'm a Bears fan. But I don't want to win whatever number of games keeps Matt Eberflus. I will make that trade, which sucks. Because I do think you have to pick one, if that makes sense. Like, you have to pick that you're leaning into, because to me, it's not about tank. I hate to be that guy. Like, Michael, that's not me trying to take it away from you. It works out with the tank. But to me, it's a matter of, do you not want Matt Eberflus? Do you want Justin Fields? And you got to take one. Because I think that Justin Fields brings Matt Eberflus back into the picture. Got to remember, it's not our money, but to the guy whose money it is, firing Flus means paying two coaches to do one job. But on the other hand, if a new coach comes in, this is the way I'm going to try to phrase it on Twitter because this sucks. He did two-stop. It was great. But so the way I'm going to phrase it to anybody that asks on Twitter is when you hire the new head coach, I just want him to have the option to draft the new quarterback if he wants to. I think I know what he's going to do. But that's how I'll phrase it, right? Do you want to saddle a new coach with Justin Fields? Or do you want the new coach to have the option to stick with Fields if he wants to? Or get his guy if he wants to? Sure. Call it an option, right? But we'll see. Like, I tend to agree with you, Sir Lord, but they got to lose to prove it. And you're exactly right, Case. Like, me personally, I think it's obvious. I don't think any coach is actually going to choose Fields because you've got one more cheap year, then you got the 5th-year option, then you got to pay him. It's the love thing, but it's in reverse, or it's worse in some cases. All right, let's watch a little bit of, let me see. LV. This is from a little earlier in the season. Let's watch one of the recent ones. Who am I kidding? I haven't seen any of this. I sure hope so, Eric. I sure hope so. Like, my thought is, for what it's worth, because I'm not trying to I'm not trying to bum anybody out. I'm actually trying to be uplifting because the good news is that I actually think the Bears have so outbearsed themselves that they have backed themselves into a corner. Like, call it a belief. But I think the Bears have given themselves very little out when it comes to the changes that they have to make. Because, Eric, I think their hand will be forced. You can't get the number one twice. This is the Raiders at their worst. In that case, should we watch? I've got the Raiders game and the Seahawks game. If we don't need, or if the Raiders game is bad tape, we can watch the Seahawks instead. Simple duo. Seahawks was great. Main thing I'm trying to find is relatively similar matchups. Jibby, I'm with you, but that involves the Bears. So winning 6 games is a matter, especially if the Bears are 3-11 after the next 4. Winning 6 games is going to involve going 3-0. That's a lot. That's the problem, Jimmy. Like, the Bears have to take minimum 1 of the next 3, or the Bears have to take 1 of the next 4 minimum, and then they have to win 2 of the 3 after that. And the good news is, it's just an opinion, I actually think the Packers are going to have something to play for. And that can be a sell, George. I'm worried about 5. I would take less than 5 very quickly just to keep bad taste out of our mouth. If that's what it takes, I'll take it. You say that, Ben. That defense, man. People are going to get mad. Also, I'm just saying, it would be really weird. Ben, it would be really weird to me. Holy smokes. I thought that I was playing this. Am I on drugs? I'm not on drugs. I promise. Laporta and this offense is fast. Really fast. I thought I was playing this on fast forward. Because I do that a lot. I fast forward things. We pull Laporta across, and he just pops into the flat at full speed. Whoa. Man. I knew he'd be quick out of Iowa, but translation always throws me off. Jimmy, you know the answer to that question. Come on. Come on. Case, I thought you were pro Kmet. You can't be out here saying that. And Kmet is Ben. We just got to tell ourselves whatever we need to do to sleep at night. So I'm gonna say he's a Y. He's a Y. He's a Y until I'm dead. I think Kmet is an interesting weapon in the sense that Kmet is such a believable blocker that he's the invisible man. I'm with you, Case. The good news about somebody like Kmet is that I really do believe he's one of the quickest forgotten about weapons in the NFL. Like, and that has a place. There's a reason why he keeps tallying in the end zone, and it's partially because you can basically just use him as a blocker over and over and over, and defenses will leave him alone. And then he walks into the end zone. You go, oh my gosh, we really let that guy swing the softball again? But you did. Honestly, Case, it's just doing both. It's just weird though, because you watch his tape and you go, he's no good at all. As usual, Reinhardt, Kmet getting called into more serious action is about as common as Sam Mustafa starting for you. If he's on your roster, it's going to happen. Man, Panay, you nasty son of a gun. Look at Panay Sewell get out on this. Lions go 1, 2, 3, 4 on 1, 2, 3, 4. So quick. Case, we went from making open fun of Robert Tonyan to getting the ACL torn version of Robert Tonyan playing meaningful snaps for Chicago. I even liked the deal. I would do it again. It's $2 million. Who cares? But passing on Will Mallory, it's not like Will Mallory's amazing, but like passing on Will Mallory at some point in the draft so that instead we could take Terrell Smith, who's fine, like, just makes me sad. Like, it's so weird to me that in such a deep tight end draft, we came away with no tight end because we wanted Bobby T. There were so many sick late dudes too. Like, you could have gotten yourself a Payne Durham if you wanted one. You could have gotten yourself a Will Mallory really late. If you wanted to go Zach Kuntz, you could. Like, Donald, you didn't have to take Laporta though. Like, I'm talking about guys in the 5th and 6th round in most cases. Instead, the Bears got Noah Sewell, who he's a linebacker that can't find the field. Hopefully he does one day. But if you really get me spilling on frustrations, I'll nitpick. If you can't tell, I keep a lot to myself. Just enough, I guess. Good job by Kmet to jog the ball. My issue is that as an analyst, I don't think it's fair for me to play fantasy ball. That's the thing. Like, I have to pause it so that I can focus to say this. Like, if you guys, I don't think it's authentic or proper for the guy making the content to do anything other than take what they did, analyze what I think they're trying to do, build a scale off of what I think they're aiming for, and then grade it. There are a lot of analysts out there that are going to take Matt Eberflus. Let me use an example. Tremaine Edmonds. I hate spending at linebacker. I think it's stupid, right? The Matt Eberflus scheme really loves its linebackers. I think that's stupid. I think the Matt Eberflus scheme is stupid. I never didn't say this. I would just say it one time. Because if I was one of many analysts that just whined the entire head coaching tenure and said, this isn't going to work. 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 That's just no fun. There's no fun for anybody, right? It'd be such a drag. And it didn't end up working. It may have worked. It may have worked, but it didn't. Now we can say it because we know it didn't, because we're looking at the past. At the time, I can say, well, it's not the move I would have made, but I can get why they did it. They needed a second round pick and Chase Claypool, who isn't the move that I would have made, but I can dig it. I mean, he's super athletic. Not many guys that are this athletic. They've obviously got a lot of athletes. Let's see what they do with them. They did nothing with them. Like, I mean, now we look back and we say, okay, how did you do against your plan? Maybe you were aiming to hit something, but your plan did not work. And we know that now, right? And so it's tough, like Jibby, because you say, Robert, be honest, bro. And it's like, well, I have to approach this from a slightly different angle than not making content. If only because I want to do this sort of thing professionally at some point. And for as long as the ball is in the air, you have to keep it in the air. You have to build content that's simultaneously honest, but also it doesn't have to be upbeat. It doesn't have to be positive, but it can't pretend the question is answered when it isn't answered. You don't know what the result will be until the games are played, right? So you don't know that Eberflus isn't actually tailoring his cover two almost at all until they trot it out against Jordan Love, and Jordan Love puts up 1,000,000 EPA per play. 1,000,000 EPA per play. And just kicks you in the balls. Like, it's that's when you pretty much know. But it didn't get better from there. There's also a piece to the Eberflus tenure. Eric, we didn't talk about this earlier, but like Matt Eberflus's team cannot close. Like the Tyson Bagent game, if I'm remembering correctly, is one of the only times that the Bears like actually won a game due to fourth quarter play, if memory serves. But who knows? Maybe there's another one. It just blows my mind how many Denver performances there are. There are so many. For me, polls stays, polls goes. It fits either way. I don't want to be the guy who says I don't care and cops out, but I kind of don't care. Like I vibe. I vibe with the case. So you were hopeful for what he could do with Roquan, and you were hopeful for solid fundamentals, and then he traded Roquan, and the fundamentals are awful. Like, you got the worst of all of your scenarios. That's too bad. Blitz look. Snap. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. First of all, Steichen looks awesome. But second of all, blitz beating. Anticipatory throw. Yes. Ben Johnson's got hot reads, people. Some of the most basic things in football, but yes. And the rookie is running the route. So for me, Eric, Eric, what's your dream job? I'm prying a little bit, but I need you to write something. I don't care if it's your actual dream job, but it would be neat if it was. Your dream job is tight end. I can work with that. So you want to be a tight end. And like, no, actually, I want you to but so anyways, like, so Eric wants to be a tight end. Or maybe Donald wants to be no, let's go. So I'm not going to take it away from you because I can't work with tight end. Donald wants to be the CEO of Disney. right? And the CEO job opens up, Donald. But it opens up for the fourth time in like 4 years. Or the fourth time in maybe 5 years, let's say. Are you not still going to apply? Of course you're going to apply. Are you scared you're not going to keep the job? Maybe a little. But like, of course it didn't. Like, of course the other guys couldn't keep their job. They weren't you, right? Like, as much, Eric, as I understand, where to us it looks like organizational instability to fire a GM after 2 years, right? Like, I think any GM is going to look at the trove of Bears resources and say, yeah, Poles is me. I'm me. I'm going to win. Like, that's all I'm saying. It will be a black mark, but it would be much worse if the Bears were firing Ryan Poles. Okay, so let me use a different example. If you fired the GM of the Browns, I think it would be tougher to get somebody to manage that spot right now, just because they are what they are. Like, I'm 100% like case where it's like I don't think, Eric, that Poles deserves to lose his job, which is why I would be putting a hand on his shoulder and saying, I'm going to pay you for the next 2 years. And I don't think you deserved this, but you know I got to do this. If you went in that route, I'm actually not out on Poles. I would imagine he'll pick the next guy. I'm just so 50-50 that I really don't care if he stays or not. Because the next GM is going to show up and spend all the money, which is what I want Poles to do anyways. And they're going to spend it on whatever the new head coach wants, which is what I want them to do anyways. So to me, whether it's Poles or a new person, I end up at pretty much the same place as I see it. But that's the other piece, Ben. Like, it's one thing to tear. It's one thing to be all like tight to your chest, tight wallet and stuff. It's another thing to actually build it. Oh, Reinhardt, I definitely don't know. Yeah, it's bad. All are broken, but there are so many orgs with worse. Like, the Velus Jones pick is awful, but it feels extra awful because some people pegged it as. Honestly, it feels extra awful because so many people hated it at the time, and he's been like unconscionably bad. Like, Velus Jones is like the same. Is having the same problem Javon Wims did, where it's like he doesn't even get that many chances, and he's screwing them all up in these cataclysmic ways. And it's honestly almost amazing how bad Velus is. I had a lot of hope for a guy that fast, really did, but like, he has screwed up every chance offered to him in memorable ways. Like, most guys just wave their hand and fair catch this stuff. Like, it can't be that hard to like not muff a bunch. And that's the thing, Sir Lord. That's what I'm trying to get at, right? I would argue Brisker is a worse pick so far. Brent's kind of on it. Like, okay, a third round special teamer drafted after all the good receivers. Like, who cares? It's bad process, like Reinhardt's saying. But whatever. You liked him at the Senior Bowl. Sure. It's not that impactful. But it's been so chaotically bad on the television screen that I don't blame anybody for just getting really emotional about it, to be honest. Like, you think Velus Jones, you think dropping a touchdown in Dallas. You think Velus Jones, you think muffing a game in Washington, same year, and New York. Like, you think about Velus Jones, you think muffing another punt in the preseason, and then fumbling more than once, dropping that touchdown in Los Angeles. Like, because that's the thing, Reinhardt. if he was just kind of bad, like Daz Newsome bad, I think people get over it, at least easier. But he's one of the loudest bad players. Like, and that's the thing, Eric. I'm just being hard on Brisker. Brisker doesn't play my kind of safety. I don't think he's I think Brisker is looks to me overdrafted because he's still a top 50 pick, but he's playable. He's not Valus, right? Like that's the thing. Like Ben, that's a perfect way to put it. Where it's like, to me, Eric, Brisker right now is playing fourth round, I guess, like safety. But that, that happens. Case, my issue is that I don't think Brisker can handle himself when he's 15 yards down the field or more. Like, he can come downhill and he can hit, but his instincts really bother me. Part of that is also because I'm polluted by the school of Eddie Jackson. He's huge, man. For a safety, he's massive. Like, and he moves pretty well for a massive person, but safeties are judged by how well they move, not how well they move for their size. I love how multiple. Oh man, Case. If that's oh man. So Case, if you're gonna make the argument that Jaquan Brisker always should have been a nitro linebacker in a Todd Bowles style, aggressive as hell, cover one defense, and he should never have been the single high guy. So like play alongside Anton Winfield. I vibe. I get what you're saying. But that would be yet another like example of Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus seemingly drafting the exact wrong scheme fit to play in their system for lols. Like, this covers two system would work much better with smaller corners that could break off their front foot. Nah. Let's draft big dudes that don't have oily hips. Like, oh, we need safeties that can handle disguise. They can come down and hit, but that they need to be able to handle themselves. Nah. Nah. We're gonna draft Jaquan Brisker. Beautiful outside. This looks like outside zone. It's actually got a lot of feel of inside zone. I think it's outside. It's year 2 of Brisker, Case. So he's got time. Safeties can turn, but I wish he wasn't so late to play. Spread them out. 2nd and 7. Jordan, I love the concept of simple but multiple. To me, I think that's the beauty of football. Like, it doesn't always need, and I say this with so much love for Andy Reid. He's far and away my favorite head coach. But you don't always need to be reinventing football. Oh, yeah. I mean, Ben, that's a number 1 pick. We keep saying it, but like, look, guys, when you're talking May or Williams, very different. Like, Goff's obviously super tall, but like, are we thinking Bagent makes this throw? If your answer is obviously not, I don't really care how fair it is. Like, unfortunately, because this is the NFL. Like, this is your competition. Most people would have Goff just barely within their top 10s. It's hard out here. He does, Sir Lord. And that's because we decided that we liked McVay more than him, I guess, somewhere down the road. And Goff had a really embarrassing first season with the Lions, which is a totally separate problem, I guess. The dick pic is so funny and was so Goff. So funny, so Goff. Let's see. 2x2. Short motion. Laporta is. See, to me, this is the part about football that gets wild. Do we all agree the Lions' offensive line is outstanding? Man, I could make a whole separate video on this. I just need to figure out how to frame it because I would call it, I have to tone down the expletives. Probably something along the lines of like, shut the hell up about the offensive line. Like, and it would be aimed at every single fan base because the Lions' offensive line is categorically good and Goff's still eating pressure. And if Justin Fields, can we agree? If Justin Fields got this same pressure, people would say, offensive line, so balls, and so mad, and how could anybody play quarterback like this? People would say that. The NFL is very hard. People get pressure. Like, sometimes stuff doesn't work. Sometimes Max Crosby beats your first round pick. Great feat. Max just creates the problem. Goff steps into a sack, basically. All the time. All the time, Sir Lord. And in the NFL, teams create pressure. Pockets don't last. If anything, Sir Lord, I think what's been really crazy, the Bears' offensive line has been like pretty good in pass pro. Like, pretty good. Because you look at a lot of these other offensive lines, even the good ones, it's not like Goff's got free real estate back there. Look at the Raiders. Sim pressure 5, drop one out, get him on the stunt, play over. Oh, sure, Jordan. I'm not trying to say everything on offensive line is like always super duper rad and easy. I'm more pointing out, Jordan. Okay, so here's what I'm really trying to say, right? I'm going to go all the way back. Hang on. We're going to watch those last two plays again. I want you to internalize it all. Here's how we're going to end. 1, 2, move up, get rid of the ball. Snap. Move up, get rid of the ball. I'm trying to get you guys to develop a sense of timing. Snap. Move up, get rid of the ball. We won't end immediately, Donald, but I do need to just about, like, I'm falling over. Still got to put together the DBB article. Okay, so next one. Snap. Gotta go. Get rid of the ball. One more look at it. Develop that sense of timing. Snap. Gotta go. Get rid of the ball. It's going to feel like a cheap shot. Nobody's going to like it. But the entire reason that I'm talking about it is because somehow there are real fans convinced that the same line that created snap, bad example. I'm going to find good examples because they're right around here. Is it this 3rd and 13? Is this the first one? Snap. Sack. But instead of snap, move up, get rid of the ball, it's snap. Finally, we're at our drop back. Now we get sacked. And this is the play where we gave up a hold. because Braxton has his guy and holds him, but like, I will never stop looking at this. I will never stop looking at this. When does the flag come out? Right when he finally beats him. According to that official, this is kosher, still kosher, still kosher, still kosher, still kosher. Now it's holding. Throw the ball. Throw the ball. And it's not a hold. I know it's brutal. I know that going back to this sucks. But to me, the biggest problem with Fields right now, because I care about like the public. I do. I a lot of my stuff and the play it gets hinges on the public's perception. And Justin Fields is killing the Bears offensive line's public perception, which sucks. Because everybody goes, oh, we need Joe Alt or Olu Fashanu. And I'm not trying to say that he wouldn't be probably an upgrade over Braxton Jones. Those guys are good. But I'm trying to really get to the later part because Justin Fields takes a pair of back-to-back sacks here in just a little bit where you can literally count to 5. Like the one that we just saw, pretty bad. The ones that are coming up, good. Yes. This is the Roshan run. Doesn't it all are? This is like 8 weeks ago. Roshan in the open literally feels like last year. It's not even half a season ago. Like this is where, yeah, okay. What is it? False start? Yeah, it's one of Braxton's. This is the dime to Kmet. Gotta Foster. Lord knows the Buccaneers gave him chances. 2nd and 5. Yay, completion. No, I hear you, Reinhardt. It's plays like this that really bugged me. Because we're not even there yet. And I still remember this. Tyler Scott comes wide open. Wide open. We don't even like see him. We're moving off our spot for no reason. Reinhardt, I wanted to believe that with a decent offensive core around him, that you'd settle him out. Basically. Plus, it's also worth remembering, Reinhardt, I had no reason, I had no real incentive to immediately go Doomer, right? We hadn't seen a player struggle to develop like this, but we had seen Jalen Hurts get better after spending a whole year running around. It is the same play Beja made. It's literally the same play Beja made. Get the formation set. Oh man, it's this one. Is this the Roshan touchdown? Yes. Of course it was a full field read. The NFL's hard, man. Michael, there's a couple coming up, if memory serves. I think you can count to literally 5. And this is where, to me, this is where the worst part is. I remember people going, no, see, he went 1, 2, 3, check down. He just missed the throw. And it's like, this is back when we were, man, Austin, how did you know we're not? Gosh. This sack, I think. Yes. This is the most embarrassing sack I think I've ever watched. I'm going to replay it. One Mississippi, two Mississippi, three Mississippi, four Mississippi, five Mississippi. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, like, do I need to like do I need to show the Goff tape again? Because that's what the good offensive line. This is just as a reminder. Just as a reminder. These guys are good. This is a good offensive line. Or like this I stole my thunder. This is a good defensive line. Like this is a good or which Washington tape? Like the current this year's Washington tape? Cuz I will. Like but so the main thing I think I'm looking at is just let me know which one. Let me see. The main thing I know I'm looking at is I just want to make it so clear where this Bears offensive line, for all their flaws, created some pockets that were superstar level pockets for NFL offensive lines. And statistics, personal opinion. We're going to do it in a minute, Ben. When I saw that PFF was charting these pressures as not Justin Fields' fault, it showed me that PFF considers a quarterback created pressure as a pressure that the quarterback steps into one way or another, like breaks the bubble, right? Oh, I know you are, Ben. More than anything, like, oh, you're not talking to me. Point being that, like, I believe, and I really do, Justin Fields played such, I'm going to say, unusual quarterback. His fundamentals are so poor, just going there. Like drop back speed, drop back depth, like length at which he holds onto the football, the way he manages it, that he is an orange to the quarterbacking apples, and his metrics are just bad. Like that's the issue, right? It is that I don't think, and when I say bad, I don't mean, oh, he's ranked poorly, right? I mean, I actually think there are quite a few metrics for Fields that don't work. They are bad data. Like Reinhardt, you, John D'Italia, if you're in here, and gosh, and then Donald, like that. I think that there are pieces to Fields tracking data that is not good. Like the clean pocket stuff for Fields. Well, not that one. Actually, let's use the open receiver one. Somehow Fields came back with negative receiver separation, which is just silly when you have plays like this that we're just staring at him, man. Are we worried about the D lineman? Like, what are we waiting on? I mean, he's right there. Like, and you look at this, and it's like, it's week 2. We're not going all the way back. It's more to say that they're just. I see so many people on the internet that are getting so mad because I'm talking about drafting another quarterback, and exactly, Sir Lord, exactly. And Fields has traditionally been pretty good when he throws the ball. Like when he throws the ball. It's just been a frustrating experience. I'm sure it's been frustrating for you. It's certainly been frustrating for me too. just as we've watched all this, and even going back to it, like, then we get this pace. Bet. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, look at how beautiful this pocket is, too. Play action and all. Goff wishes. Goff wishes. Like, I'm not the biggest Patrick guy. Certainly think plenty could do better. But I remember this game. Like, the Bears' offensive line gets bricked from some kind. An orange after toothpaste, man. Running play, don't care. But, Ben, I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't blame you if you still looked at this and it still feels like normal timing because Fields makes it look really normal. Like Fields' natural tempo is just not in a hurry. So why would you think the offensive line was struggling if they allow any pressure, especially when he's not done with his drop yet? He just got done with his drop. I was amazed because when I went back and timed these, they timed out the same. I thought for sure, Ben, that his times were different. They weren't. I thought for sure he had all that success because he was playing faster. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense, right? Unless it isn't. It really threw me for a loop and made me, honestly, it made me very, very crestfallen for quite a little bit. Because I was like, I don't even know what I'm going to do. Like, you mean the one that, the one that JT clowned on? Honestly, Ben, nothing would surprise me. Like, the problem is, Austin, he did. Ooh, how long is this? One or no? Let's go from the play action fake. Why not? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. We're down. It did all are. I mean, all are broken. Seriously, if Fields doesn't make that play, if DJ Moore doesn't wrest that pass out of the air and take it to the house, I still thought they were going to lose. Like, Washington was bringing it back very convincingly. They had me convinced. And bang. But man, tell me this isn't what kept it all alive. Honestly, seriously. Not just this throw. It's not specifically this throw. It's how good he looks when he finally tees it up and lets it howl. It's college open. Sure. Bad process. I agree with you, Case. If we're actually being real with, like, if we're being NFL critical, there are a lot of things wrong with it. But man, okay, to be clear, everybody, because everybody's jumping in on it now. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm not trying to say, isn't Fields amazing? I'm trying to say, in theory, Ben, a lot of coaches want you to throw it right now. It's like a fraction late, but that's it. It also doesn't really matter. A lot of people fit this somewhat late. It's not really important, to be honest. More than anything, I'm trying to make it so plain that, like, when Fields, especially when the broadcast focuses on him and you see that big rip, gosh, Beige can't do that. Boom. Looks so good. Two stop. That's the attitude. And I mean that. That is the attitude. Then here's the fun one. Reinhardt, it's one of the best games I've ever seen from a receiver. Honestly. Like, I'm sure there's plenty better, but it's up there. 230 yards. And maybe, like, I mean, I honestly couldn't tell you how many were quarterback specific because I think we've got a couple coming up here where it's like the tackles he broke. Here's quick game. B2 Mississippi. It's not bad. It all just feels lethargic. I mean, that's the thing. He has to throw a fastball. That's the other piece to this, Donald. We always do this. We don't need to swing so hard the other way where we make this all about how actually Fields totally sucks. You know what I'm saying? Like, he still has a fastball. He still has, I mean, he's still relatively accurate. But if he's going to play this slow, he needs to never miss. And this one stung, but I complained about it at the time. Like, everybody was so excited. Bears had finally won a game. I still can't believe that open receiver, first read, miss him. Bums me out. And look at these pockets. This is the Washington front. This isn't, no, this is Darnell Wright lighting the guy up. Reinhardt, you mean the way he plays? Feels that way. No, we're talking about somebody, aren't we? Sweat on the tackle. Sweat has a nice little game. It feels that way, Austin. To me, it's the plays where he doesn't throw the ball. Like, I know that's so hokey to say, but it's the sacks, it's the turn downs, it's honestly a lot of the runs. If you ask me, at least lately, like, it's neat that we got this ball to Cole Kmet. It is. I'm not about to bitch about this. I'm not about to whine about this play. But just frustrates me. The whole pace of play thing. It feels like it starts to permeate every play. And then people start looking at Fields and they're like, well, yeah, but he can create. And it's like, yeah, but everything moves so slow. Like, I can't wait. I'm going to do the draft stream either way. Please, though, let's fill up the bar. And not tonight. It's 1 a.m. Unless you're fine. But I can't wait to show you guys tape for, so to me, which one, Reinhardt? I'm really curious because at least what I saw, and yes, Ben, unfortunately, but I don't think I picked it up at the time. I thought his offensive line was just bad. Sound familiar? And so I did that. No, I got you, Jibby. Like, what I'm more looking at is like the funny part about watching May. So here's the two ways that I would phrase this. When you look at Drake May and Caleb Williams is all 22, okay? Drake May's all 22. When you find where when you find where the open receiver is, May has already thrown the ball to him because you got to hand it to the kid. That guy can anticipate a little. It's not like he's the world's most crazy anticipator, but he's got such a rifle that he just launches the thing and it catches up, which is awesome. Um, with Williams, I swear, you want to talk about pace of play? Everything Williams does, when you watch the All 22, feels fast. It feels very fast. The way he moves, the way he drops, the way he's shifting around the pocket, his eyes going boom, 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 boom. If anything, you wonder if it's too fast for his own good. And then you look at the time to throw metrics, and guess what? Okay, actually, I have this one saved. I don't know if anybody's going to eat in Getsy's scheme, unfortunately. Bookmarks, all bookmarks. I liked this one. So, if it's probably pretty obvious, but like Caleb Williams is a ridiculous outlier in how long it takes him to throw the ball. Josh Lucas believes he doesn't really read. It's predetermined. We should be getting something in the offseason from him now with him on Hogan Johns. You mean Drake May, Reinhardt? I actually wouldn't be surprised for what it's worth. It seems that way. But holy smokes, can he throw the ball? Anyways, so Caleb Williams holds onto the ball way too long, right? Way too long. Justin Fields didn't hold onto the ball this long when he got pressured. Except I would argue that this metric specifically might not mean what we think it does. Okay, so Caleb Williams holds onto the ball a hellishly long time whenever he's pressured because he scrambles like a maniac. But the big thing that I look at is you've got all the Lincoln Riley quarterbacks all in this same little pocket. Like, I know Hurts and Murray hold on to the football, but like what I care about personally is like Caleb Williams is throwing slightly sooner than Kyler Murray and Jalen Hurts were from a clean pocket within the same offense. My expectation is that Caleb is going to do some seriously dumb dingus stuff, right? I get it. I'm not trying to make Caleb Williams to be perfect. I'm more saying that when we look at things like time to throw, I tend to think that Caleb's is extremely exaggerated, that it's going to get him in trouble. But kind of like what you mentioned, Jordan, I think he's going to create too. And that, if anything, it could be fun to watch. His pressure to sack metrics aren't near as poor as Fields were. They're not great, but they're not near as poor as Fields were. And I believe they put him near or around where Joe Burrow was, who is his own can of worms in this case. But so it'll come down and he'll normalize, but it'll always be a problem that you live with, pretty much. Yeah, Bradley, I got you. Like, I just talking ball, to be honest. Like, here's Drake May in the middle. For me, Jordan, okay, so what I would do, Jordan, what I would always go back and point to is that, yeah, it's pretty good, I'd say, Bradley. I'm trying to see if I can't make a bunch of mortgage money, so that I can basically finance focusing on draft stuff when we get there, but we'll get there. Um, let's see, one underlooked thing about Caleb or May is that you can feel hope at least. Yeah, right. But so the main thing that I'm thinking about when it comes to let me see. I had a train of thought. I thought I had a good one. Let me see. Oh, yes, Jordan. I got it for you. My thing with specifically Caleb Williams, I agree with you. He's not fast. I don't think he's going to be the runner in the NFL that he was in college. But if Mahomes has taught me anything, it's that really strong pocket movement and quickness, like laterally, can get you places in terms of evading rushers. and scooting down the field. Mahomes is not a fast man either. I'm not trying to make the direct comparison. We're not talking arm. We're talking specifically evading sacks and pressures. And I think Caleb is going to get a jam or like is going to get into a lot more jams. But what gives me at least some hope is that a lot of guys, specifically, I guess I'm looking at Burrow and Burrow's probably not the greatest example, is he? But so specifically, I guess I'm looking at Allen and I'm looking at Mahomes, and we're going to stop there. Hurts sometimes. These guys will avoid sacks despite not being hella fast. And I don't think Caleb Williams is crazy fast, but it's right, exactly, right. And that's where I need to watch the Notre Dame game. But it's also why I try to stick to games like Utah, where at least you're getting a better sense of competition. Rodgers, exactly case, where it's like, for at least what I see. I mean, Donald, that's the whole problem. People don't know what his or like how his games translates. And all I can't help but think is that I don't think Caleb, okay, it's totally just a gut feel. I don't know if Keon Coleman likes I think Keon Coleman likes winning the ball in the air. I think Keon Coleman has a huge problem with DBs. I think Keon Coleman thinks blocking is beneath him. I think Keon Coleman might be a problem in the locker room. And all of these things I'm pulling from his tape and his body language. A lot of it's speculation, to be honest with you. But it's stuff that I would swear I see because you can catch it in little moments. Caleb might care too much about football. And I mean that. Like, Caleb is out there living an obsession. Like, when people talk about how Caleb is kind of a different locker room presence than everybody else, and then they talk about how he wrote a bunch of stuff down in a journal. Um, and I'm Donald. I'm not trying to teach you to hate it. I'm trying to tell you a different perspective on a lot of the character issues that I pull from. I bet you Caleb is kind of unrelatable to college kids, to be honest with you. Like, I wonder if Caleb doesn't go to the bar with the boys. Like, I wonder if, because we have heard that Caleb, like, we know he manicures his nails, right? But Caleb, like, goes home and he writes in a journal the accomplishments that he's going to live and he lives them. Like, I mean, the impression that I get just looking back is, I mean, Mario, that's, I'm not trying to say it, but like the vibe I get from Caleb Williams, just saying, because here's kind of what I'm trying to Drake May seems like a great teammate. There's nothing wrong with this. There's nothing wrong with this, by the way. Like, Drake May is awesome too. I'm not saying bad words about either. Like, Drake May is an awesome teammate that's one of the guys, and he's a leader and a born leader. There's so many guys in the NFL like him, and I struggle to believe that he's going to be like bad. I think it'll take a little bit for him to adapt to reading NFL defenses. I think he's going to have his brain turn offy moments, but he's got such a gun that I think he's going to fit it into he's going to fit the ball into nonsense windows. Reinhardt, you say May's like Mitch. I don't think it's that extreme because May didn't have no. I love it. I loved it, Eric. I did get the Bo Callahan piece. Like, May has such a rifle, Reinhardt, that I think he's yes, like Mitch, leadership wise. I think May is going to fit the ball into windows that only Herbert can get the ball into. Like, I think May is going to have some walk down and hand it to the guy moments. Like, walk down the field and hand it to him. And it doesn't matter what the coverage looks like because he just ripped the ball. But I'll tell you what, May is going to sleep at night. Like, May is going to go to bed and he's going to wake up at his alarm clock. And totally just a vibe I get from film and the way he lives his life. Caleb Williams is going to have moments where he can't sleep because he's still thinking about how he lost to Utah in college. And that wasn't his plan. and that he's never going to let that happen again. And he's going to toss, and he's going to turn, and he's going to get up, and he's going to grab a ball, and he's going to go to the backyard, and he's going to rep more dropbacks, and he's going to work on his footwork, and he's going to manicure, and like he's going to make sure his nails are perfect. He's going to make sure, like, and that's the thing, Sir Lord. I'm not trying to say one of them is honest to God like better or worse, because I can't tell you I know, right? I don't know this kid, but when I watch him, every little detail that he plays with seems so practiced. There's no way it's natural to. So Caleb will have these moments, right? I've seen him. I can't take him away. Caleb will have these moments where he takes the snap, he feels pressure coming from here, so he steps up in the pocket. The pressure clears him, and then he drops back further in the pocket, and then more pressure comes, and he rolls out to his right, and then he finds a receiver breaking way over here and hits him on the sideline. And I'm like, holy what? I've never seen a quarterback that will step up around pressure, casually step back through it, and just manage these pockets that should not be. He looks like he's playing in bullet time. Like, he looks like the Red Dead Redemption gunslinger, like in Deadeye mode sometimes. He looks like he has stopped, he's quick saved, and that he's gone back a million times. And that he's figured out whatever the perfect one was and then lived it. It's not that simple. It's not. Because it obviously doesn't work all the time. But like, when I talk about his pocket movement being different, it's bananas. Like, you'd swear he's processing the game at an unbelievable level. And then he does this dumb, stupid thing where he'll pass on a 4-yard gain because he really wants the 25-yard strike. And then there's just nothing out there on the field, because in real football, you can scramble and keep a play alive for 8 seconds. It does not mean somebody's always open. It doesn't. And he's playing with Jerry Rice's son, and he's fine. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, it's, the way I would put it is like, Donald, the best way I'd put it is when Fields hits the back of his drop, it's been 3 seconds. Fields or what is it? I'll show you the tape. Caleb makes 3 seconds of the pocket feel like an eternity. And even the way I could put this, Donald, is that like, Caleb Fields, his natural tempo just takes like 4.5 seconds. But I'm not going to say it. Williams feels like he got to the 3-second mark and said, no deal, let's go further. And then he got to the 4-second mark and he said, no deal, let's go further. And then he got to the 5-second mark, and then he runs for a first down. And I'm just saying, the same thing that sold you about Fields, because Ben, if I thought he didn't give a crap about football, Jibby, I wouldn't see him sprinting down the field. Like, he'll have these plays where he like, basically the back comes across his face and he offers an RPO, and then he pops out sideways, and then he throws a bubble to his wide receiver who's standing right here. And if it's a third down, he will just take off down the field and go try to find a block for the guy. Like, he's not going to try to knock the guy over, but he just takes off full speed and tries to get in the way, which I think everybody loves. Everybody loves seeing that, right? And he's definitely pretty small, like, compared to most guys. And that's the thing, Case. Like, you look at a lot of these guys, and I agree, Case. Like, so far, the Lincoln Riley guys haven't had their superstar winner yet. But at least what I see is a quarterback that's, I don't think he's going to suck, is all I'm trying to say. Is he going to be a superstar? Guys, I don't know. The whole argument, why am I making this impassioned plea, is because everybody agrees May looks rock solid. I'm not trying to tell you that he's not rock solid, but a lot of people are throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And I really think, because Mario said it, I'll use Mario's comparison here. I think there's a chance, a non-zero chance, that Caleb Williams has that Michael Jordan nobody gets him stuff. The kind of stuff that nobody gets until you're a pro, and even then people don't really get it. Right? I don't know that it's going to bear fruit in the NFL. If it does, he'll be the only one. If he does, it'll be because he's different. That there are many that are the same, but that he's different. Like, if it works, it won't be because Robert told you it would or because the stars aligned. It'll be because it just did. Like you're saying, Ben, you don't know. You can't know. If anything, Ben, I would argue that people should gear their draft around drafting for good and then hope that you luck into a superstar. Does that make sense? Like, I actually think trying to swing for the fences leads to a strikeout way too often. So I tend to think May is the better selection. But if the Bears end up with number 2 and Caleb Williams falls to them, I'm going to be posting so many highlights that it's going to make everybody drool because there are a lot. There are a lot. Even the plays where he ends up just like, there are plays, and I've already posted some of them especially from his junior year, because his senior year has some holes. But at the same time, oh man, Jimmy, if you thought I was convincing, here's another thing. Because Ben, there's a lot in structure from his junior year, and his senior year's gone really south. And the line isn't good, but I'm not going to make that an excuse. I'm not going to let that happen, right? But what I'll say, because this is really fun, and Mario, I think, he's gonna agree with this. Okay, if we drafted Caleb after his junior year, he would have been a player that had everything, just about everything but a national title, right? I guess this is his junior year. So if we drafted him after his sophomore year, like, it would have been everything according to plan. That's not what you're getting. You're getting the same guy who's just obsessed. You're getting the same guy who could not hide his emotions and just wept after realizing he could no longer win a national title. We can clown on him all you want to. If you're that kind of person, I'm going to let you do it. That if you don't like the fact that he jumped in and he wanted to cry with his mom because he'd lost and that meant everything to him, then that's okay. I'll let you do it. But he did. You're going to get, in theory, the Caleb Williams that did not get what he wanted at USC. You're going to get the Caleb Williams that takes it personal. I hope the Bears somehow get number 2 and also Caleb Williams. Like, I hope the Bears get the guy who got slighted. I hope the Bears get the guy who anybody expressed doubt in professionally. Because I think it's going to keep him up at night more. I think he's going to lock in. I think he's going to figure it out. I really do. Like, I mean, do we know whether Pat Mahomes would? So, Ben, I'm picking it all up off of incredibly minute details. Like, Ben, to use an example, my favorite thing about Caleb Williams that I cannot see with Drake May is that Williams clearly knows his offense. Like, Williams is at the line adjusting protections. He's signaling his receivers. He is constantly shifting the play and making changes. Does it always work? Not really. But that's not the point that I'm looking at, because Drake doesn't do it, right? Like, one thing I love about Caleb is that he has his hands in a lot of stuff that in Justin Fields' case was Hey, 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 hey. You know what I'm saying? Like that was that was all the time. That was all the time. Like I'm not trying to hate on Justin Fields because it's college. People do that in college. But clap, coach, adjust this for me. Here's what we're doing. That that was all over Fields. And surprise, it did not get better in the NFL. At least certainly not so far. Like to me, as air raidy as Caleb Williams' offense is, he manages it. You know who else did? Gardner Minshew. You know who wishes he had the talent Caleb Williams does? Gardner Minshew. But you know who's made a nice little role for himself, even as a post-air raid quarterback, is Gardner Minshew. Look, I'm not trying to make a hardcore Minshew comparison. It's more to say that a lot of air raid quarterbacks don't do a lot of thinking, which is why they don't translate, in my opinion. And so when you look at Williams and you look at the fact that, sure, he's running like a frenetic helter-skelter offense in college, but he's processing it. Like he's running it and he's owning it. And even when it isn't working, he's making something else work. I mean, look, I know it's silly, but like he obviously owns the Notre Dame game. Has he thrown a pick since then? Like he obviously hasn't won, but 42 points against Washington is more than Oregon could manage by himself. Like, and it's not this simple. Like I see people pointing to wins and losses, which is insane to me. Feels insane to me. Like his defense could barely stop a nosebleed, and I get it. Like this isn't to say that I don't know. I think you guys get the vibe. Like it's college. We don't know anything. I'm not going to tell you that I think the word generational is stupid. I need to say that very plainly. We don't get enough data in football, and we never will. Like in theory, I want to see Bradley. I'll get to that in just a little bit. I like the question. In theory, I want to see like Caleb Williams play against the SEC with SEC receivers. I would love to see Caleb Williams, frankly, play with FSU's talent. Like, and so I tend to think that there's just piece of this. The piece of this we just won't know. Like, I'm with you for sure. Or Jordan, I like the way you put that. That like Rice is budget MHJ for sure. I just like the way you put that. It's succinct. The other side of that is that's his best receiver, and whatever. Like, it's not that Drake May is working with amazing or better, but Drake May is also playing in the ACC, and so at least as I see it, Ben, I do personally have a soft spot for quarterbacks that take more mental ownership. Like to me, so this Ben, thank you for putting it this way. This is the best way I'd put it. One thing that really made me weird about Drake May in the first place is that all of my memories of Drake May came from watching Josh Downs and the way that Josh Downs operated his offense, or like the way that Josh Downs operated within his offense was that every time the UNC needed a big play, they ran some. If this is Downs, they would pull a receiver over, and then they would have one guy clear out space here, one guy clear out space here, and Josh Downs run an option route. And Drake May would totally hit the throw, but that takes all the processing off of the quarterback. Like, anyways, like, and so electric player, super duper fast. But I remember wanting to see, like, how do we handle adversity? Because that's the key here, right, Ben? Like, to me, quarterback and everything about it is what do you do when things go wrong, right? Like, when things go right, All right, I'm about to say something vicious. So just strap in. When things go right in the NFL, I expect Justin Fields to stick a sluggo ball on DJ Moore. Absolutely. Without a doubt. You want to be a starter in the NFL? You want to be a starter in the NFL? Then yeah, when things go right for you and you get a sweet pocket, you have to hit this. It is unacceptable to miss this. And I don't mean the playful kind of unacceptable. I mean, you can't be a starter if you get this opportunity and you miss this with any consistency. It needs to be a fluke. It has to be a fluke. The problem is, things don't always go right. And then we get games. Man, now you've got me rolling, huh? Don't tell me what time it is. Then you get games like Minnesota. And all I need is the first play. All I need is first play. Because Jordan would know. Most of you guys would know. We covered it. We covered this. This is the scouted look. This is the look. Anybody with a brain would have expected the Minnesota Vikings to trot out in response to empty. It's the only one. It's the only one. Like, true cover zero. Empty set. 6-man on the line of scrimmage. They're coming. Or they aren't, but they're coming. First play of the game. Coach in the headset. In your ear. Saying, okay, they got 6 on the line of scrimmage. You know what we're going to do. Luke Getsy tries to sell us that Fields recognized the pressure was coming and that he's going to DJ Moore. But somehow he didn't do the easy part and rolled out this way, because that's all he needed to do, is just move away from the pressure. Just snap, roll, hit. Easy. Easy for an athletic quarterback that has any idea it's coming. Any idea it's coming. You can't convince me. You can't convince me that he knew it was coming. This play defies survival instinct. He doesn't know it's coming. And Donald, I know he knew. I know he should have known where it was coming. Because when we happened to luck into, this is the honest answer, we happened to luck into the Minnesota Vikings O-line committee doing a breakdown that you should look up if you've never seen it. I'm going to look it up. I'm trying to watch as many of their videos as I can, because it's 2 former offensive linemen doing JT O'Sullivan style breakdowns all across the league. And they happenstantially picked the Bears offense against the Vikings. And when they looked at this play, their first thought was slide right. Slide right, slide right, slide right. That's what they said. I don't know why. Normally, like Case is saying, I would expect the quarterback to be eyeing up the free rusher. I don't know why he doesn't. Okay? Can't say that enough. But the line guys looked at this and they thought, you have to slide right. I don't know what their tell was, but they didn't think about it at all. It was so fast. So apparently that's the call, meaning Fields has to know it. So either we need to work the other side of the ball, which is open. By the way, that's open too. Like, we could easily take the snap, throw now, and hit him with anticipation. Would not be difficult. Or we could roll away from pressure we know is coming, which is also easy and is also done a lot. Like, catch the snap, like Drake may shuffle a little, shuffle, get to here, throw. Happens all the time. Happens every Sunday. Like, everybody says throw where the rusher is coming from, which you totally can do. You could totally get away with that. It's no problem at all. But you can't try to work back across the middle of the field as if that's a real option and not know that the rusher's coming. And that much is very clear, isn't it? Like, I don't know if there's any way for you to show me this play. And we could say what we will about the fact that the offensive line didn't slide to him. He didn't know the pressure was coming. That freaks me out. Me personally, Ben, it's why I love backup quarterbacks, man. It's gross, but it's true. I think I just like quarterbacks that are aware. I want to see that you see it. Rodgers always saw it. Rodgers played like he had an evil eye. Like, Rodgers played like he had a seventh dimension sense for quarterback. Like, he just knew where there was nobody. He knew where the open man was. I mean, it kind of decayed as he got older, but it felt like he always knew. Tom Brady never made quarterback look hard because he just knew. Like, I know I'm simplifying. Russ, at his worst, doesn't look like he has any idea. At his best, he's right on time. Because that's what quarterbacking is. Like, it's just so tough. Because what, from a coaching perspective, do you do when your guy doesn't know? When it's the first play of the game. You don't need another play. No, I mean that seriously. Like, I remember trying to figure out how I was going to talk through this because everybody's still pretty upbeat about the Denver and the Washington game. And I was like, this one play, like, this is it. Like, if you want me to go through more, we can. But, like, it's year 3. How do you take the sack? First play of the game. Scripted drive. We have a scripted response to this. We haven't shown it to him yet, right? We're going to go empty because we know it's going to force this check out. We're going to get the look we want, and we're going to throw at it. We take a sack. Do I absolutely know Caleb would have thrown this ball? No, but I have seen Caleb house blitz before, and he does throw it. He throws it generally like he basically takes a rocker step off his back foot and flicks the ball. And against Notre Dame, he flicked it too high and he threw an interception. But on his sophomore and some of his junior tape, if we want to be specific, he has completed it plenty of times. It's a little slant over the middle and it looks easy as hell. Because when you're good at quarterback, it doesn't look hard. Like, I don't know, guys. I mean, I hope Fields changes the narrative because while I'm not about to say I'm like set in my ways, there's just a lot of bad tape to unwind. And he's got tough defenses to unwind it against because now he's going to be going up against Aiden Hutchinson and a relatively solid Lions defensive line with Darnell Wright potentially still hurt. And the rest of the offensive line looks pretty solid, don't get me wrong. But the other problem here, guys, and this is the one I don't know about. I just don't know. I won't try to predict the future because I don't know. But Justin Fields, like, you've got to think the league knows that the book is out on him. Another thing we've talked about. Okay, so this year, there's a common thread with all of Fields' good games. Have you thought about what it is? Or at least have you thought about what the common thread is with some of Fields' worst games? I'll give you a hint. It's really personal to you. It's simpler than you may think. Because Brent says man coverage. Spider Black, thanks so much for subscribing. Donald, you mentioned time in the pocket equals good games. I'm going to simplify this even more. Like Reinhardt, you mentioned defensive coaches don't get the memo. Guys, So far, two of Fields' worst games this season were divisional. What's the difference between the divisional games and the not divisional games? Well, despite a coach's best efforts, they're much more likely to play their way against not a divisional opponent. Like, I mean, the Bucks don't know Justin Fields. The Commanders, they don't know Justin Fields. Like the Broncos, they don't know Justin Fields. The Packers do. How'd that go? The Vikings do. How'd that go? It's so depressing. It's so depressing. But I can't help but wonder what do the Lions have up their sleeve? Because you spend a little more time on prepping for that divisional game. Like you have to. Like every team knows that if you prepare a little more for your divisional games and you win them, you go 5-1 in the division, you're probably getting in the playoffs. Like, I can't help but look at let's put it this way, guys. This next stretch of games is going to either confirm this theory or make me look like a doofus. And if I end up looking like a doofus, I will point out that I said it at 2:45 in the morning on a Wednesday morning, and pretend like I didn't mean it. You'll all know I'd be lying, but I'll do it anyways. But I can't help but think about how Justin Fields, second divisional game last year, I'm trying to remember it. It was good until it wasn't. And then the Lions, second divisional game last year, was a beatdown. The Vikings, second divisional game last year, he didn't play. So I don't know if I could be like, yes, this is for sure a thing. It's not that simple. But like, if anybody is going to show us that there's a book out, that the door is closed, it's going to be the guys in the division. Lucky for us, we have 3 straight divisional games. So it's show or go. And it's just not the time. There's just not enough time to build a fair situation. There's not. Like, it is what it is. He's got to give us, without any doubt, proof that you got to invest in them. Or you have to move on. There's 2 guys in this next draft. One that's phenomenal. One that's phenomenal. And to pass on them, in my opinion, for a guy who we can go through basic tape, public tape, if you will, right? That's what I don't love about this. Like, I appreciate all you guys. Anybody who's still up with me is psychotic, and I appreciate you. But it's not like it takes more than a relatively decent knowledge of Fields' tape to go through, compare it to normal NFL, and go, we agree this isn't good, right? And then everybody goes, yeah. And if we can do that, the coaches that have the time to be paid to do it have done it already. It's why it's kind of a no-brainer that a new coach is almost certainly going to pick that a new coach is almost certainly going to pick their own guy. Because whether, and here's the other piece of this. Just saying, I think Caleb Williams, one more pivot about the quarterback. Phil Snow is doing it, by the way, Brent. I think Caleb Williams is pistachio ice cream. I think he's not for everybody. I while I think he might be that guy, might, I also would not want to be the Frank Reich quarterback that gets him foisted on me when I don't want him, right? So to me, keep pumping your fist. That's the thing, Glitch. I'm not trying to say pistachio ice cream sucks. I'm trying to say not everybody likes it. That's all. That some people think pistachio ice cream rules, right? And what I want, Donald, is number one. Because I want my head coach to get to choose. And so if they want Drake May, neat. If they want Caleb Williams, I'm glad you know. Because then you could say, this is our guy. They had a choice. They picked him. Like, I'm not really worried about Caleb. Now that Caleb Williams is going through adversity in his senior season, like I'm not that scared that he's going to end up in the NFL feeling entitled. Maybe it happens. It's possible. But I think it's all negotiation tactic and Caleb trying to protect himself because I think he cares so much and just wants to be great. I wonder, I'm just saying, I wonder if, so Travis Kelce, to use an example, has been taking under market contracts for quite some time now. He's paid plenty, just like his brother. But if you really look, he doesn't demand to reset the tight end market consistently because he likes being a chief. He likes being good. He likes winning. Like all the other things, right? Different things matter to different people. Deshaun Watson wanted to get paid. One day, when it's his turn. Caleb Williams will also want to get paid, but Caleb's going to want to get paid. I mean, I'm just not convinced that the money matters. Like, what I'm really trying to get at here is that I'm convinced, because I'm looking at it from a different perspective, that those comments from his dad about going back to school, I think Caleb Williams just wants to be with a serious organization, which kind of ironic to say that, and as a Bears fan, consider wanting him. But I think it's not about choosing your destination and cushiness, right? It is, Ben. It is pretty wild. Like, I think he wants to be with a team that wants it. That's it. Like you're saying, Ben, I think it is pretty wild. I'm reading a lot into a lot, but if I got to interview, I would ask. More than anything, look, I'll close with this. For all my 3 a.m.ers, for all my wonderful hardcorers, the future is pretty bright. I am excited about it. I am excited about it. I think the Bears, here, I'll put on some sweet lullabies that are, let's see here. Where is it? Boom. Watch the Chicago defense, as it says in my now discussing. But I think that we are probably about to watch 2 blowouts and a close loss over the next 4 weeks because there's 3 games. And then Justin Fields' career, because I love this stuff. The NFL and maybe life on earth, if you allow me to wax philosophical, has this goofy, stupid habit of repeating a bunch of bizarre patterns. Why did Mitch Trubisky enter the league as the guy who replaced somebody after about 4 games, 3-4 games, and took a veteran's job, like a veteran who was getting his chance? And then Mitch Trubisky loses his job in the same fashion. Like, signs with Pitt to be a starter. They draft pick it without him really knowing. And then he wins the competition. And then he's replaced. And Pickett starts the rest of the year. Like, there's something about the fact, and I'm thinking about it. I thought about it earlier in the stream, and I've just been keeping this to myself, that Fields may bookend his career in Chicago, realistically, with horrible, awful, multi-sack losses to Cleveland. Like, no, because Sir Lord, it'll show up after that. Just saying, there's something gross, but oddly fitting about Fields as a rookie taking on a great Cleveland defense and ending up with a 1 net passing yard. And what was it? Getting sacked 6 times? Was it? We thought that was weird at the time. And then he could very quickly rack up a similar total. Was it 9? Oh my gosh. Goodness. But so, all that to say, we'll see. But there are a lot of people that are beating their chest right now. And that's okay. Like, there are a lot of people that are pretty upbeat. They're pretty confident. They're like, yeah, Matt Eberflus, the building likes him. A month is a long time. And if you need proof, it's been 2 months since Alan Williams resigned. And I bet that feels like a year of your life. Like, this will be a while. And I mean like literal time-wise. It'll take time for the Bears to lose all 4 of these games. There's a bye week in the middle. You're going to get, if things happen, like I think there's a good shot they will, because here's the problem, right? The Bears have been kind of cooking against not great teams, but the Lions are a pretty good team, and the Vikings are finding the juice. And so if the Lions are good and the Vikings are finding it, they may be better than the Saints, certainly. And if they're better than the Saints, they should handle their business. Like, it would be, Eric. It would be really painful. Like, it would feel dragged out, and it would feel like pulling teeth. And then after that, they're going to limp into a game Christmas Eve against the Cardinals. And I hope, all right, so this is my hot opinion, I hope that they're going to deliver us a Christmas present come early of Matt Eberflus's firing. But I won't believe it till I see it. Like, my main thought as I look at this is that you have to burn away the rot to go all the way back to like a Dark Souls thing. Like, yeah, it'll never happen, Sir Lord. I'm honestly, like, there's no way. But you, ever since, to be so blunt with you guys, you could probably hear it. You could probably hear it in the way I've talked about this team all year. Ever since week 1 against Green Bay. No. That was a hard out. I have had a hard time rooting for this team, rooting for the coach. Because that loss, it's not about what it meant to me, per se. It's more about, I knew what that Packers team was. I think we all did. I hope we all did. And they still got blown out anyways. And we heard excuses. And we heard mumblings. And we heard mutterings about a team that, I was about to say, Sir Lord, about a team that didn't even have the guts to finish the game like with fire in their eyes. It didn't even make them mad. It didn't even make them mad. They were just distraught. Professional athletes.
they all looked like they knew it was coming. Or that they were so shocked they couldn't believe it. Neither helps. And I mean, like you're saying, dead on arrival. And at that point, it was clear that we were not getting those. Like, at that point, it was clear that we weren't getting the season we wanted. And Donald, it's not about effort for me, because it isn't. I mean, Donald, one of the hardest, cruelest facts of the NFL is that everybody tries hard. Kyle Fuller carried his iPad around with him everywhere and was just a film rat. Like, it's weirder to not have a work ethic, as I understand it. Like, it's weirder to be Rob Gronkowski and to roll out of bed and make the Hall of Fame. Like, just another day, right? Like, I don't know. No, I do. I do know. And that's that we came into this season with two hopes. I don't want to say two hopes, but two good outcomes. One, that it would go really well. And two, that it would go really horribly. And it sucks to live through the second one. But the good news is they are really horrible. Like, everything I've showed you tonight about Justin is me kind of making the case that different is not always better within the Bears offense, especially if these defenses know how to stop the Bears with Justin Fields in the game. And Bagent looks rattled. This is not a good thing. Like, where right now, both quarterbacks could use a veteran presence. They don't really have one, though. Like, they're not going to call up Peterman. So it's one of the young guys or the other young guys. Like, Eric, I didn't see it as a possibility, but the moment we lost to Green Bay, it was just very clear in my mind. Like, and I'm with you, Sir Lord. And I'm with you, Brent. Like, I want to stop the bleeding. I do. To me, the only way to stop this bleeding. So here's my thing. Brent. Because I want to talk about this. This is the core. For once, the Bears didn't try to skip the line. Can we talk about this? The Chicago Bears have made a horrible habit out of trying to act like they're going to win the lottery, right? They're going to trade up from Mitch Trubisky and also trade for Khalil Mack because we're done. The 2018 roster is all we need. We're good. We don't need those first-round picks. We're going to win the Super Bowl. Baby, mortgaging the future has been as common in Chicago as anything else. Truly. Like, take that extra lease. Take that extra vacation. Like, draft that extra receiver. Trade that fourth-round pick. Who needs the fourth-round pick? We've got Anthony Miller, right? Like, it's been bizarre. Ever since what, 2014? Like, the Bears traded for Cutler. They put nothing around him. They traded for Brandon Marshall. They traded for, I mean, they built a hell of an offense as the defense decayed. Like, we could keep going, but the point is that the Bears just did the beautiful thing. Well, after 2022, they traded down. They took a haul of draft capital, a massive haul. They may get the number one pick handed to them by another team. Oh my goodness. And that will give them DJ Moore, Tyreek Stevenson, potential number one overall pick, like the 2025 second from Carolina. Who's to say they're going to be any better? All for the price of still getting Darnell Wright, which rules. Like, this is two of the literal best players on the Bears team. And I look at this team, I see competitive, like, I could talk about competitive spirit, right? Like, I could talk about that. But what I really want to talk about is the fact that we spend 2.5 hours talking about how all of the Bears defenders are out leveraged and just envisioning a defensive system, watch what Seattle's doing. Like, I'm not about to tell you that it's all amazing. It's cover 3, but their movements, the way they play at the line, the looks that they invite, the offense that they attempt to enforce, I mean, they are creating problems that the Bears don't create. The Bears have a separate set of problems they create. They stop your run game, Nito. But I can't help looking at this team and seeing personally a team with a lot of room for snapback, a team with a lot of talent. Talent means nothing if it's not utilized well. But the Bears may be put in position where their only reasonable choice to keeping season ticket holders is firing Matt Eberflus, which is great because then they'll shift from old defensive to young offensive. They'll just whiplash the other way. And when they do, I tend to hope that they'll pick anybody. I mean, it's not that simple. No, I'm with you, Brent. We're closing up. The real core here is me trying to make the case that this season has been awful. But if you're really, really there, you need Matt Eberflus to take a few take a few final bullets. It has to happen. Khalid, you could try, but Ken Dorsey's going to have to come in and run a variation of Getsy's offense. And then if he wins, that doesn't help anything. I mean, not really, right? I know it would be a short-term nicety, but it isn't going to work. Well, at least I don't know what it would help. Right now, you just got to let the Bears fail, in my opinion. Right now, you just got to let it be over. Bradley, when it comes to Harbaugh, my big question is, why is the NFL so wary of him? It's been 3 years. He's been trying to get an NFL job for 3 years. Like, absolutely, Craig. I got you. I swear, Harbaugh has wanted to get out of Michigan for what feels like 3 years. But he keeps not getting NFL jobs. I don't know what the reason is. But it's something the entire NFL seems to have a problem with. And I'm not saying I know better. I don't. There are so many of these. If you can't tell, I really won't name you names on coordinators because I imagine it would all come down to leadership. Ben Johnson's simplicity, the way that he runs this offense, I really like that attitude. Innovative ideas like we see from him and Bobby Slowick, not having to reinvent the wheel, but having different ways to frame everything, utilizing formations well, helping your team get put into positions to succeed. Like, that stuff gets me going. But at the end of the day, if you can't hire a defensive coordinator, what then? Right? And so because of that, I'm not going to dish out a bunch of takes, honestly, about like different head coaches I think would rule because I don't know. But with Harbaugh, if the Bears hired him, I would be there for it. Harbaugh has probably the most diverse and deep network of coordinators that he could hire. He's one of the rare guys who I actually think could hire a decent offensive coordinator, lose him to a head coaching job, and then hire another defensive offensive coordinator or another decent offensive coordinator in theory. Now, I think Harbaugh comes with his quirks. I think it could be fun. I think in theory you could get the Pete Carroll bump because he knows all these guys. Like, Harbaugh's been in Michigan for 6 years. Okay, so he's caught up on the recruiting cycle. He knows who's good. And when you get further down the order, he's probably scouted a lot of these guys for different reasons. And if he hasn't, his staff sure has. There's positives to draw from a potential Harbaugh hire. But also, why was he fired in San Francisco after being good? Like, was it because San Francisco is unserious? Or is it because that stuff doesn't work? I don't know. But the last time I had a bad feeling, the other part about Harbaugh that hurts is that like literal ageism kind of plays into this. Not where I say he's old and therefore, but because a lot of the coaches that are succeeding right now, I guess technically including Zach Taylor, but I'm not taking that too seriously, are really young. And so it feels weird to me to take a really young crop of potentially phenomenal head coaches, including Ben Johnson, and to turn away from it. But if that's what the Bears do, it's better than Matt Eberflus, and I'll be here for it. Because the Bears literally hired a guy who was going to run an old school defense on purpose. And he hired an offensive coordinator with nearly no experience at all. And this is where we ended up. And it's pretty bad. Will it get better by default? Not necessarily. But I think the team is so close to having such a solid amount of they're so close to having enough talent to be much more fun than they are right now anyways. But I will talk to y'all later. I got to get this up on DBB. And I'm excited about what comes next. We'll plan a night for the draft stream. Next Thursday makes sense to me right now, but I'll talk to my wife. She's been missing me because I've been a ghost. So keep an eye on Twitter for more draft film. I'm going to try to find an excuse to get some at least basic scouting reports out because I think that there's a whole lot of people. Okay, so this is sort of my 2 cents. The final thing I'll end on. It is a new record, Eric. And Mario, I'm curious to hear if you think I'm on crack, basically. But I do think that there are a lot of articles right now. A lot of stuff getting written. A lot of people that want to make Caleb Williams out to be an egoist and then to make that bad. And I'm not saying it's definitely good. You'll notice that I haven't definitively claimed anything. But I don't know anybody that watches The Last Dance and says, man, Michael Jordan's a cool dude. I want to be just like him. But I know a lot of people that watch Michael Jordan's Last Dance and say, holy smokes, that guy is psycho. And he won like a maniac. And I think there's a decent chance that Caleb Williams is just a psycho. And I don't know if that means he'll win. It's a team game. Weird stuff happens. Apparently, you can have a wide receiver, or like you can have a wide open Jahmyr Gibbs over the middle, and sometimes he's just going to drop it like that. But I just don't want anybody to close the book on some of the most exciting film I think you'll watch in college. But that's just me. Until next time, Bears fans, thank you so much for hanging out. You guys rule. It's so much fun doing any of these. I will catch you guys another time. Ball is life. We'll do more soon. Until next time, bear down. And thanks so much.